Who wants to fight? The committee will come to order, and without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess of the committee at any time. Without objection, all members shall have 5 legislative days within which to submit additional materials to the chair for inclusion in the record. For scheduling purposes, the committee will finish its work today. The process for today will be as follows. We'll debate amendments. We'll roll all requested for recorded amendment votes until after we complete amendment debate. We will then take the votes on pending amendments and vote on reporting the bill. We will follow this process for each bill. The committee will recess for floor votes whenever they occur. I'll provide updates as we get closer to the vote. A quorum being present, we'll now proceed with today's business. The chair recognizes himself for an opening statement. I'd like to start today by saying I am disappointed. Today, I had hoped to announce an agreement with the ranking member on stablecoins legislation. This will not be the case. Instead, we will move forward with the bill that was originally noticed for today's markup, published at the beginning of June. To be clear, this was by no means the fault of the ranking member or her staff. They negotiated in good faith, and I want to commend them for their work over the last 15 months of negotiations. 15 months. Ranking Member Waters started these negotiations when she was chair of the committee, and continue to work with me when I became chair. We had the same teams working for the last 15 months together on it. Same team at Treasury, in fact. And I think it speaks to the urgency and importance of providing clarity for payment stablecoins. Unfortunately, there was a third party in this negotiations that did not share that same sense of urgency, the White House. A bipartisan deal was within reach. We were closer than we've ever been. A few small but nonetheless important provisions stood between us and a deal. It was the White House's unwillingness to compromise that has once again brought that negotiation to a halt. Notwithstanding that, negotiations within this chamber continued and within this committee. It's a shame, but at some point you have to put the pen down in a negotiation. I want to thank members, both Democrats and Republicans, who provided thoughtful feedback throughout that process and the process before us on the bill we're considering today. And I want to thank the many stakeholders who also weighed in. And I want to specifically commend New York Department of Financial Services Superintendent Adrienne Harris for her invaluable contributions. Thanks to her work, the bill before us today includes a true state pathway that builds on the highly successful New York state regime. This is a strong product that includes both Republican and Democratic feedback. I have confidence that it accomplishes our shared goal to provide a clear regulatory framework for the issuance of payment stablecoins, and I believe it deserves bipartisan support and bipartisan votes. Now, turning to the other items on the agenda for today's markup, we'll consider Subcommittee Chair Warren Davidson's Keep Your Coins Act. Mr. Davidson has been a longtime advocate for the importance of self-custody and Americans' privacy rights. I appreciate his longstanding leadership on these issues and digital assets as a whole. Additionally, we'll consider a joint resolution from the Small Business Committee Chairman, Roger Williams, to use the Congressional Review Act to overturn the CFPB's disastrous small business lending data collection rule. Chairman Williams has been one of Congress's foremost champions for Americans' small businesses, both at the Financial Services Committee and the Small Business Committee. I thank him for his leadership and look forward to advancing the bill today. Finally, we'll mark up 4 packages to restore our free markets and bolster American competitiveness while protecting financial interests of everyday investors. For the past month, committee Republicans have prioritized getting politics out of corporate boardrooms. To be clear, this is not about injecting our own politics into businesses. It's about getting politics out altogether. And to address any concerns from my colleagues across the aisle, the bills we are considering today are about restoring our free markets and the free flow of capital. ESG mandates politicized capital allocation with the intent to force certain actions from American public companies. This leads to reduced returns for everyday investors and weaker economic growth by diverting executives' attention away from sound financial management. These bills, like those sponsored by Mr. Huizenga and Mr. Loudermilk, are designed to stop rogue regulators from forcing a left-wing agenda that my Democratic colleagues have been unable to pass in Congress. Additionally, we'll consider bills from Mr. Stile and Mr. Norman to restore the rights of shareholders by reforming the proposal process and delivering accountability and transparency to the proxy advisory industry. This has been a priority for a lot of our members, and these packages are made up of dozens of bills originally introduced by many of our Republican members, and I thank them for their thoughtful legislating. I now recognize the ranking member for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I note the absence of a quorum. I insist on a call vote.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill.
Present.
Mr. Lucas.
Giddy up.
Mr. Sessions. Mr. Posey. Mr. Lukedemeyer. Mr. Huizinga. Mrs. Wagner. Mr. Barr. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Rose. Mr. Stile. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Norman. Mr. Muser. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Garbarino. Mrs. Kim. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Flood. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Nunn. Ms. De La Cruz. Mrs. Houchin. Mr. Ogles. Ms. Waters. Present. Mrs. Velasquez. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Scott. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Green. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Himes. Mr. Foster. Mrs. Beatty. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Caston. Miss Presley. Mr. Horsford. Miss Tlaib. Mr. Torres. Miss Garcia. Miss Williams of Georgia. Mr. Nickel. Miss Pedersen. Mr. Chairman.
I'm active and present and happy.
Mr. Lucas. Mr. Posey. Mr. Lukedemeyer. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Lukedemeyer is marked as present. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Rose. Mr. Stile. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Muser. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Lawler. Mrs. Velasquez. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Scott. Mr. Williams, you're counted as present. Mr. Flood, you are recorded as present. Mr. Scott. Mr. Lynch. Mrs. Houchin, you are recorded as present. Mr. Green. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Himes. Mr. Foster. Mrs. Beatty. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Nunn, you are recorded as present. Mrs. Wagner, you are recorded as present. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Caston. Ms. Presley. Mr. Barr, you are recorded as present. Mr. Horsford. Ms. Talib. Mr. Torres. Ms. Garcia. Ms. Williams of Georgia. Mr. Davidson, you are recorded as present.
Any other members wish to be recognized as present?
Mr. Loudermilk, you are recorded as present.
Any other members wish to be recorded? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, I have a count of 21 members of the committee present.
A working quorum being present, we'll now proceed with business. Does the ranking member wish to be recognized for an opening statement?
Is it 15 or is it full? They have it.
Does the ranking member wish to be recognized for the purposes of opening statement for this hearing?
Absolutely. I shall.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
We can reset the clock for 5 minutes. Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman McHenry. Good morning. Today, this committee is being forced by the extreme MAGA wing of the Republican Party to address a trove of anti-ESG, anti-investor, and wholly anti-capitalist bills are forcing the committee to consider today. But I'm going to instead focus on one bill I'd hope would be bipartisan. But because of the impatience of Republican leadership, is deeply problematic and bad for America. I know that today many of you expected this committee to mark up a broadly bipartisan stablecoins bill. Important legislation takes time, but the chair is impatient and has decided to abruptly end our negotiations and move forward with a bill that is deeply problematic. First, Republican McHenry. Mr. Republican McHenry's bill promotes a race to the bottom by creating 58 different licenses with federal regulatory approval and robust oversight over only 2 of the licenses, and that are the licenses for banks and federal approved non-banks. Moreover, Republicans take preemption to a whole new level, allowing individual states to preempt each other. Texas, for example, would have no ability to stop coins from being issued in their state by coins from New York. The bill undermines strong reserve requirements by allowing any federal or state payment stablecoin regulator to unilaterally expand the list of eligible reserve assets without restriction at any time. This is the core of the bill. Strong reserves are what ensures a stablecoin remains stable. A state, for example, could attract issuers to come and back their coins by any assets they want or the issuers want, regardless of whether those assets are actually stable. Stablecoin means that those people who have their money in stablecoins can request them and get them back dollar for dollar. But if, in fact, the assets are not credible, if they're not defined, and we don't know if they're real or not, there could be a major problem with those requesting their money back and not being able to get it because the assets were phony. The bill also removes the ban on all commercial entities from participating as an issuer. So under this framework, Amazon, Walmart, Facebook can create their own stablecoins or even be affiliated with a stablecoin issuer. Does no one remember the numerous hearings we had when Mark Zuckerberg tried to do this just 4 years ago? Facebook, with its own coin, could become effectively a global bank with 2 billion customers overnight. Additionally, the bill provides the Fed with no supervisory or examination powers for state licensed entities. So it is unclear on what authority and to what extent they could act. Look around the world. No other global regime undermines their central government authority with something so important as a nation's money supply. The bill grants no actual enforcement authority to the Fed with respect to state licensed entities. The lack of federal supervisory, examination, or enforcement powers renders the so-called federal floor unenforceable and meaningless. And as icing on the cake, Republicans struck every reference to those who hated words diversity and inclusion, which is consistent with their culture wars. So I urge Republicans to pull this extremist pieces of legislation from the markup in your culture wars and stop undermining America so we can get back to addressing issues our communities care about. We have offered to continue negotiations. We too would like a real bipartisan bill. And I don't know what the rush is. Why the rush at this particular time? We should take the time. We should work with the administration. The administration's advisory committee, the president's advisory committee, asked us to work on stablecoins. Now, I want you to know that the Fed do not support the bill, Treasury does not support the bill, and we don't have the support of those who ask us to get involved with a stablecoin bill to begin with. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Now, pursuant to notice, I call up H.R. 4766, the Clarity for Payment Stablecoin Act of 2023. The clerk will report the bill, which was
Mr. Chairman, I raise the question of consideration.
Question of consideration has been raised. All those in favor of considering the bill, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The
I
clerk will
request a
report the bill.
recorded vote.
Gentlelady requests a recorded vote. All those in favor of a recorded vote, please raise your hand. A sufficient number having raised their hands, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill.
Aye.
Mr. Hill votes aye. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Sessions.
Aye.
Mr. Sessions votes aye. Mr. Posey. Mr. Lukedemeyer. Mr. Huizinga. Mr. Huizinga votes aye. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner votes aye. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes aye. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams votes aye. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes aye. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose votes aye. Mr. Stile. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes aye. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino votes aye. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes aye. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes aye. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes aye. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes aye. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes aye. Ms. Waters. Ms. Waters votes no. Mrs. Velasquez. Mrs. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman votes no. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Scott. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Green. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver votes no. Mr. Himes. Mr. Foster.
No.
Mr. Foster votes no. Mrs. Beatty.
No.
Mrs. Beatty votes no. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes no. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes no. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes no. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes no. Ms. Tlaib. Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres votes no. Ms. Garcia.
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Ms. Williams.
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams votes no. Mr. Nickel. Ms. Pedersen. Ms. Pedersen votes no. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman votes aye. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Posey. Mr. Posey votes aye. Mr. Lukedemeyer. Mr. Luetkemeyer votes aye. Mr. Emmer, Mr. Mooney, Mr. Stile, Mr. Stile votes aye. Mr. Donalds, Mr. Meeks, Mr. Scott, Mr. Green, Mr. Himes, Mr. Gottheimer, Mr. Gonzalez, Ms. Tlaib, Mr. Nickel.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 25 and the nays are 15.
A majority having voted to consider the bill, we will
Mr.
proceed
Chairman,
on
I
the bill.
move
The
to
clerk will report
propose.
the bill.
I move to postpone consideration of this bill.
Mr. Chairman, I
until the
move to
next
table
markup
that motion.
scheduled by the chair.
There's a motion to table of the ranking member's motion to postpone. So the motion to table is in order and is not debatable. The question is, shall the committee table the motion to postpone offered by the gentleman from Arkansas? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the
I
motion to
request a
table is
recorded
agreed
vote.
to. A recorded vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill.
Aye.
Mr. Hill votes aye. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Sessions votes aye. Mr. Posey. Mr. Posey votes aye. Mr. Luetkemeyer. Mr. Luetkemeyer votes aye. Mr. Huizinga. Mr. Huizinga votes aye. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner votes aye. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes aye. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams votes aye. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes aye. Mr. Rose. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes aye. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes aye. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino votes aye. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes aye. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes aye. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes aye. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes aye. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes aye. Ms. Waters.
No.
Ms. Waters votes no. Mrs. Velasquez. Mrs. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman votes no. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Scott. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Green. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver votes no. Mr. Himes. Mr. Foster.
No.
Mr. Foster votes no. Mrs. Beatty.
No.
Mrs. Beatty votes no. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes no. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes no. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes no. Mr. Horsford.
And then I do matter.
Mr. Horsford votes no. Ms. Tlaib. Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres votes no. Ms. Garcia.
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Ms. Williams.
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams votes no. Mr. Nickel. Ms. Pedersen. Ms. Pedersen votes no. Mr. Chairman.
And then we're going to do one. Aye.
Mr. Chairman votes aye. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose votes aye. Mr. Donalds, Mr. Meeks, Mr. Scott, Mr. Green, Mr. Cleaver. I'm sorry, Mr. Cleaver is marked as voting no. Mr. Himes. No. Mr. Himes votes no. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gonzalez. Ms. Tlaib. Mr. Nickel.
The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 25 and the nays are 16.
A majority voting in the affirmative. The clerk will report the bill, which was distributed in advance.
I object to waiving the first reading of the bill.
Mr. Chairman, I move to dispense with the reading of the bill.
The gentleman's motion is in order. The bill was available in advance pursuant to committee rules. The motion is
I
not
object to
debatable.
waiving the first reading of the bill.
Question is whether
We're motioning. We're doing a motion to proceed because it's
I will
privilege.
repeat what the chair will repeat. The gentleman moved to dispense with the reading of the bill after the ranking member objected to consideration of the bill.
I
The reading of
object
the
to
bill-
waiving the first reading of
Well,
the
you
bill.
can repeat that, but the chair, the gentleman's motion is privileged. The bill is available. It was available pursuant to committee rules. The motion is not debatable. The question is whether we shall dispense with the reading of H.R. 4677. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed shall say nay.
I request a recorded vote.
The ayes have it.
I request a recorded vote.
The ranking member requests a recorded vote. A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, please raise your hand. A sufficient number having raised their hand, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill. Aye. Mr. Hill votes aye. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Sessions. Aye. Mr. Sessions votes aye. Mr. Posey. Mr. Luke DeMeyer. Mr. Luke DeMeyer votes aye. Mr. Huizinga. Mr. Huizinga votes aye. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner votes aye. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes aye. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Williams of Texas votes aye. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes aye. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose votes aye. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes aye. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes aye. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino votes aye. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes aye. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes aye. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes aye. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes aye. Ms. Waters? Ms. Waters votes no. Mrs. Velasquez? Mrs. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Sherman? Mr. Sherman votes no. Mr. Meeks? Mr. Scott? Mr. Lynch? Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Green? Mr. Cleaver? Mr. Himes? Mr. Foster?
Oh, no.
Mr. Foster votes no. Mrs. Beatty?
No.
Mrs. Beatty votes no. Mr. Vargas? Mr. Vargas votes no. Mr. Gottheimer? Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez votes no. Mr. Caston? Mr. Caston votes no. Ms. Presley? Ms. Presley votes no. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford votes no. Ms. Tlaib? Mr. Torres?
No.
Mr. Torres votes no. Ms. Garcia?
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Ms. Williams of Georgia?
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes no. Mr. Nickel? Ms. Pedersen? Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman votes aye. Mr. Lucas? Mr. Posey? Mr. Emmer? Mr. Mooney? Mr. Donalds? Mr. Lawler? Mr. Lawler votes aye. Mr. Meeks? Mr. Scott? Mr. Green? Mr. Cleaver? Mr. Cleaver votes no. Mr. Himes? Mr. Gottheimer? Ms. Tlaib? Mr. Nickel? Ms. Pedersen? Ms. Pedersen votes no.
The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, the ayes are 24 and the nays are 16.
The first reading is dispensed with. The majority, without objection, the bill is considered as read and open to amendment at any point. At this point, we'll have
waiving the second reading of the bill.
the ranking member objects. We will proceed with the reading section by section. The clerk will read. Section 1.
H.R. 4766, a bill to provide for the regulation of payment stablecoins and for other purposes. Be it enacted.
Are there any amendments to Section 1? Clerk will proceed with Section 2.
Section 2, definitions. In this Act, 1, Bank Secrecy Act. The term Bank Secrecy Act means A, Section 21 of the Federal Deposit Insurance Act. B, Chapter 2 of Title I of Public Law 91-508. And C, Subchapter 2 of Chapter 53 of Title 31 of the United States Code. 2, Board. The term board means the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System. 3, Comptroller. The term comptroller means the comptroller of the currency. 4, Corporation. The term corporation means the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. 5, Digital asset. The term digital asset means any digital representation of value which is recorded on a cryptographically secured distributed ledger. 6, Distributed ledger. The term distributed ledger means technology where data is shared across a network that creates a public digital ledger of verified transactions or information among network participants, and the data is linked using cryptography to maintain the integrity of the public ledger and execute other functions. 7, Federal Qualified Non-Bank Stablecoin Issuer. The term Federal Qualified Non-Bank Stablecoin Issuer means a non-bank entity approved by the primary federal payment stablecoin regulator pursuant to Section 5 to issue payment stablecoin. 8, Institution affiliated party. With respect to a permitted payment stablecoin issuer, the term institution affiliated party means any director, officer, employee, or person in control of or agent for the permitted payment stablecoin issuer. 9, Insured depository institution. The term insured depository institution means A, an insured depository institution as defined in Section 3 of the Federal Deposit Insurance Act, and B, an insured credit union as defined in Section 101 of the Federal Credit Union Act. 10, monetary value. The term monetary value means a national currency or deposit as defined under Section 3 of the Federal Deposit Insurance Act, denominated in a national currency. 11, national currency. The term national currency means a Federal Reserve note, as the term is used in the first undesignated paragraph of Section 16 of the Federal Reserve Act. Money issued by a central bank and money issued by an intergovernmental organization pursuant to an agreement by one or more governments. 12, non-bank entity. The term non-bank entity means a person that is not an insured depository institution or a subsidiary of an insured depository institution. 13, payment stablecoin. The term payment stablecoin, A, means a digital asset that is or is designed to be as a means of payment or settlement, and the issuer of which is obligated to convert, redeem, or repurchase for a fixed amount of monetary value, and two, represents, will maintain, or creates the reasonable expectation that it will maintain a stable value relative to the value of a fixed amount of monetary value, and that is not, 1, a national currency, or 2, a security issued by an investment company registered under Section 8A of the Investment Company Act of 1940. 14, permitted payment stablecoin issuer. The term permitted payment stablecoin issuer means A, a subsidiary of an insured depository institution that has been approved to issue payment stablecoins under Section 5. B, a federal qualified non-bank payment stablecoin issuer that has been approved to issue payment stablecoins under Section 5. Or C, a state-qualified payment stablecoin issuer. 15, person. The term person means an individual, partnership, company, corporation, association, incorporated or unincorporated, trust, estate, cooperative organization, or other entity. 16, primary federal payment stablecoin regulator. A, in general, the term primary federal payment stablecoin regulator means 1, with respect to an insured depository institution other than an insured credit union or a subsidiary or an insured depository institution other than an insured credit union, the appropriate federal banking agency of such insured depository institutions as defined under Section 3 of the Federal Deposit Insurance Act. 2, with respect to an insured credit union or a subsidiary of an insured credit union, the National Credit Union Administration. 3, with respect to a federal qualified non-bank payment stablecoin issuer that is not a national bank, the board, and with respect to any entity charactered by the comptroller. B, primary federal payment stablecoin regulators. The term primary federal payment stablecoin regulators means the comptroller, the board, the corporation, and the National Credit Union Administration. 17, registered public accounting firm. The term registered public accounting firm has the meaning given that term under Section 2 of the Sarbanes-Oxley Act of 2002.
State. The term state means each of the several states, the District of Columbia, and each territory of the United States. 19, state qualified payment stablecoin issuer. The term state qualified payment stablecoin issuer means an entity that A, is legally established and approved to issue payment stablecoins by a state payment stablecoin regulator, and B, issues a payment stablecoin in compliance with the requirements under Section 4. 20, state payment stablecoin regulator. The term state payment stablecoin regulator means a state agency that has primary regulatory and supervisory authority in such state over entities that issue payment stablecoins. 21, subsidiary of an insured credit union. With respect to an insured credit union, the term subsidiary of an insured credit union means A, an organization providing services to the insured credit union that are associated with the routine operations of credit unions as described under Section 107(7)(I) of the Federal Credit Union Act. And B, a credit union service organization as such term is used under Part 712 of Title 12, Code of Federal Regulations, with respect to which the insured credit union has an ownership interest or to which the insured credit union has extended a loan. Okay. Section 3, limitation on...
Mr. Chairman?
Gentleman from...
I do have an amendment that affects Section 2. Is now the time to bring that up?
I think we got to read the whole bill first.
No. We're still reading. Yeah, it's timely. Yes, you can amend section 2. It's timely.
Okay.
It's timely.
It is timely according to parliamentarian.
What?
It is timely according to parliamentarian.
It is.
It is timely. You want to put it in, you want to do an amendment?
Do you want to offer your amendment?
I'm happy to bring it up now or later, whichever the chair prefers, but I don't want to lose the opportunity.
By section, so it'll be closed once we move on.
Okay,
So it's
she
timely
said we're
now.
going section by section, so once that section is read, if no amendment is offered, it is closed.
Well,
So if
then
this is-
I
if
have
you
an
if you
amendment to
this
section
is the
2,
time-
yes.
This is the time to offer it if you have a amendment on this.
I do indeed.
Okay. Gentleman is recognized for an amendment. Is it at the desk?
It is indeed.
Has it been distributed?
I do not believe it has been distributed.
Okay, we will
Ask
pause
staff to distribute it.
while the amendment is distributed. We don't have the amendment.
What? Excuse me, the amendment being distributed is one authored by Mr. Foster. I'm sure it's a wonderful amendment, but it's not the one I'm offering.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
right here. Hi.
yes, gentleman, or gentlelady from,
Indiana.
what's your point of order? Indiana.
I request a
Reserve.
You want to reserve a point of order, right?
point of order, yes.
Okay, it's reserved. Point of order is reserved. Thank you.
Okay.
Gentleman says it's the Foster Amendment, is that correct?
What? Am I
It's
recognized?
the Foster Amendment. Apparently, we got the wrong amendment passed out
Pass out the wrong amendment.
initially.
Of course.
Is this the correct amendment, gentlemen?
The amendment is designated as 064 XML at the upper left-hand corner.
The amendment's not in order. The amendment's not in order.
The amendment is not in order as it's not drafted to the amendment. to the-
I'm not sure that
Excuse me.
the correct one was distributed. Do you have the correct one?
Excuse me,
Gentlelady from California.
Mr. Chairman, your announcement of the amendment not being in order Do you
This
also
is the way Ledge Council. Wait.
indicate why that amendment is not in order? Would you please?
Yeah, I
No,
said it.
I'm not reading. I want him to say it.
It's not drafted to the bill that's on the floor at the present time.
We don't have an A&S.
This amendment was.
Point of
drafted-
order.
Yes, it is being, it is.
No, it's not read. We don't have an amendment of the nature of a substitute. This is the amendment is to a bill that we don't have on the floor. This
Oh,
is
I
not,
see.
it's not
It
correcting.
is not a substitute. We don't
Just
have-
delete it.
I request a pause to consult with Ledge Council.
We shall pause for a moment.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Yes, Mr. Lynch.
Chairman, I understand the normal procedure is usually to have an ANS issued before we go forward. We do. We were informed this morning, that we would have to amend on the fly, section by section. We were notified this morning.
The bill was properly noticed.
It was not properly
Yesterday.
noticed. We weren't told this was final, this was the final version. We were told this bill was being negotiated for the last month. So we held off. We have had no meaningful opportunity to amend this bill, and now we're being asked to do it on the fly. And because we drafted it in a form that we expected, now we're being ruled out of order. So I understand. Look, I understand what's going on here, but the problem is this. The problem is this. If going forward now, we are being denied, in the minority, a meaningful opportunity, and we don't expect to win our amendments, right? We're going to be outvoted, but we want to be heard and we want to have input on this. We do have miracles every once in a while where an amendment is actually agreed upon, like we did yesterday, but what you want to do is push this bill through. All I'm saying is, if we were to wait till September to do this, you could get exactly what you want, and we would have the opportunity to have amendments be considered. Not passed, not accepted, but at least we would be given the opportunity, as the minority usually is, to have some input on this bill.
Okay.
But we're being denied that. We're being denied that because you want to push the bill through now. All I'm saying is you get exactly what you want in September instead of trying to jam this through and then exploiting this process to deny the minority an opportunity for a full and fair opportunity for amendment. Which you will have the votes in September that you have now. You will have the power. You will have the bill that you want in September. But the difference is, if we do it in September, we will have a full opportunity to exercise our rights as the minority. That's what we're asking for. You still get what you want, but under the September scenario, we actually get the rights of the minority acknowledged, and we're able to exercise that. Because we each represent about 800,000 people in the United States, and they would like to have a voice in this hearing.
Come to order. Gentlemen will come to order.
Mr. Chairman,
Gentlemen will come to order.
I'd ask unanimous consent that I strike the words amendment to the amendment nature of the substitute as appears on the beginning of this. We're giving the only infirmity of this amendment is that we thought we would be amending a amendment in the nature of a substitute. We're instead amending the bill in chief. The amendment itself is just fine. The title was drafted before a last-minute change was made by the majority.
Mr. Chairman, I object to the motion. Mr. Chairman, I object to the motion.
There is objection to that motion. If the gentleman wishes to withdraw this amendment and redraft, I think that would be in the best interest, since there is a lack of unanimous consent for anything this morning. The gentleman from Massachusetts, his objectives here. This bill was noticed 1 week ago, 7 days ago. This markup.
We were told it was being negotiated, Mr. Chairman. We were told to expect changes, just like the bill yesterday, that there was a process of negotiation going on and that we did not have. We should not expect that would be final, the final version.
No. Hey, we're going to lower the decibels. I understand the tension in the room. We noticed this bill 7 days ago. It was posted and available for text at the beginning of June. We are 15 months into this process. The markup that we had yesterday I had previously scheduled for the two weeks before, delayed it 1 week to accommodate internal conversations between Democrats and Republicans on textual changes. The ranking member and I had an exchange, and I delayed the markup 1 week further in accommodation of the negotiations that Mr. Lynch referenced with the White House, the Treasury, the Democrats and Republicans on this committee that started in May of last year, that Chairman Waters started, and we've been building consensus. We had high hopes 48 hours ago that we were going to come to conclusion, and then the White House reviewed where we were and disagreed. So I had high hopes for this. But we've been 15 months in. This markup is 8 days delayed. I delayed it by 1 week in accommodation of the negotiations in discussion with the ranking member, and a further day in the hopes we could land the plane. We can't.
Will the gentleman yield?
And on that account, 15 months in, it's not abrupt.
Will the gentleman yield?
Noticed, and what we have before us, we want to accommodate members and concerns. Yes, we do. Ranking member?
Thank you very much. Is there some reason why you didn't offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Yes, because under our procedures here in the House, you have to lay down an amendment in the nature of a substitute that has a major rewrite to the bill. We have procedures that we try to adhere to between the majority and minority.
Well,
the chair is answering your question. There is no time. The chair is answering this procedural question.
May I continue?
We have an agreement that you lay those major textual changes out for 24 hours. My hope is these negotiations that we had would be the ANS I laid down on this bill. That did not come to pass. So therefore, what we have before us is the base text. I do have the ability to lay down an amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Would that then have given us the opportunity for my members to offer the amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Yes, but if members follow proper procedure, they would know you can amend the base text. So this is a drafting error on this account. So go fix the drafting error, and we can continue.
So what we're proceeding to do is to offer our amendments section by section, amendments that are appropriate to each section. Why would the chair disagree with that?
Because the ranking member objected to the second reading, and we are going section by section now under accordance of the House rules and committee rules.
I think Mr. Lynch makes a great argument, and the argument is that we cannot be excluded fairly from being able to offer our amendments. Otherwise, what you're doing is you're moving forward with the base text without us having an amendment in the nature of a substitute that would have allowed us to do this. So I think it's only fair that Mr. Sherman's amendment that he's offering is correctly being offered to the correct section, and he should be allowed to go forward.
If that is a request of the chair, the request is denied. That is not in conformance with House rules of assuming some fairness under the House rules that does not exist. The balance here is that you can amend the base text that has been available since the beginning of June. And if you don't wish to draft your amendments correctly, it is not the chair's duty to fix your drafting error. So with that,
if the chair is amenable, I would ask unanimous consent to allow Mr. Sherman to correct and offer his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I object to the motion.
Later.
Mr. Chairman?
there is objection to the unanimous consent. It seems that both parties have objections to one another. What we're trying to do is move policy that has been 15 months in the process, available to the public since the beginning of June, has been noticed for this hearing for 7 days, and everyone knew that they could prepare for that. So we'll move forward under accordance to the rules.
Mr. Chairman, going to speak for 30 seconds?
The gentleman is asked to be recognized, Mr. Chairman.
No, it's recognition when we have no accommodation here. Does the gentleman have a parliamentary inquiry?
The parliamentary inquiry would simply be, If I plan to offer the substance of this amendment at the end of the bill, I assume that I should make that plain when we complete the reading of the bill. A redraft of this amendment is in order right now, is being prepared right now.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is asking to be recognized.
The question of procedure is evident to all. And if the amendment is connected with the section of the draft and appropriately drafted, it will be considered. Further parliamentary inquiries, Mr. Lynch.
Mr. Chairman, look, I just feel that we have been not given enough time to properly prepare. The statements of the chair and these discussions that were ongoing led us to believe and hope that there would be an amendment in the nature of a substitute that incorporated changes as is the usual process there. That was the procedure was laid out. That was our understanding of what was going to happen this morning until first thing this morning. So the whole process that we have a right to engage in has been thwarted here. The
gentleman's not stating appropriate parliamentary inquiry, nor
sure
is
it
he
is.
accurately
Sure it is. No,
reflecting the committee rules.
it's a question of the rights of the minority are being affected by the order in which you're conducting this hearing. It's certainly relevant.
Commensurate with notice, the chair more than accommodated House rules in announcing the time of this hearing and today's markup and yesterday's markup. To note, this bill was considered for the markup yesterday, yes, and the text was available for amendment.
We did not know the text was final yesterday. We knew the text was final this morning. And then we were instructed this morning that if we wanted to offer amendments, that was the final text. We were notified this morning. That's not a fair, that's an embarrassment. We should have an opportunity to offer amendments, have the time to prepare amendments, as is the normal case here, consult with stakeholders, and then debate those amendments. I'm not saying we would win those amendments. We don't have the votes. But we would have a full and fair opportunity to be heard. And that's being denied here.
The gentleman has heard. Under rules and procedures of the House, the bill before us has laid out for 7 days. If I bring an amendment in the nature of a substitute that you've not seen overnight, you would have drafting problems with that. And if Ranking Member Waters and I brought an amendment in the nature of a substitute this morning to you that you'd never seen that completely rewrites the bill, that would be a disservice to this body and consideration of this body. That would be a move that would be in keeping with the rhetoric of the gentleman from Massachusetts.
We had adequate
must
time.
proceed here.
If we had adequate time to amend, that would be cured.
We have to keep moving.
That would be cured.
The clerk will continue with Section 3.
Section 3, limitation on who may issue a payment stablecoin. It shall be unlawful for any person other than a permitted payment stablecoin issuer to issue a payment stablecoin for use by any person in the United States. Section 4.
Are there amendments to Section 3? Hearing no amendments to Section 3, we'll proceed to Section 4.
Section 4. Requirements for issuing payment stablecoins. Standards for the issuance of payment stablecoins. In general, permitted payment stablecoin issuers shall A. Maintain reserves backing the issuer's payment stablecoins outstanding on at least 1-to-1 basis with reserves comprising United States coins and currency, including Federal Reserve notes, funds held as insured demands deposits or insured shares at insured depository institutions, subject to limitations established by the corporation and the National Credit Union Administration, respectively, to address safety, and soundness risks of such insured depository institutions. Treasury bills with a maturity of 90 days or less, repurchase agreements with a maturity of 7 days or less that are backed by Treasury bills with a maturity of 90 days or less, central bank reserve deposits, or such other assets as the primary federal payment stablecoin regulator determines appropriate, or in the case of a state qualified payment stablecoin issuer, the state payment stablecoin regulator determines appropriate. Publicly disclose the issuer's redemption policy. Establishes procedures for timely redemption of outstanding payment stablecoins, and publish the monthly composition of the issuer's reserves on the website of the issuer, containing the total number of outstanding payment stablecoin issued by the issuer and the amount and composition of the reserves described under subparagraph A. 2. Prohibition on rehypothecation. Reserves described under paragraph 1A may not be pledged, rehypothesized, or reused except for the purpose
Madam Clerk, I have an amendment in the nature of substitute at the desk. Do members have, Madam Clerk?
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4766, offered by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina. Strike all after the enacting clause and insert the following. Section 1, short title. This act may be cited.
We'll pause while the amendment is being distributed. Do all members have a copy of the amendment in the nature of the substitute?
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Will the gentleman state his point of order?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was wondering if you might explain, just procedurally and as a matter of order, regular order, what we're about to do here. I understand a new ANS has been presented, and perhaps you could just illuminate what's actually going on. That's all. Just would like an explanation on this side. Thank you.
Well,
Under House rules,
what? Tell him what we're doing. Tell him what we're doing.
the procedure by which we're following is in accordance with the House rules. The procedure we're following is in accordance with House rules and committee rules, and House practice and committee practice. It is in the authority of the chair to lay down an amendment in the nature of substitute at any time during discussion, debate, and amendment of the bill. It is under the chair's prerogative to do so. With the dilatory tactics this morning, the unwillingness to move forward normal procedure, the chair has the ability to lay this down and move the process along more quickly in accommodation of the majority votes on the committee. That is where we are. That is what the amendment in the nature of a substitute enables at this moment. Under the hope of the chair, it was that the amendment in the nature of a substitute would be agreed upon by the ranking member and the administration. That is why we negotiated to the final moments late last night with final calls, but unfortunately that came to naught. And the determination I made was, even at that late date, to lay before you a complete rewrite of a bill you'd never seen, which is frankly draft somewhere 60-something that the Waters team and the financial services team have negotiated over 15 months. The chair made a decision to move forward with the markup today. The administration needs to see clearly that there's a majority support of the votes on this committee for regulatory clarity, legal clarity for stable coins, and a federal floor, which is what this represents. It is by no means the completeness of what we hope to achieve in legislating. It is the interest of our committee to agree and come to comity on this important matter for safety and soundness of these products, which currently lack. The ANS is a representation of the chair's ability to move the process forward and expedite procedures when there are dilatory tactics, such as this morning. And that is the reason why the chair has offered it at this point.
Mr. Chairman, in light of the need to digest the ANS and to offer amendments to this bill, I would like to move to suspend consideration of the ANS until September and a date certain decided upon by the chair in order to give members of the minority a full and fair opportunity to amend the ANS.
Object, Mr. Chairman.
Under consultation with the parliamentarian, that is not a timely objection.
It is now. You've offered a brand-new ANS here, and so the motion is in order.
The chair will inform you that this is an amendment applicable under Section 3 of the bill, and it is a timely amendment. The clerk will report.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4766, offered by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina.
And without objection, the amendment is considered
I
read
object to
and
the
we'll
waiving.
move forward on discussion debate.
Mr. Chairman, I object to waiving the reading of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. We need to know what's in this amendment in the nature
The clerk will
of
report.
a substitute.
Objection being heard, clerk will report.
Strike all after the enacting clause.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Point of order.
Gentleman will state his point of order.
Given that there are some changes in the ANS, is there a way to highlight the changes? I realize that this is version 60 or 61, I'm not quite sure, but would there be a way to highlight the changes made in this so that members of the minority who haven't had an opportunity to review this would at least be aware of the changes? Is that possible?
The typical procedure is, once the reading is dispensed with, the sponsor of the amendment can explain the amendment. And until that time, the sponsor of this amendment has to listen to the objection that the ranking member made. So if you wish to dispense with the reading of it, we can get on to understanding the contents.
No, I think it helps. I think the reading helps, actually, because this is brand new. But it would be...
Well, in light of that, let's let... The clerk is reading, or was reading. Let's let the clerk continue to read.
Is it possible to come up with a version of this that has the highlighted sections? It would take a staffer not a very
Clerk
long
will
time
report.
to do this.
Strike all after the enacting clause and insert the following. Section 1, short title. This act may be cited as the Clarity for Payment Stablecoins Act of 2023. Section 2, definitions. In this act, 1, Bank Secrecy Act. The term Bank Secrecy Act means Section 21 of the Federal Deposit Insurance Act. Chapter 2 of the Title I of Public Law 91-508. C. Subchapter 2 of Chapter 53 of Title 31 United States Code. 2. Board. The term board means the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System. 3. Comptroller. The term comptroller means the comptroller of the currency. 4. Corporation. The term corporation means the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. 5. Digital assets. The term digital asset means any digital representation of value which is recorded on a cryptographically secured distributed ledger. 6. Distributed ledger. The term distributed ledger means technology where data is shared across a network that creates a public digital ledger of verified transactions or information among network participants, and the data is linked using cryptography to maintain the integrity of the public ledger and execute other functions. 7. Federal Qualified Non-Bank Stablecoin Issuer. The term Federal Qualified Non-Bank Stablecoin Issuer means a non-bank entity approved by the primary federal payment stablecoin regulator, pursuant to Section 5 to issue payment stablecoins. 8. Institution Affiliated Party. With respect to a permitted payment stablecoin issuer, the term Institution Affiliated Party means any director, officer, employee, or person in control of or agent for the permitted payment stablecoin issuer. 9. Insured Depository Institution. The term Insured Depository Institution means A. An insured depository institution as defined in Section 3 of the Federal Deposit Insurance Act. B. An insured credit union as defined in Section 101 of the Federal Credit Union Act. 10. Monetary value. The term monetary value means a national currency or deposit as defined under Section 3 of the Federal Deposit Insurance Act, denominated in a national currency. 11. National currency. The term national currency means a Federal Reserve note, as the term is used in the first undesignated paragraph of Section 16 of the Federal Reserve Act. Money issued by a central bank and money issued by an intergovernmental organization pursuant to an agreement by one or more governments. 12. Non-bank entity. The term non-bank entity means a person that is not insured depository institution or subsidiary of an insured depository institution. 13. Payment stablecoin. The term payment stablecoin, A, means a digital asset that is or is designed to be used as a means of payment or settlement, and 2, the issuer of which is obligated to convert, redeem, or repurchase for a fixed amount of monetary value, and represents, will maintain, or creates the reasonable expectation that it will maintain a stable value relative to the value of a fixed amount of monetary value, and B, that is not 1, a national currency, or 2, a security issued by an investment company registered under Section 8A of the Investment Company Act of 1940. 14, permitted payment stablecoin issuer. The term permitted payment stablecoin issuer means A, a subsidiary of an insured depository institution that has been approved to issue payment stablecoins under Section 5. B, a federal qualified non-bank payment stablecoin issuer that has been approved to issue payment stablecoins under Section 5, or C, a state qualified payment stablecoin issuer. 15, person. The term person means an individual, partnership, company, corporation, association.
I reserve a point of order on the timeliness of this amendment and the nature of a substitute.
There's not a point of order. There's not a point of order to reserve on the timeliness of this.
It's timely. It's timely. It's an A and S.
No, you can offer an A. It's a privilege of chair to offer exactly.
The
Ranking member has reserved a motion. We'll consult with the parliamentarian. The clerk can proceed the reading of the ANS.
Primary federal payment stablecoin regulator. In general, the term primary federal payment stablecoin regulator means, with respect to an insured depository institution other than an insured credit union or a subsidiary of an insured depository institution other than an insured credit union, the appropriate federal banking agency of such insured depository institution as defined under Section 3 of the Federal Deposit Insurance Act. With respect to an insured credit union or a subsidiary of an insured credit union, the National Credit Union Administration. 3. With respect to a federal qualified non-bank payment stablecoin issuer that is not a national bank, the board, and with respect to any entity chartered by the comptroller. B. Primary federal payment stablecoin regulators. The term primary federal payment stablecoin regulators means the comptroller, the board, the corporation, and the National Credit Administration. 17. Registered public accounting firm. The term registered public accounting firm has the meaning given that term under Section 2 of Sarbanes-Oxley Act of 2002. 18. State. The term state means each of the several states, the District of Columbia, and each territory of the United States. 19. State qualified payment stablecoin issuer. The term state qualified payment stablecoin issuer means an entity that is legally established and approved to issue payment stablecoins by a state payment stablecoin regulator and issues a payment stablecoin in compliance with the requirements under Section 4. 20. State payment stablecoin regulator. The term state payment stablecoin regulator means a state agency that has primary regulatory and supervisory authority in such state over entities that issue payment stablecoins. 21. Subsidiary of an insured credit union. With respect to an insured credit union, the term subsidiary of an insured credit union means A. An organization providing services to the insured credit union that are associated with the routine operations of credit unions, as described under Section 107(7)(I) of the Federal Credit Union Act, and B. A credit union service organization as such is used under Part 712 of Title 12 Code of Federal Regulations, with respect to which the insured credit union has an ownership interest or to which the insured credit union has extended a loan. Section 3. Limitation on who may issue a payment stablecoin. It shall be unlawful for any person other than the permitted payment stablecoin issuer to issue a payment stablecoin for use by any person in the United States. Section 4. Requirements for issuing payment stablecoins. A. Standards for the issuance of payment stablecoins. 1. In general, permitted payment stablecoin issuers shall A. Maintain reserves backing the issuer's payment stablecoin outstanding on at least 1-to-1 basis, with reserves comprising United States coins and currency, including Federal Reserve notes. 2. Funds held as an insured demand deposit or insured shares at insured depository institutions, subject to limitations established by the corporation and the National Credit Union Administration, respectively, to address safety and soundness risks of such insured depository institutions. 3. Treasury bills with a maturity of 90 days or less. 4. Repurchase agreements with a maturity of 7 days or less that are backed by Treasury bills with a maturity of 90 days or less. 5. Central bank reserve deposits. B. Publicly disclose the issuer's redemption policy. C. Establish the procedures for timely redemption of outstanding payment stablecoins. And D. Publish the monthly composition of the issuer's reserves on the website of the issuer containing the total number of outstanding payment stablecoins issued by the issuer and the amount and composition of the reserves described under subparagraph A. 2. Prohibition of rehypothecation. Reserves described under paragraph 1A may not be pledged, rehypothecated, or reused except for the purpose of creating liquidity to meet reasonable expectations of requests to redeem payment stablecoins such that reserves in the form of Treasury bills may be pledged as collateral for repurchase agreements with a maturity of 90 days or less, provided that either the repurchase agreements are cleared by a central clearing counterparty that is approved by the primary federal payment stablecoin regulator, or the permitted payment stablecoin issuer receives the prior approval of the primary federal payment stablecoin regulator. Monthly certification, examination of reports by registered public accounting firm. In general, a permitted payment stablecoin issuer shall, each month, have the information disclosed in previous month-end report required under paragraph 1D, examined by a registered public accounting firm.
B, certification. Each month, the Chief Executive Officer and Chief Financial Officer of a permitted payment stablecoin issuer shall submit a certification as to the accuracy of the monthly report to 1, the primary federal payment stablecoin regulator, or 2, in the case of a state-qualified payment stablecoin issuer, to the state payment stablecoin regulator. C, criminal penalty. Any person who submits a certification required under subparagraph B, knowing that such certification...
Clerk will dispense. The ranking member has objection to the offering of the ANS and the timeliness of the offering of the ANS. We'll return to the reading of the base text. We'll dispense with the reading of the ANS, and we'll go back to where we were in section 4 of the reading of the base text. Clerk will continue. And we'll continue to read section by section. And we'll read through this expeditiously.
Establish procedures for timely
Sections by section. Section title, and we'll continue. Committee will come to order so the clerk can be heard.
Section 4, requirements for issuing payment stablecoins. Standards for the issuance of payment stablecoins. In general, permitted payment stablecoin issuers shall...
Clerk will dispense. The clerk should read the title of each section, pause, and we'll open it for amendment of that section. That is the procedures of the House and the procedures of this committee.
Point of order. A parliamentary inquiry, Mr.
Parliamentary inquiry from the gentleman from Massachusetts.
Could you, I know we've made a shift here, and I'm just trying to understand what's going on. Could you please explain what we're doing if we're switching back away from the ANS to something else? I just want everybody to understand what's going on.
That is what the chair suggested, and that's what the chair said.
I'm sorry, what is what the chair said?
We dispensed with the reading of the ANS. The ranking member had objection to the timeliness of the ANS in consultation with the parliamentarian of the House. That objection was appropriate.
Okay.
We're going back to the reading of the section by section.
Okay, thank you.
Section by section, we're in section, Madam Clerk, 4. Finish, keep reading the title, we'll pause and go from there.
Section 4, requirements for issuing payment stablecoin.
Any amendment? Is there any amendment to section 4 of the bill?
Okay, this is section 4. I'm just trying to figure out where we went back to. We're jumping
the chair
around.
can announce, but the chair cannot force understanding. The clerk will continue for section 5 since there are no amendments to section 4. The clerk will read the title of section 5.
Section 5, approval of subsidiaries of insured depository institutions and federal qualified non-bank payment stablecoin issuers.
Are there amendments to section 5 of the bill? Hearing no amendments to section 5. Section 6.
Yep.
Mr. Chairman, I think that was the beginning of Section 5, right? Just the first paragraph?
Section 6, we're now on Section 6.
Section 6, supervision and enforcement with respect to subsidiaries of insured depository institutions and federal qualified non-bank stablecoin issue.
Are there amendments to Section 6 of the bill? Hearing no amendments to Section 6, we're going to Section 7.
Mr. Chairman, I have to object. You're not reading the entire section. You're just reading the first couple of sentences of it. You didn't read. Section 5 is several pages long, and we only read like part of a paragraph, and then we went to 6. So
The procedure of the House is once the first reading is objected to, the second time you read the title of each section. That section is open to amendment. We go to the next section. We're on Section 7. Clerk will continue.
Section 7.
Parliamentary inquiry.
Well,
Are you suggesting, Mr. Chairman, that the entire section is not to be read, but rather only the caption of the section that we're to understand just from reading the caption? Is that what you're suggesting?
Under the House Rules and Procedures, the section title is read and open for amendment. Clerk will continue.
Section 7.
Parliamentary inquiry,
Qualified payment stablecoin issuers.
Mr. Chairman.
Parliamentary inquiry by the ranking member.
My inquiry is this. Are you suggesting that the rules only require that the title of the section be read instead of the entire section, which I have insisted on?
In consultation with the parliamentary of the House, we are following the procedures here. And it is the title of the bill.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Chairman. If in fact you have the documentation by reading any law, rule, procedure, I want to hear it now.
Is that a parliamentary inquiry?
It's a parliamentary inquiry, suggesting that if the chair is insisting that the caption is only thing that needs to be read rather than the entire section, I would like to hear the proof of the rule. Period.
The gentlelady's not stating a correct parliamentary inquiry. The gentlelady has her staff to consult with the parliamentarian of the House, as my committee staff has done. The clerk will continue. The clerk will continue.
Inquiry
Section 8.
continues.
Protection.
I have an
Mr.
amendment
Chairman,
to Section 8.
I continue in the inquiry. It has not been addressed.
That is not a correct parliamentary inquiry. I don't know how to the chair doesn't know how to otherwise explain what are the rules and practices of the House other than to state that they're rules and practices of the House.
The chair is questioning the rule because the chair believes that there may be some misunderstanding.
The chair does not question the rule. The chair gives you the ruling. The clerk will continue.
And the ranking member inquires about the ruling based on?
Section 9.
Yes, excuse me, I have a Section 8 amendment that I have spoken.
Oh, there's amendment to Section 8 of the bill. The clerk will pause. Is the amendment at the desk, and can the clerk distribute?
The ranking member agrees that's in order.
Huh? Is the amendment at the desk? Mr. Foster, do you have an amendment at the desk?
Yes, I have several versions, depending on some addressing the different versions of the bill that we've been thrown. I think this is the relevant one, addressing the base text.
We're using as base text the bill that was published at the beginning of June.
Right, and so the amendment trees on this are killing many trees, but I think that we have finished killing trees, and this is the relevant copy of my amendment, which is very simple.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Gentlelady from Missouri reserves a point of order. The clerk is distributing. Section 8E. Where are we? Do all members have a copy of the amendment? The clerk will report.
Amendment to H.R. 4766, offered by Mr. Foster.
Without
of
objection, the
Illinois.
amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized to explain his amendment. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My amendment strikes sections E and F.
The gentleman will dispense. We'll restart his time. The committee will come to order. The gentleman deserves to be heard on the substance of the bill. Dr. Foster is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. My amendment would strike sections E and F of section 8 to remove the prohibition on any regulation of anonymous and untraceable self-hosted wallets. Let me say something about the dream of some of my colleagues of untraceable, anonymous, permissionless self-custody and transportation of digital assets. My predecessor in my seat in Congress, Republican Speaker J. Dennis Hastert, went to jail because he attempted anonymous cash payments to someone who he'd apparently raped when he was a wrestling coach and the victim was a child. But in Republicans' dream world of anonymous self-custody and of digital assets, Hastert would have no problem doing the payoff with anonymous self-hosted crypto. And I note with distress that last night, every one of my Republican colleagues voted to provide a legal safe harbor for crypto mixing engines like Tornado Cash and their ilk, the mixing engine that was used by North Korea to launder over $7 billion to fund their nuclear weapons program. So I am sure that future victims of North Korean nuclear terror truly appreciate the consideration of my Republican colleagues, as do all the victims of fentanyl trafficking, the deaths that occur every week in every one of our districts. And we all know the fentanyl precursor chemicals come from China, where a recent study by Elliptical Research indicated that over 90% of Chinese fentanyl chemical manufacturers accept payment in crypto, which they do because they very much appreciate the self-hosted anonymity of crypto, enhanced by all the mixers, tumblers, and untraceable crypto assets that my Republican friends seem so enamored of. All of this would stop, of course, with the simple requirement that digital wallets require licenses. But unfortunately, an amendment providing for this was voted down yesterday on a party line basis by my Republican colleagues. So the fentanyl trafficking lobby as well truly appreciates your support. So I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. And note also that of the different versions of the underlying bill that have been distributed in the amendment and the nature of a substitute, actually one of the two egregious provisions here had been struck by the Republicans themselves. And so that they understand what an egregious mistake this is, but by reverting to the base text, we have two things which clearly should not be present in anything passed by this committee. And that's happy to yield back.
Yield back. Further discussion, further debate. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank Dr. Foster for his continued discussion with the committee on this topic. And on his amendment, Section 8E is a section that the U.S. Treasury Department is supportive of, and it is in the ANS that we have proposed today. And in Section F, it has been taken out of the ANS, so I don't believe the gentleman's amendment will be necessary once we make progress today. And I would yield back to the chair.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion, further debate. Hearing no further discussion, further debate. The question is on
Mr. Chairman.
Passage of the gentlelady's.
I withdraw my point of order.
Gentlelady withdraws her point of order. The question now occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Foster of Illinois. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed shall signify by saying nay.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it.
Request a recorded vote.
Gentleman requests a recorded vote. All those in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hand. A sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is so ordered pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules. Further proceedings on the amendment are postponed. Further discussion, further amendment on Section 8 of the bill. Then the clerk will go to Section 9.
Section 9, interoperability standards.
Is there amendment to Section 9? Hearing no amendment, Section 10.
Section 10, moratorium on endogenously collateralized stablecoins.
Is there further discussion, further debate, further amendment on Section 10? I'm sorry, 11, no, 10. 10. Clerk will proceed to 11.
Section 11, report on rulemaking status.
Amendment to Section 11. Section 12.
Section 12, authority of banking institutions.
Amendment to Section 12. Section 13.
Section 13, clarifying that payment stablecoins are not securities or commodities.
Further amendment on Section
Mr. Chairman.
13. The chair has an amendment in the nature of a substitute at the desk, which is timely.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment.
I have an amendment 14.
At the end of 14.
There is no 14.
There's no 14. Well, the end of 13.
13.
So we just laid down the amendment.
But she was requesting recognition before he did that.
I ask unanimous consent to withdraw my amendment in the nature of substitute at this time in order to accommodate the gentlelady from New York seeking of recognition. Is there objection to that? Without objection, gentlelady from New York seeks recognition. For purposes the gentlelady to seek recognition.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Gentlelady has an amendment at the desk. At the end of Section 13, she had an amendment and then an amendment.
It's at the desk.
We'll distribute the amendments.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
A point of order is reserved. Do all members have a copy of the amendment? The gentlelady from New York is recognized for the clerk will report.
Amendment to H.R. 4766 offered by Mrs. Velasquez of New York.
And without objection, the amendment is considered as read. The gentlelady from New York is recognized for 5 minutes to explain her amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I am offering and withdrawing this amendment in order to highlight a fundamental, a fundamental flaw with the legislation we are considering here today.
If the gentlelady will dispense. The gentlelady deserves to be heard.
If
the gentlelady will pause, let's reset the time. Without objection, we return to 5 minutes. Dr. Velasquez.
I am offering and withdrawing this amendment in order to highlight a fundamental flaw with the legislation we are considering here today. Under the base text, every state and U.S. territory will have the ability to develop their own stablecoin regulatory regime with very little federal oversight, examination, or enforcement authority. As I have already stated, I believe this approach will create a race to the bottom and is ripe for abuse. My amendment will help enhance federal protections by permitting a primary federal payment stablecoin regulator to set additional standards for stablecoin issuers operating in areas that have been classified as high-intensity financial crime areas after consulting with FinCEN. There are currently 7 areas around the country that are designated as high-intensity financial crime areas. The state of New York and Puerto Rico are both designated as HIFCAs. As the largest city in the country and the financial capital of the world, New York City poses a substantial risk for financial crime. Thanks to strong partners at the state and local level, as well as substantial investment, the law enforcement community in New York has significant experience combating this threat. Unfortunately, the same cannot be said for Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico has become a growing cryptocurrency haven in recent years, and I am concerned that the legislation we are considering here today will exacerbate that trend. The cryptocurrency industry has grown exponentially in Puerto Rico, driven in part by Act 60, which was passed by the Puerto Rican government in 2019. Here on the mainland, U.S. investors pay as much as 37% on short-term capital gains and up to 20% on long-term gains, which applies to cryptocurrencies and other assets held for more than a year. But Act 60 allows investors who set up residency in Puerto Rico to drop that obligation down to zero. This huge windfall and the ability to avoid capital gain taxes has attracted significant investment to the island, particularly from cryptocurrency industry. Since Puerto Rico introduced this new policy, more than 5,000 U.S. investors have relocated to Puerto Rico. The monumental influx of cryptocurrency investors to Puerto Rico is driving further real estate speculation on the island. And as many of us know, real estate investment is a key method for criminals and transactional organizations to shelter and launder money. And I want to make sure this does not become the case. Research by the island's Department of Economic Development and Commerce found that beneficiaries of Act 60 spent more than $1.3 billion on local real estate between 2015 and 2019. The problem has become so significant that earlier this month, it was announced that prosecutors from the Justice Department and agents from the IRS are actively investigating crypto investors and fund managers suspected of illegally benefiting from Puerto Rico's tax breaks. It is a move I applaud and I have been calling for. Granting the Puerto Rican government the authority to develop their own stablecoin regime with the weak federal oversight and protections we are putting into this bill will exacerbate these trends, not curb them. That is why, in my view, strong federal preemption is needed, and why primary federal payment stablecoin regulators must be given clear authority to consult with FinCEN and impose additional standards in areas of the country where financial crime is prevalent. But because I have other outstanding concerns with this legislation that will require me to vote no, I am respectfully withdrawing this amendment in hopes that we can work together to address this issue before the bill becomes law. Thank you.
And if the gentlelady will yield.
Yes.
I am happy to work with you about this. This is a real and sincere concern, not just for your dual loves of Puerto Rico and New York, but a national concern. And Ms. Pedersen had similar concerns yesterday, and I'd like to speak to those concerns between now and going to the floor.
I welcome that.
Thank you for your continued work on this.
Thank you.
Does the gentlelady withdraw her amendment?
Recognition.
Does the gentlelady withdraw her amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman,
I withdraws her amendment. The gentlelady withdraws her amendment. The chair has an amendment in the nature of substitute at the desk. Clerk will distribute.
I move to the right.
Oh, it's all distributed. Clerk will report the amendment in the nature of substitute I've offered.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4766 offered by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina. Strike.
Without, I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading of the A&S. Without objection being heard, clerk will read.
Strike all after the enacting clause and insert the following. Section 1, short title. This act may be cited as the Clarity for Payment Stablecoins Act of 2023. Definitions. In this act, Bank Secrecy Act, the term Bank Secrecy Act means A. Section 21 of the Federal Deposit Insurance Act. B. Chapter 2 of the Title I of Public Law 91-508. C. Subchapter 2 of the Chapter 53 of Title 31 United States Code. 2. Board. The term board means the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System. 3. Comptroller. The term comptroller means the comptroller of the currency. 4, corporation. The term corporation means the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. 5, digital assets. The term digital asset means any digital representation of value which is recorded on a cryptographically secure distributed ledger. 6, distributed ledger. The term distributed ledger means technology where data is shared across a network that creates a public digital ledger of verified transactions or information among network participants, and the data is linked using cryptography to maintain the integrity of the public ledger and execute other functions. 7, federal qualified non-bank stablecoin issuer. The term federal qualified non-bank stablecoin issuer means a non-bank entity approved by the primary federal payment stablecoin regulator pursuant to Section 5 to issue payment stablecoins. 8, institution affiliated party. With respect to permitted payment stablecoin issuer, the term institution affiliated party means any director, officer, employee, or person in control of or agent for the permitted payment stablecoin issuer. 9, insured depository institution. The term insured depository institution means A, an insured depository institution as defined in Section 3 of the Federal Deposit Insurance Act, and an insured credit union as defined in Section 101 of the Federal Credit Union Act. 10, monetary value. The term monetary value means a national currency or deposit as defined under Section 3 of the Federal Deposit Insurance Act, dominated by a national currency. 11, chapter national currency. The term national currency means a Federal Reserve note, as the term is used in the first undesignated paragraph of Section 16 of the Federal Reserve Act. Money issued by a central bank and money issued by an intergovernmental organization pursuant to an agreement by one or more governments. 12, non-bank entity. The term non-bank entity means a person that is not an insured depository institution or a subsidiary of an insured depository institution. Payment stablecoin. The term payment stablecoin means a digital asset that is or designed to be used as a means of payment or settlement, and the issuer of which is obligated to convert, redeem, or repurchase for a fixed amount of monetary value, and represents, will maintain, or creates the reasonable expectation that it will maintain a stable value relative to the value of a fixed amount of monetary value, and that is not a national currency or a security issued by an investment company registered under Section 8A of the Investment Company Act of 1940. 14, permanent payment stablecoin issuer. The term permanent payment stablecoin issuer means a subsidiary of an insured depository institution that has been approved to issue payment stablecoins under Section 5. B, a federal qualified non-bank payment stablecoin issuer that has been approved to issue payment stablecoins under Section 5, or a state qualified payment stablecoin issuer. 15, person. The term person means an individual, partnership, company, corporation, association, incorporated or unincorporated, trust, estate, cooperative organization, or other entity. 16, primary federal payment stablecoin regulator. In general, the term primary federal payment stablecoin regulator means, with respect to an insured depository institution other than an insured credit union, a subsidiary of an insured depository institution other than an insured credit union, the appropriate federal banking agency of such insured depository institution as defined under Section 3 of the Federal Deposit Insurance Act. With respect to an insured credit union or a subsidiary of an insured credit union, the National Credit Union Administration. With respect to a federal qualified non-bank payment stablecoin issuer that is not a national bank, the board, and with respect to any entity characterized by the comptroller, the comptroller. Primary federal payment stablecoin regulators. The term primary federal payment stablecoin regulators means the comptroller, the board, the corporation, and the National Credit Union Administration. 17, registered public accounting firm. The term registered public accounting firm has the meaning given that term under Section 2 of the Sarbanes-Oxley Act of 2002. 18, state. The term state means each of the several states, the District of Columbia, and each territory of the United States. 19, state qualified payment stablecoin issuer. The term state qualified payment stablecoin issuer means an entity that is legally established and approved to issue payment stablecoins by a state payment stablecoin regulator and issues a payment stablecoin in compliance with the requirements under Section 4. 20, state payment stablecoin regulator. The term state payment stablecoin regulator means a state agency that has primary regulatory and supervisory authority in such state over entities that issue payment stablecoins. 21, subsidiary of an insured credit union. With respect to an insured credit union, the term subsidiary of an insured credit union means an organization providing services to the insured credit union that are associated with the routine operations of credit unions as described under Section 107(7) of the Federal Credit Union Act, and a credit union service organization as such term is used under Part 712 of Title 12, Code of Federal Regulations, with respect to which the insured credit union has ownership interests or to which the insured credit union has extended a loan. Section 3, limitation on who may issue a payment stablecoin. It shall be unlawful for any person other than a permitted payment stablecoin issuer to issue payment stablecoin for use by any person in the United States. Section 4, requirements for issuing payment stablecoins. Standards for the issuance of payment stablecoins. In general, permitted payment stablecoin issuers shall maintain reserves backing the issuer's payment stablecoin outstanding on at least one-to-one basis, with reserves comprising United States coin and currency, including Federal Reserve notes, funds held as insured demand deposits or insured shares at insured depository institutions, subject to limitations established by the corporation and the National Credit Union Administration, respectively, to address safety and soundness risks of such insured depository institutions. Treasury bills with a maturity of 90 days or less, repurchase agreements with a maturity of 7 days or less that are backed by Treasury bills with a maturity of 90 days or less, or central bank reserve deposits, publicly disclose the issuer's redemption policy, establish procedures for timely redemption of outstanding payment stablecoins, and publish the monthly composition of the issuer's reserves on the website of the issuer containing the total number of outstanding payment stablecoins issued by the issuer and the amount and composition of the reserves described under subparagraph A. Prohibition of rehypothecation. Reserves described under paragraph 1A may not be pledged, rehypothecated, reused, except for the purpose of creating liquidity to meet reasonable expectations of requests to redeem payment stablecoins, such that reserves in the form of Treasury bills may be pledged as collateral for repurchase agreements with a maturity of 90 days or less, provided that either the repurchase agreements are cleared by a central clearing counterparty that is approved by the primary federal payment stablecoin regulator, or the permitted payment stablecoin issuer receives the prior approval of the primary federal payment stablecoin regulator. Monthly certification. Examination of reports by registered public accounting firm. In general, a permitted payment stablecoin issuer shall, each month, have the information disclosed in the previous month-end report required under paragraph 1D, examined by a registered public accounting firm. Certification. Each month, the Chief Executive Officer and Chief Financial Officer of a permitted payment stablecoin issuer shall submit a certification as to the accuracy of the monthly report to the primary federal payment stablecoin regulator, or, in the case of a state-qualified payment stablecoin issuer, to the state payment stablecoin regulator. Criminal penalty. Any person who submits a certification required under subparagraph B, knowing that such certification is false, shall be subject to the criminal penalties set forth under section 1350C of Title 18 United States Code. 4. Capital liquidity and risk management requirements. The primary federal payment stablecoin regulator shall jointly issue a. Capital requirements applicable to permitted payment stablecoin issuers, which may not exceed what is sufficient to ensure the permitted payment stablecoin issuers' ongoing operations. Liquidity requirements applicable to permitted payment stablecoin issuers, which may not exceed what is sufficient to ensure the financial integrity of the permitted payment stablecoin issuer and the ability of the issuer to meet the financial obligations of the issuer, including redemptions, and risk management requirements applicable to permitted payment stablecoin issuers, tailored to the business model and the risk profile of the permitted payment stablecoin issuer. 5. Treatment under the Bank Secrecy Act. A permitted payment stablecoin issuer shall be treated as a financial institution for purposes of the Bank Secrecy Act. 6. Limitation on activities. A permitted payment stablecoin issuer may only issue payment stablecoins, redeem payment stablecoins, manage related reserves, including purchasing and holding reserve assets, provide custodial or safekeeping services for payment stablecoins or private keys of payment stablecoins, and undertake the other functions that directly support the work of issuing and redeeming payment stablecoins. Rulemaking. In general, the primary federal payment stablecoin regulators may issue such orders and regulations as may be necessary to administer and carry out the requirements of this section, including to establish conditions and to prevent evasions therefore. Joint issuance of regulation. All regulations issued to carry out this section shall be issued jointly by the primary federal payment stablecoin regulators. Rulemaking deadline. No later than the end of the 180-day period beginning on the date of enactment of this act, the federal payment stablecoin regulators shall issue regulations to carry out this section.
Section 5, approval of subsidiaries of insured depository institutions and federal qualified non-bank payment stablecoin issuers. In general, application. In general, any insured depository institution that seeks to issue payment stablecoins through a subsidiary and any non-bank entity other than a state-qualified payment stablecoin issuer that seeks to issue payment stablecoins shall file an application with the primary federal payment stablecoin regulator. Timing. With respect to an application filed under this paragraph, the primary federal payment stablecoin regulator shall inform the applicant whether the applicant has submitted a complete application within 45 days of receiving the application. Completion of application. With respect to an application filed under this paragraph, once the primary federal payment stablecoin regulator has informed the applicant that the application is complete, such application shall be deemed to be complete unless the primary federal payment stablecoin regulator determines that a significant change in circumstances requires otherwise. Evaluation of applications. A complete application received under paragraph 1 shall be evaluated by the primary federal payment stablecoin regulator using the factors described in paragraph 3. Factors to be considered. The factors described in this paragraph are the following: the ability of the applicant, or in the case of an applicant that is an insured depository institution, the subsidiary of the applicant, based on the financial condition and resources to meet the requirements set forth in Section 4. The general character and fitness of the management of the applicant, the risks presented by the applicant and benefits provided to consumers, timing for decision, grounds for denial. Timing. The primary federal payment stablecoin regulator shall render a decision on an application no later than 120 days after informing the applicant that the application is complete. Denial of application. Grounds for denial. The primary federal payment stablecoin regulator may only deny a complete application received under paragraph 1 if the regulator determines that the activities of the applicant would be unsafe or unsound based on the factors described in paragraph 3. Explanation required. If the primary federal payment stablecoin regulator denies a complete application received under paragraph 1, the regulator shall provide the applicant with written notice explaining such denial, including all findings made by the regulator with respect to all identified material shortcomings regarding the application, including recommendations on how the applicant could address the identified material shortcomings. Opportunity for hearing. Final determination. In general, not later than 30 days after the date of receipt of any notice of the denial of an application under this subsection, the applicant may request in writing an opportunity for written or oral hearing before the primary federal payment stablecoin regulator to appeal the denial. Timing. Upon receipt of a timely request, the primary federal payment stablecoin regulator shall notice a time, not later than 30 days after the date of receipt of the request, and place at which the applicant may appear, personally or through counsel, to submit written materials or provide oral testimony and oral argument. Final determination. Not later than 60 days after the date of a hearing under this clause, the primary federal payment stablecoin regulator shall notify the applicant of the final determination of the primary federal payment stablecoin regulator, which shall contain a statement of the basis for that determination with specific findings. Notice if no hearing. If an applicant does not make a timely request for a hearing under this clause, the primary federal payment stablecoin regulator shall notify the applicant not later than 10 days after the date by which the applicant may request a hearing under this clause, in writing, that the denial of the application is a final determination of the regulator. Failure to render a decision. If the primary federal payment stablecoin regulator fails to render a decision on a complete application within the time period specified in subparagraph A, the application shall be deemed approved. Right to reapply. The denial of an application under this subsection shall not prohibit the applicant from filing a subsequent application. Report on pending applications. Each primary federal payment stablecoin regulator shall annually report to Congress on the applications that have been pending for 6 months or longer since the date of the initial application filed under paragraph 1, where the applicant has been informed that the application remains incomplete, including providing documentation on the status of the application and why the application has not yet been approved. Rulemaking. The primary federal regulatory agencies shall jointly issue rules necessary for the regulation of the issuance of payment stablecoins, but may not impose requirements on inconsistent with the requirements specified under Section 4. Effective date. In general, this section shall take effect on the earlier of 18 months after the date of enactment of this act, or the date that is 120 days after the date on which the primary federal payment stablecoin regulators issue final regulations implementing this section. Authority to issue regulations and process applications. The primary federal payment stablecoin regulators may, before the effective date described under paragraph 1, issue regulations to carry out this section and, pursuant to regulations described under subparagraph A, accept and process applications described under this section. Notice to Congress. Each of the primary federal payment stablecoin regulators shall notify Congress once beginning to process applications described under this section. Safe harbor for pending applications. The primary federal payment stablecoin regulator may waive the application of the requirements of this section for a period not to exceed 12 months beginning on the effective date described under paragraph 1. With respect to A, a subsidiary of an insured depository institution if the insured depository institution has an application pending for the subsidiary to become a permitted payment stablecoin issuer on the effective date described under paragraph 1, or a non-bank entity with an application pending to become a federal qualified non-bank stablecoin issuer on the effective date described under paragraph 1. Section 6, supervision and enforcement with respect to subsidiaries of insured depository institutions and federal qualified non-bank stablecoin issuers. Supervision. Subsidiary of an insured depository institution. In general, each permitted payment stablecoin issuer that is a subsidiary of an insured depository institution shall be subject to supervision by the primary federal payment stablecoin regulator in the same manner as such insured depository institution. Graham-Leach-Bliley Act. For purposes of Title V of the Graham-Leach-Bliley Act, each permitted payment stablecoin issuer that is a subsidiary of an insured depository institution shall be deemed a financial institution. Federal qualified non-bank stablecoin issuer. Submission of reports. Each federal qualified non-bank payment stablecoin issuer shall, upon request, submit reports to the primary federal payment stablecoin regulator as to the federal qualified non-bank stablecoin issuer's financial condition, systems for monitoring and controlling financial and operating risks, and compliance by the federal qualified non-bank payment stablecoin issuer and any subsidiary thereof with this act. Examinations. The primary federal payment stablecoin regulator may make examinations of a federal qualified non-bank payment stablecoin issuer and each subsidiary of a federal qualified non-bank stablecoin issuer in order to inform the regulator of the nature of the operations and financial condition of the federal qualified non-bank stablecoin issuer, the financial, operational, and other risks within the federal qualified non-bank stablecoin issuer that may pose a threat to safety and soundness of the federal qualified non-bank stablecoin issuer, or the stability of the financial system of the United States, and the systems of the federal qualified non-bank payment stablecoin issuer for monitoring and controlling the risks described in Clause 2. Requirement to use existing reports. In supervising and examining a federal qualified non-bank payment stablecoin issuer, the primary federal payment stablecoin regulator shall, to the fullest extent possible, use existing reports and other supervisory information. Avoidance of duplication. The primary federal payment stablecoin regulator shall, to the fullest extent possible, avoid duplication of examination activities, reporting requirements, and requests for information in carrying out this act with respect to a federal qualified non-bank payment stablecoin issuer. Graham-Leach-Bliley Act. For purposes of Title V of the Graham-Leach-Bliley Act, each federal qualified non-bank stablecoin issuer shall be deemed a financial institution. Enforcement. Suspension of revocation of registration. The primary federal payment stablecoin regulator may prohibit a permitted payment stablecoin issuer from issuing payment stablecoins if the primary federal payment stablecoin regulator determines that such permitted payment stablecoin issuer or an institution affiliated party of the permitted payment stablecoin issuer is violating or has violated this act or any regulation or order issued under this act, violating or has violated any condition imposed in writing by the primary federal payment stablecoin regulator in connection with a written agreement entered into between the permitted payment stablecoin issuer and the primary federal payment stablecoin regulator, or a condition imposed in connection with any application or other request. Cease and desist proceedings. If the primary federal payment stablecoin regulator has reasonable cause to believe that a permitted payment stablecoin issuer or any institution affiliated party of a permitted payment stablecoin issuer is violating, has violated, or is attempting to violate this act, any regulation or order issued under this act, or any written agreement entered into with the primary federal payment stablecoin regulator, or condition imposed in writing by the primary federal payment stablecoin regulator in connection with any application or other request, the primary federal payment stablecoin regulator may, by provisions that are mandatory or otherwise, order the permitted payment stablecoin issuer or institution affiliated party of the permitted payment stablecoin issuer to cease and desist from such violation or practice, take affirmative action to correct the conditions resulting from any such violation or practice, or take such other action as the primary federal payment stablecoin regulator determines to be appropriate. Removal and prohibition authority. The primary federal payment stablecoin regulator may remove an institution-affiliated party of a permitted payment stablecoin issuer from their position or office, or prohibit further participation in the affairs of the permitted payment stablecoin issuer or all permitted payment stablecoin issuers by such institution-affiliated party if the primary federal payment stablecoin regulator determines that the institution-affiliated party has directly or indirectly committed a violation or attempted violation of this act or any regulation or order issued under this act, or the institution-affiliated party has committed a violation of any provision of subchapter 2 of chapter 53 of Title 31 United States Code. Procedures. In general, if the primary federal payment stablecoin regulator identifies a violation or attempted violation of this act or makes a determination under paragraph 1, 2, or 3, the primary federal payment stablecoin regulator shall comply with the procedures set forth in subsections B and E of sections 8 of the Federal Deposit Insurance Act. Judicial review. A person aggrieved by a final action under this subsection may obtain judicial review of such action exclusively as provided in Section 8H of the Federal Deposit Insurance Act. Injunction. The primary federal payment stablecoin regulator may, in the discretion of the regulator, follow the procedures provided in Section 8I1 of the Federal Deposit Insurance Act for judicial enforcement of any effective and outstanding notice or order issued under this subsection. Temporary cease and desist proceedings. If the primary federal payment stablecoin regulator determines that a violation or attempted violation of this act or an action with respect to which a determination was made under paragraph 1, 2, or 3, or the continuation thereof, is likely to cause insolvency or significant dissipation of assets or earnings of a permitted payment stablecoin issuer, or is likely to weaken the condition of the permitted payment stablecoin issuer, or otherwise prejudice the interests of the customers of the permitted payment stablecoin issuer prior to the completion of the proceedings conducted under this paragraph. The primary federal payment stablecoin regulator may follow the procedures provided in Section 8C of the Federal Deposit Insurance Act to issue a temporary cease and desist order.
Civil money penalties. Failure to be approved. Any person who issues a payment stablecoin and who is not permitted payment stablecoin issuer and any institution affiliated party of such a person who knowingly participates is issuing such payment stablecoin shall be liable for a civil penalty of not more than $100,000 for each day during which the payment stablecoins are issued. First tier, except as provided in subparagraph A, a permitted payment stablecoin issuer or institution affiliated party of such permitted payment stablecoin issuer that violates this act or any regulation or order issued under this act, or that violates any condition imposed in writing by the primary federal payment stablecoin regulator in connection with a written agreement entered into between the permitted payment stablecoin issuer and the primary federal payment stablecoin regulator, or a condition imposed in connection with any application or other request shall be liable for a civil penalty of up to $100,000 for each day during which the violation continues. Second tier, except as provided in subparagraph A, and in addition to the penalties described under subparagraph B, A permitted payment stablecoin issuer or institution affiliated party of such permitted payment stablecoin issuer who knowingly participates in a violation of any provisions of this act or any regulation in order issued thereunder is liable for a civil penalty of up to an additional $100,000 for each day during which the violation continues. Procedure. Any penalty imposed under this paragraph may be assessed and collected by the primary federal payment stablecoin regulator pursuant to procedures set forth in Section 8I2 of the Federal Deposit Insurance Act. Notice and orders after separation from service. The resignation, termination of employment or participation, or separation of an institution affiliated party, including a separation caused by the closing of a permitted payment stablecoin issuer, shall not affect the jurisdiction and authority of the primary federal payments stablecoin regulator to issue any notice or order and proceed under this subsection against any such party. If such notice or order is served before the end of the 6-year period beginning on the date such party ceased to be an institution affiliated party with respect to such permitted payment stablecoin issuer. Non-applicability to state qualified payment stablecoin issuer. This section shall not apply to a state qualified payment stablecoin issuer. Section 7, state qualified payment stablecoin issuer. In general, a state payment stablecoin regulator shall have a supervisory examination and enforcement authority over a state qualified payment stablecoin issuer of such state. Authority to enter into agreements with the board. A state payment stablecoin regulator may enter into a memorandum of understanding with the board by mutual agreement under which the board may carry out supervision, examination, and enforcement authority with respect to the state qualified payment stablecoin issuers of such state. Sharing of information. A state payment stablecoin regulator and the board shall share information on an ongoing basis with respect to the state qualified payment stablecoin issuer of such state, including a copy of the initial application and any accompanying documents. Rulemaking. The board shall issue orders and rules under Section 4 applicable to state qualified payment stablecoin issuers to the same extent as the primary federal payment stablecoin regulators issue orders and rules under Section 4 applicable to permitted payment stablecoin issuers that are not a state-qualified payment stablecoin issuer. Board enforcement authority and exigent circumstances. In general, in exigent circumstances, the board may, after no less than 48 hours prior to written notice to the applicable state payment stablecoin regulator, take enforcement action against a state-qualified payment stablecoin issuer or an institution-affiliated party of such issuer for violations of this act. Rulemaking. Not later than the end of the 180-day period beginning on the date of enactment of this act, the board shall issue rules set forth those exigent circumstances in which the board may act under this subsection. The Graham-Leach-Biley Act, for purposes of Title V of the Graham-Leach-Biley Act, a state-qualified payment stablecoin issuer is deemed a financial institution. Effect on state law. The provisions of this section do not preempt any law of a state and do not supersede any state licensing requirement. Section 8. Customer protection. In general, a person may only engage in the business of providing custodial or safekeeping services for permitted payment stablecoins or private keys of permitted payment stablecoins if the person is subject to supervision or regulation by a primary federal payment stablecoin regulator or primary financial regulatory agency described under subparagraph B or C of Section 212 of the Dodd-Frank Wall Street Reform and Consumer Protection Act, or supervision by a state bank supervisor as defined under Section 3 of the Federal Deposit Insurance Act, or a state credit union supervisor as defined under Section 6003 of the Anti-Money Laundering Act of 2020. And such state bank supervisor or state credit union supervisor makes available to the board such information as the board determines necessary and relevant to the categories of information under subsection D and complies with the segregation requirements under subsection B unless such person complies with similar requirements as required by a primary federal payment stablecoin regulator, the Securities and Exchange Commission, or the Commodity Futures Trading Commission. Segregation requirement. A person described in subsection A shall treat and deal with the payment stablecoins, private keys, cash, and other property of a person for whom or on whose behalf the person receives, acquires, or holds payment stablecoins, private keys, cash, and other property, hereinafter in this section referred to as the customer, as belongs to such customer, and take such steps as are appropriate to protect the payment stablecoins, private keys, cash, and other property of a customer from the claims of creditor of the person. Comings prohibited. In general, payment stablecoins, cash, and other property of a customer shall be separately accounted for by a person described in subsection A and shall not be combined with the funds of the person. Exception, notwithstanding paragraph 1. The payment stablecoins, cash, and other property of a customer may, for convenience, be combined and deposited in an omnibus account holding the payment stablecoins, cash, and other properties of more than one customer at an insured depository institution or trust company. Such share of the payment stablecoins, cash, and other property of the customer that shall be necessary to transfer, adjust, or settle a transaction or transfer of assets may be withdrawn and applied to such purposes, including the payment of commissions, taxes, storage, and other charges lawfully accruing in connection with the provision of services by a person described in subsection A, and in accordance with such terms and conditions as the board may prescribe by rule, regulation, or order. Any customer, payment, stablecoin, cash, and other property described in this subsection may be combined and deposited in consumer accounts with payment, stablecoins, cash, and other property received by the person and required by the board to be separately accounted for, treated, and dealt with as belonging to customers. Regulatory information. A person described under subsection A shall submit to the board information concerning the person's business operations and processes to protect customer assets in such form and manner as the board shall determine. Exclusion. The requirements of this section shall not apply to any person solely on the basis that such person engages in the business of providing hardware or software to facilitate a customer's own custody or safekeeping of the customer's payment, stablecoin, or private keys. Section 9.
Interoperability standards. The primary federal payment stablecoin regulators, in consultation with the National Institute of Standards and Technology, other relevant standard-setting organizations, and state government, shall assess and, if necessary, may, pursuant to Section 553 of Title V and in a manner consistent with the National Technology Transfer and Advancement Act of 1995, prescribe standards for payment stablecoin issuers to promote compatibility and interoperability. Section 10, moratorium on endogenously collateralized stablecoins. Moratorium. During the 2-year period beginning on the date of enactment of this act, it shall be unlawful to issue, create, or originate an endogenously collateralized stablecoin not in existence on the date of enactment of this act. Study by Treasury. Study. The Secretary of the Treasury, in consultation with the Board, the Comptroller, the Corporation, and the Securities and Exchange Commission, shall carry out a study of endogenously collateralized stablecoins. Report. Not later than 365 days after the date of the enactment of this act, the Secretary shall provide the Committee on Financial Services of the House of Representatives and the Committee on Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs of the Senate a report that contains all findings made in carrying out the study under subsection A, including an analysis of the categories of non-payment stablecoins, including the benefits and risks of technology design features, the participants in non-payment stablecoin arrangements, utilization and potential utilization of non-payment stablecoins, nature of reserve compositions, types of algorithms being employed, governance structure, including aspects of decentralization, nature of public promotion and advertising, and clarity and availability of consumer notice disclosures. Endogenously collateralized stablecoin defined. In this section, the term endogenously collateralized stablecoin means any digital asset in which its originator has represented will be converted, redeemed, or repurchased for a fixed amount of monetary value and that relies solely on the value of another digital asset created or maintained by the same originator to maintain the fixed price. Section 11, report on rulemaking status. Not later than 6 months after the date of enactment of this act, the primary federal payment stablecoin regulator shall provide a status update on the development of the rulemaking under this act to the Committee on Financial Services of the House of Representatives and the Committee on Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs of the Senate. Section 12, authority of banking institutions. Rule of construction. Nothing in this act may be construed to limit the authority of a depository institution, federal credit union, state credit union, or trust company to engage in activities permissible pursuant to applicable state and federal law, including accepting or receiving deposits and issuing digital assets that represent deposits, utilizing a distributed ledger for the books and records of the entity and to effect intrabank transfers, and providing custodial services for payment stablecoins, private keys of payment stablecoins, or reserves backing payment stablecoins. Treatment of custody activities. The appropriate federal banking agency, as defined under Section 3 of the Federal Deposit Insurance Act, the National Credit Union Administration in the case of a credit union, and the Securities and Exchange Commission may not require a depository institution, national bank, federal credit union, state credit union, or trust company, or an affiliate thereof, to include assets held in custody as a liability on any financial statement or balance sheet, including payment stablecoin custody or safekeeping activities, to hold additional regulatory capital against assets in custody or safekeeping, except as necessary to mitigate against operational risks inherent with the custody or safekeeping services as determined by the appropriate federal banking agency, the National Credit Union Administration, in the case of a credit union, a state bank supervisor, as defined under Section 3 of the Federal Deposit Insurance Act, a state credit union supervisor, as defined under Section 6003 of the Anti-Money Laundering Act of 2020, to recognize a liability for any obligations related to activities or services performed for digital assets that the entity does not own if that liability would exceed the expense recognized in the income statement as a result of the corresponding obligation. Definitions. In this section, depository institution. The terms depository institution has the same meaning given that term under Section 3 of the Federal Deposit Insurance Act. Credit union terms. The terms federal credit union and state credit union have the meaning given those terms respectively under Section 101 of the Federal Credit Union Act. Section 13, clarifying that payment stablecoins are not securities or commodities. Investment Advisors Act of 1940. Section 202A.18 of the Investment Advisors Act of 1940 is amended by adding at the end of the following the term security does not include a payment stablecoin issued by a permitted payment stablecoin issuer, as such terms are defined, respectively, in Section 2 of the Clarity for Payment Stablecoins Act of 2023. Investment Company Act of 1940. Section 2A36 of the Investment Company Act of 1940 is amended by adding at the end of the following the term security does not include a payment stablecoin issued by a permitted payment stablecoin issuer, as such terms are defined, respectively, in Section 2 of the Clarity for Payment Stablecoins Act of 2023. Securities Act of 1933. Section 2A1 of the Securities Act of 1933 is amended by adding at the end the following. The term security does not include a payment stablecoin issued by a permitted payment stablecoin issuer, as such terms are defined, respectively, in Section 2 of the Clarity for Payment Stablecoins Act of 2023. Securities Exchange Act of 1934. Section 3A10 of the Securities Exchange Act of 1934 is amended by adding at the end the following. The term security does not include a payment stablecoin issued by a permitted payment stablecoin issuer, as such terms are defined respectively in Section 2 of the Clarity for Payment Stablecoins Act of 2023. Securities Investor Protection Act of 1970. Section 1614 of the Securities Investor Protection Act of 1970 is amended by adding at the end the following. The term security does not include a payment stablecoin issued by a permitted payment stablecoin issuer, as such terms are defined, respectively, in Section 2 of the Clarity for Payment Stablecoins Act of 2023.
I now recognize myself for 5 minutes to explain in support of the amendment.
Will the gentleman yield?
Of course, I'll yield to the Majority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate all your work on this bill over the past year. This bill, as you know, is about national security and preserving and extending the dollar's dominance as the world's reserve currency. Everyone wants U.S. dollars because we have the strongest and most reliable economy and government in the world. In the peer-to-peer digital economy, people around the world want to transact in dollars in real time using stablecoins. However, this administration's regulatory treatment toward the digital asset ecosystem is killing digital asset business in this country and making it hard for American issuers of U.S. dollar-backed stablecoins to compete globally. So guess where the U.S. dollar stablecoin transaction volume is flowing? It's flowing out of the United States regulatory apparatus and into things like Tether and other foreign-issued U.S. dollar stablecoins. This is a threat to the United States, and I got to say I'm grateful for your efforts to craft a globally competitive regulatory framework for U.S. dollar-backed stablecoins.
If the gentleman will dispense. Yes. Gentleman deserves to be heard. Continue.
I appreciate your work to craft this globally competitive regulatory framework, one that encourages domestic innovation and brings transaction volume back into the United States where it can be seen and we can have some control and oversight. I believe the legislation we're considering today moves us in that direction. But as you know, I do not believe that empowering the Fed will help us achieve this. I intend to support this bill today. However, my concerns with the bill are the same ones that I had last September. Why are we empowering the Fed? Throughout the pandemic and most recently with the bank crisis, the Fed has proven itself to be an incompetent agency. I do not believe, and I don't see why we want to give them novel and expansive regulatory authorities over non-banks. I think the Fed has its hands full already, barely able to sufficiently supervise the banks it's responsible for. Giving the Fed more authority to regulate a completely new sector would not only overwhelm the Fed, but it's going to kill innovation. We'd essentially secure a market monopoly for the large incumbent stablecoin issuers in the United States. Again, Chairman, I appreciate that you've worked hard as well to preserve a pathway, a state pathway for non-banks, but I also remain concerned that the state pathway in this bill is only one in name. Section 7, subsection D on rulemaking in the bill provides the Federal Reserve can craft requirements for state payment stablecoin issuers. That actually flies in the face of the state-based system. So, again, I appreciate the work you put in. I think it's a workable framework and appreciate moving forward. It's definitely better than the status quo, and I'm asking if, as we go forward, you'll work with me to address my two concerns. One, the Fed's status as the federal regulator for non-banks, and two, the Fed's over-involvement in the state pathway.
Yes, you have my commitment. It is always an honor to work with members of my leadership to accommodate their concerns in legislation, and certainly in recognition that in order to count the votes, that having the whip's fulsome support for the text seems to be a logical thing for any committee chair. And since the gentleman's been so involved in digital asset legislation from his first month in Congress, I want to accommodate all those concerns, especially on the Fed and the Fed regulatory powers. We will have hearings in the fall about the Fed's regulatory powers, their use, misuse, and lack of economic rigor, and we'll focus on that. And my hope is that we'll have Michael Barr try to justify his actions. You have my commitment.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, continuing my explanation of the amendment in the nature of a substitute, we have three pathways. You have a pathway for depository institutions and credit unions. You have a non-bank path administered by the Federal Reserve and the OCC for OCC-chartered entities. And third, you have a state path to allow successful state regimes to continue to work the work that they are already done. This bill is modeled after New York's groundbreaking stablecoin regime. Their consumer protections are some of the strongest in the world. Our bill protects their regime and ensures NYDFS can continue to operate and license as they do now. This legislation also creates a uniform federal floor by providing regulatory standards for all stablecoin issues to protect consumers and guard against runs, and it requires all payment stablecoins to be backed one-to-one by specific high-quality liquid assets. This is the work of 15 months of legislative negotiation. This bill before us represents 2 months of public view of this legislation. It is my goal to continue to work with the administration, to work with the ranking member, to have a broad bipartisan product that the White House and the President will sign, That's my hope, and this starts that process. And I yield back. The gentlelady from California is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word on the
Move
ANS.
to strike the last word. First, let me make sure that everybody understands that I and my staff have worked very hard. We have worked, we have made concessions, we have done everything possible to get to the point where we could have a bipartisan piece of legislation. We have not been able to clear up some very important points. One, the Fed involvement, and your central bank must be involved. Your central bank must have the responsibility, the same as every other central bank in the world where crypto is involved. In addition to that, we needed to deal with a few issues on wallets. We make sure that there's no commingling, and there are a few other things that we certainly could, I believe, work on and come to some conclusions. Why the rush? Why can't we continue this negotiation? Why can't we work through August and make sure that by September we come back with a bill that everyone could support? Otherwise, the Republican stablecoin legislation promotes a race to the bottom by creating 58 different licenses with federal regulatory approval and robust oversight over only 2 of the licenses for banks and Fed-approved non-banks. Moreover, states would be preempted and blocked from protecting their own consumers from using stablecoins issued from other states. The bill also removes the ban on all commercial entities from participating as an issuer. So under this framework, what the Republicans claim they did not want, Amazon, Walmart, Facebook can create their own stablecoins, even be affiliated with a stablecoin issuer. Additionally, the bill provides the Fed with no supervisory or examination powers for state licensed entities, so it is unclear on what authority and to what extent they could act. The bill grants no actual enforcement authority to the Fed with respect to state licensed entities. The lack of federal supervisory, examination, or enforcement powers renders the so-called federal floor unenforceable and meaningless. The bill includes no federal financial resource or risk management requirements to ensure custodial wallets are resilient. Federal regulators are not explicitly required to consider financial stability when approving payment stablecoins, potentially creating new system risk to the United States financial system. Republicans have also removed diversity reporting to the offices of minority and women inclusion by issuers and plans on how they would promote inclusion, including of minority-owned businesses. And finally, the bill removes the Fed's requirement to further research a CBDC that would work in the United States. Let's not also forget that we're talking about the issuance of what really is a new form of money, and this will be happening at the approval of 50 different states and D.C. and 5 U.S. territories without the approval of the Federal Reserve. The Fed is our central bank, I'll reiterate, that handles monetary policy and deals with our money supply. And this proposal would severely undermine the Fed's ability to do its work. When I asked him about it at a recent hearing, Chair Powell said, quote, "First of all, let me say, we appreciate that we have been able to offer our views on these things to our staff and also the majority staff, and we appreciate that consideration is being given to our views. We do see payment stablecoins as a form of money, and in all advanced economies, the ultimate source of credibility in money is the central bank, and we believe it would be appropriate to have a quite robust federal role in what happens in stablecoins going forward, and that leaving us with a weak role and allowing a lot of private money creation at the state level would be a mistake, end quote. And it is unfortunate that the chairman cast aspersions against the White House in his opening statement. After all, it was the president's working group and financial markets that examined the very real risk posed by payment stablecoins, including the run risk, payment system risk, and market concentration issues surrounding stablecoins. And they called on Congress to act, but they didn't tell us to draft a federal framework that turns this regime over to states and let them run wild by not giving any federal regulator any tools to enforce the so-called federal floor. To the contrary, we have an unenforceable federal standard in this bill. They also did not say draft a bill that gives a state the ability to prevent a federal regulator to examine their entities for compliance to federal standards. Let me be clear.
Gentlelady's
there is
time's
no
expired.
precedent in our banking or financial regulatory laws for this approach, for something as consequential as this. And I have a lot more, and I would like to absolutely list all of the failures that are taking place at this time. We have real problems that have not been addressed. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from South Carolina
Thank
seeks
you.
recognition. For what purpose?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
What I'm about to say, Ms. Waters, is something you will agree with. You and I don't agree on a lot of things, but I think what I'm about to say you will agree with because I've heard you in the past. I would like to enter into a public agreement with Chairman McHenry that we will work on the big tech issues moving forward. Right now, this bill contains no commercial entity prohibition. This means that the large tech companies like Facebook, like retail companies like Amazon, could become a stable coin issuer and further dominate our lives. It's been proven monopolies are not good for the American people. A commercial entity prohibition is necessary to protect consumers and the financial system. The restriction is critical to protect consumers from potential self-dealing or conflicts of interest by large corporations. Permitting the largest corporations in this country to become payment stablecoin issuers is akin to granting them a banking charter with an automatic customer base of millions of consumers. This directly conflicts with the legislative intent of the Bank Holding Company Act, of which all FDIC depositories are subject to, by creating shadow banks that converge the nexus between banking and commerce. Big tech companies have proven time and time again they are incapable of responsibly handling consumer data. Large commercial entities and big tech have embedded themselves in every corner of consumers' lives. The trove of personal data these companies currently possess on consumers, coupled with reduced regulatory oversight and burden, will allow them to quickly overtake highly supervised community financial institutions in this nascent industry. Granting them license to issue private money without meaningful oversight and supervision is a danger to consumers and the entire financial system. Just this week, Twitter rebranded itself, and the CEO openly announced her desire to begin growing into the payments and banking space. It's not a mystery what they will do next. To my Republican colleagues, we are currently in the midst of holding Mark Zuckerberg in contempt of Congress, while simultaneously in this bill handling him the keys to an unregulated marketplace where he will have a competitive advantage against credit unions and community banks who have known and worked with many of their members and customers for decades. To my Democratic colleagues, this prohibition proposal is included in a draft y'all put forward, and it's actually just what Congresswoman Waters just said in her statement within her 5 minutes. Furthermore, the ranking member just a few hours ago mentioned this concern, and I thank her for that. We cannot stay silent and greenlight big tech to further dominate our lives by issuing their own stable coin. We must prohibit commercial entities and their affiliates and subsidies subsidiaries from issuing stablecoins to ensure they are not made even bigger and more powerful than they are today. I want to also say I appreciate all the groups that contacted not just me but others with a concern on this. It shows citizen involvement in legislation is crucial for all of us elected officials, and I want to thank those who have moved forward on, who have let us know the issues as they've come forward. Chairman McHenry, I appreciate your willingness to work on this issue, and I yield the balance of my time.
If the gentleman will yield, it is the chair's intention to deal with this very issue. I appreciate you raising it. This was something that was in our negotiations between the Democrats and Republicans in the administration. Is my goal to accommodate your concern in a similar fashion that we have broadly accommodated this concern in banking and commerce. I hear your concerns loud and clear. I appreciate your willingness to find appropriate language to effectuate that problem and that challenge we have to fix together. It is my intention to work with a good member of this committee that serves on the Rules Committee to effectuate that good language. And since you're both on this committee and Rules Committee, I think we'll be successful and be able to carry this out. So thank you, and you have my commitment to accommodate that before we go to the floor.
Thank you for your openness, and I appreciate the dialogue that we've had that's been open really from day one. I yield back.
Thank you. Thanks for your engagement. Further discussion, further debate? Ms. Garcia seeks recognition for what purpose?
Mr. Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're here today marking up a stablecoin bill that was being negotiated up until last night. As Mr. Lynch has pointed out more than once, committee Democrats have not even had time to thoroughly review the final text of this bill. This is unacceptable and is just not good public policy. I fully recognize that this industry needs regulation and clarity, and I know there's bipartisan consensus on that. But there is no consensus on how to get there, and in my opinion, we are years too late on actually making meaningful reform to this industry. On top of all the procedural problems of the bill's consideration, and based on the small portion of the final text I was able to review this morning, there are substantive concerns with the text. As the ranking member pointed out earlier, the Fed does not support this bill. The Treasury does not support this bill. That sends a lot of red flags in my book, and should to the American people. Since I began my time in Congress in 2019, I have worked towards better regulating the digital assets industry. In 2019, for example, I introduced a bipartisan bill called Managed Stablecoins or Securities Act, which made it clear that managed stablecoins are securities and should be regulated by the Securities Exchange Commission. The industry wants clarity. That would have given it to them. So let's provide that clarity by regulating them under the SEC. I also want to point out that we have a real need in the country to protect physical assets like cash, while also devising a regulatory framework for digital assets and stablecoins. Cash is the only option for millions of Americans to pay for food, housing, and other essentials. There are too many stores and businesses that want to reject American cash in favor of digital payments, leaving millions of unbanked and underbanked Americans out of the economy. I am co-leading a bill about that with my colleague, Congressman Donald Payne, called the Payment Choice Act, and I wish the committee would consider this in Congress. But instead, here we are, marking up a rushed bill that could even be more bipartisan with a little more work, but yet we haven't. My constituents, and I believe most of the American people, are much more concerned about protecting their right to use cash that they are rather than creating safe havens and protections for cryptocurrency CEOs and big corporations. No one in my district has ever asked me about crypto. I've had hundreds of town hall meetings, round tables, and community gatherings. They're concerned about pocketbook issues. So it's about the cash in their pockets. Cash pay bills, not crypto. So let's not forget that. So I think today we have an instance of misplaced priorities in a bill that clearly needs more time to be negotiated. With that, I yield the balance of my time to the ranking member.
Thank you very much, Ms. Garcia. I would like to continue with the statement that I was making. Let me be clear. There is no precedent in our banking or financial regulatory laws for this approach for something as consequential as this. Additionally, according to Americans for Financial Reform, they wrote, and I quote, "The state pathway for issuer registration and approval is too permissive and lacks adequate federal oversight. For stablecoins approved by state regulators, the bill largely leaves supervision and examination authority to the states and creates a path for the Federal Reserve to step in only in certain circumstances. There's serious reason to worry that under this model, the Fed would play a largely reactive role, cleaning up the failures of stablecoins after they have collapsed, rather than a proactive one of preventing faulty issuers from spreading contagion. Were the bill proceeded to pass Congress today, our concern is that the bill's provisions would make it significantly easier for a tech company like Twitter X to establish itself as a global payments provider via the issuance, directly or indirectly, of a stablecoin, a dicey proposition in general, and a frightening proposition given the way in which the bill would likely fail to give regulators the necessary tools and authority to rein in the risks such a scenario might pose. For these reasons, of course, I'm going to urge my colleagues to vote against this bill. And in case people think that we don't have the problem already.
Gentlelady's time's expired. Ms. Garcia's time's expired.
I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas seeks recognition. For what purpose?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
It's on H.R. 4766, the Clarity for Payment Stable Coins Act of 2023, in case we've forgotten why we're here. Mr. Chairman, I want to, first of all, thank you for your leadership on this, going back well into last year, where I attended a meeting where there was a readout. I think it's almost the exact same legislation that we're doing here today, whereby I was concerned about the ability for people to make sure they knew what you were doing. And I attended the inside meeting, and every single question, your staff answered the question, and they all agreed. They told me you knew what the issue was and how you intended to move forward. Gave us an opportunity to make sure that we not only studied it, but could add to those things. Today, I respectfully approach my young chairman and say to you that I would like to specifically refer to the proof of reserve section. And I'm not sure where it's going to end up being, perhaps in our bill, perhaps it'll be one that's marked up by the Agriculture Committee that also has a jurisdiction within this. But my point of saying this is that I believe the consumer should be king in this process too, or at least have visibility into their account and to the operation of the entire account that is being held by that institution that has that. As we know, the argument today that's being made is leave everything to the federal government, they'll protect us. But I think that with technology and time, we now have seen that there are ideas where the consumer can engage in this level of contact that they would choose to have. So, Mr. Chairman, the state of Texas, which is where I'm from and what I represent, has specifically addressed this in their legislature and passed that into law. And it is that which today I just simply say to you, giving notice to my friends who are on the other side, giving notice to our young chairman, that it would be my intent and hope that when it becomes more apparent to us where this would fit, perhaps it will be at the Rules Committee, perhaps it will be in something that even both sides, the gentlewoman from California and the gentleman from North Carolina, would see the benefit of this. And I simply push this out and would want to be a purveyor of helping to make sure that consumers had visibility into their own financial status. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back my
Well, the gentleman yield.
I would yield.
Thank you for your leadership on this important issue. You're right, there's a technology way to ensure the integrity of stablecoin regime of reserves. The ANS seeks to accomplish this by requiring reserves to be held in high-quality liquid assets and requiring issuers to issue a monthly report on the composition of reserves. Those reports must be examined monthly by an accounting firm and attested to monthly by issuer, CEO, and CFO. That's more resilient than our corporate system now, while across the economy, and more resilient than any other financial institution. While the bill we are considering today includes several standards to enhance the integrity of stablecoin reserves, we're certainly open to exploring other concepts that could further promote that integrity, especially those that are technology-enabled. The proof of reserves concept that you, Mr. Sessions, are advocating for raises an example of such a concept, and you have my word that we will continue the conversation on addressing this topic as the bill moves forward in the legislative process. This is an important thing to raise, and I appreciate your leadership here and drawing what will be the standard of the future, and we need to figure out the appropriate language to ensure that happens here for safety and soundness of these assets.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for your engagement, and for my friends on this side and my friends on that side, I would say that technology does exist. We have seen where $40 billion can move in a financial instrument in 15 minutes. No. I think that the technology that's available today would offer minute-by-minute availability of that as opposed to once a month. I want to thank you for your engagement, Mr. Chairman, and for the ranking member from California for hearing me today. I yield back my time.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from New York had raised her hand and caught my eye 10 minutes ago. So does the gentlelady still seek recognition?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Does she move to right? If she moves to strike the last word, she's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to start off by thanking you and Ranking Member Waters for tackling the emerging issue of digital assets and stable coins head-on and attempting to craft a bipartisan compromise that could bring everyone to yes. I know it has been more than a year's worth of work and negotiations that has brought us to this point. I want to thank Ranking Member Waters for her leadership in trying to draft bipartisan legislation that not only has strong oversight, consumer protections, and enforcement mechanisms, but is also financially inclusive and responsive to innovation. I do not believe any of these priorities conflict with one another. I also want to thank Chairman McHenry and Representative Hill for meeting with my staff on multiple occasions, being open to my feedback and trying to draft legislation that would alleviate my concerns. As I have said to everyone from the very beginning of this process, developing stablecoin legislation is an issue I think this committee should be working on and legislation I had hoped to vote for. But I think the latest draft that I have seen continues to fall short in several key areas and therefore will require me to vote no. But let me take this opportunity to quickly highlight a few areas of concern. I have significant concern with Section 7, which allows every state and U.S. territory to set up their own regulatory regime with very little oversight, federal oversight, examination, or enforcement ability of state-qualified non-bank payment stablecoin issuers. Like many others, I believe this will create opportunities for regulatory arbitrage and develop a race to the bottom as non-bank issuers will be incentivized to seek approval from the state or territory with the least requirements and oversight. It will also allow for a lack of uniformity that can be exploited by con artists and criminals. In my view, the Federal Reserve must have clear authority to sign off or veto any non-bank stablecoin framework and must have the ability to examine state-licensed non-bank issuers on an ongoing basis. The legislative text falls short in this regard. Even over federal non-bank issuers, the text only provides the Fed with permissive examination authority when it so chooses under Section 6. As we just witnessed with the downfall of Silicon Valley Bank, we can see how easily this type of language can be ignored when the wrong people are imposed at the Fed. I am also concerned that we did not include language prohibiting a large tech company or merchant from acquiring a non-bank issuer, thus preserving the long-standing premise that it is necessary to separate commercial and financial activity. And we are only providing limited oversight of custodial and self-hosted wallets. Self-hosted wallets remain easily exploited by transnational criminals and nefarious actors. While I cannot support this legislation in its current form, I understand that today's vote is only the beginning, not the end. Legislating is a process, and this legislation is likely to take many different forms before becoming law. It is a process in which I would like to continue to remain a part. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back. Thank you.
I thank the gentleman and appreciate her leadership. Gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, the Vice Chair of the Digital Assets Subcommittee, is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
I do strike the last word. I want to thank the chairman and our colleagues for working on this diligently for quite a long time. I especially appreciate the staff, frankly, on both sides of the aisle. Those who've worked in good faith to move this legislation are greatly appreciated. I think the public doesn't appreciate how much work goes in. They do see that we accomplish very little. So the amount of energy expended to achieve things is kind of crazy. I mean, the first stable coins were issued in 2014. So we've worked for years to try to get just the most basic framework out there on really the most basic digital asset. Nevertheless, I think the underlying bill's good. It does have some things that to be desired, and I just appreciate the chairman and people on both sides of the aisle willing to work to continue to improve the bill. One of the deficiencies in my estimation is that in the market today, there are commodity-backed stablecoins. So in the absence of regulation by the federal government, the New York Department of Financial Services, for example, has recognized commodity-backed stablecoins. And commodity-backed stablecoins, to be clear, are a little different than what we think of as dollar-denominated stablecoins. So if you had a commodity-backed stablecoin backed by gold, it's stable because the value of it represents 1 ounce of gold. In the case of New York Department of Financial Services, they regulate a commodity-backed stablecoin backed by gold, and they have the entity offering it has physical custody of gold that is audited in conformance with the process laid out by this bill. And so I hope that we can get there. I'm thankful to be working with Mr. Himes for a possible amendment moving forward that would account for commodity-backed stablecoins. As part of our conversation, Mr. Himes has agreed to consider a regulatory regime for certain tokens that are backed by gold to make sure that 1 token equates to the promised amount of gold from the issuer. These would not be denominated in dollars, but would be redeemable for a fixed amount of the underlying commodity. And we're working on that language because that's a little different than the way that New York DFS has it. We would also allow for these coins to be brought under the state framework of the bill, which is the status quo. And state regulators would oversee the licensing and examination of these coins, just as they do today. Create a term for these coins to adequately capture their characteristics to distinguish them from one-to-one dollar-denominated coins. We would work together going to rules to see if there are space for these tokens in the bill, and these would be transferable in the same manner as the payment stable coins that we are discussing today. I spoke with Mr. Himes about this earlier, and I understand and respect his position that gold, or his position is that gold should not be part of the basket of reserves that back what this bill considers one-to-one payment stablecoins. So the distinction would be captured by a phrase, something along the lines of a commodity-backed stablecoin, but the functionality would be the same. Hopefully that clarifies some misunderstandings that, frankly, I think a lot of our colleagues had about this issue. Lastly, I would say I would like to continue working with colleagues on self-custody. Self-custody is, in fact, the backbone of a payment system. It is the principle of money. And if people feel like this is a money system, then the payment should be able to be conveyed the same way our money is conveyed today. And I hope we can do that. We're considering later a bill called the Keep Your Coins Act, and so hopefully that will suffice for there. But I would really love to continue working with the chairman and other colleagues to explicitly protect self-custody and permission transfers in this bill. And I yield the rest of my time to the chairman.
I have committed to work with you to ensure that commodity-backed coins are allowed the opportunity to flourish. I thank the gentleman from Connecticut for listening to your views and being willing to discuss further. I will work with you, Mr. Davidson, to ensure that we will continue this discussion before it moves to the floor. That is the intention of this bill, is to ensure that that is protected, that commodity-backed coins are still permissible. We have to make sure the regime works and the language works. Thank you for your commitment. And the gentleman's time is expired. Mr. Foster Mr. Foster is next, and on the next side over here is Mr. Hill, then Mr. Vargas. Those are how people caught my eyes. Then Mr. Flood, and Mr. Flood disappeared. So that's where we are, Mr. Foster. Seeks recognition?
Yes.
For what purpose?
Strike the last word, speak on
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
There are a number of threshold questions that have not been answered, either at all or satisfactorily in the many, many months of debate on this. You know, for example, if we all agree that we do not want to have big tech dominate, then why are we about to vote on a bill that provides for exactly that? Yeah, we're told, oh, don't worry, the Republican Rules Committee will save us, okay? We're also told that the Republican Rule Committee is now going to install this newly invented mechanism for speculation in gold, okay? This is not legislation as it should take place in a well-functioning House of Representatives. Secondly, second threshold question, what possible use is there to having thousands of different and not quite fungible digital dollars in circulation? You know, each with different rules on finality, fungibility, and verification of reserves that are only vaguely prescribed in this legislation. You know, I agree with Representative Sessions that monthly inspection is completely inadequate in an instrument where tens of billions of dollars can move in the period at computer speed. So that there are a number of fundamental issues there. Thirdly, if we're really concerned that the Fed is going to be overloaded, then why are we transferring oversight over thousands of stablecoins to more than 50 state and territorial regulators, some of which have zero inspectors, okay? If we're going to do this at all, let's have one well-regulated digital dollar issued by the only entity that can credibly do so, namely the Federal Reserve, and let's make it solid and put our eggs in one basket so we have truly fungible digital dollars instead of the chaos that we saw for decades when every state, every bank, anyone who felt like it would issue dollars, and we had chaos until we standardized on the single Federal Reserve note. And lastly, which statement I've come to many times here in this committee and without any having it ever be answered, what we seem to be constructing here is simply a convenient on and off ramp for anonymous, untraceable, permissionless self-custody of assets, which is the very lifeblood of fentanyl trafficking, of human trafficking, of money laundering, and of corruption. So this should not be the business our committee is in, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. We'll now seek recognition on Mr. Flood. I'm sorry, Mr. Hill, next up on the list. Mr. Hill, We'll go to Mr. Vargas next, and that's where we are on recognition. Anybody else catch my eye, we'll add you to the queue. Mr. Hill.
I thank the chair. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Yesterday in this room, we saw the digital asset legislation, in fact, can be bipartisan. And my hope last night, today would be no different, and it may well be as we work our way through this. And I would say to my Democratic friends, the Republicans who came to the committee meeting this morning didn't have any advance notice of the what the document would be either. It's just because we tried to negotiate and we didn't get it done. But under the active leadership of Chair McHenry and Ranking Member Waters, Democrats and Republicans have been working together since the last Congress to bring payment stablecoin issuers under a regulatory framework in the United States. That's why we're here today. That's what this bill does, and that's what I expect the outcome to be later on today. Not only did the President's working group call on Congress to enact stablecoin legislation, but we heard in testimony before this committee from Undersecretary Lang at the Treasury. She says, and I quote, "If stablecoins are backed by high-quality assets, the risk is quite low, and they can form a building block, a cornerstone of a payment system." I couldn't agree more, and that's at the heart of the bill that we have before us today. The Clarity for Payment Stablecoins Act is not, in my view, with all due respect to my colleagues, a race to the bottom with 58 different approaches. We establish a uniform federal floor by providing regulatory requirements that all stablecoin issuers, no matter where they're chartered or licensed, must follow regardless. These requirements are set and enforced by federal regulators and encompass familiar concepts like capital, liquidity, risk management. So you just can't argue that this is, in fact, a race to the bottom. We put strict requirements in place around stablecoin reserves and capital to guard against potential runs. This means payment stablecoins must be backed by at least 1-to-1 with ultra-safe cash and cash equivalents. We ensure transparency and accountability with respect to these issuers to maintain consumer confidence. That's because we require stablecoin issuers to comply with redemption requirements, monthly disclosures of reserve composition, and Sarbanes-Oxley-like attestations and regular audits. Regulators can look under the hood of a stablecoin issuer by examining the nature of its operations, its financial condition, and more. And we prohibit commingling and rehypothecation of reserves and ensure that stablecoin issuers are compliant with the Bank Secrecy Act and Graham-Leach-Bliley. We enable both depository institutions and, under certain conditions, non-bank firms to issue stablecoins. I believe innovation is fostered through choice and competition, and that one way to do that is to have multiple pathways, using a prudent approach that has ironclad protections so that we prevent, as I've noted before, regulatory arbitrage or a race to the bottom. These are just a few ways that this Clarity for Payment Stablecoins Act establishes a strong and much-needed protections. But that's not to say that we aren't still negotiating with both our executive branch friends in Article 2 and our colleagues here in Article 1 between Democrats and Republicans on how we can make this proposal even stronger. And I wish a McHenry-Waters proposal that was fully bipartisan today came to the floor of this committee immediately. And it's just disappointing that due to White House staffers, that was not the case. But the bottom line is we, the Congress, in Article 1 have the power to cement the U.S. as a global leader in responsible payment technology, including payment stablecoins. I encourage all my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back my time to the chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California.
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much,
Mr.
Thank you for your patience. First of all, I want to thank you and your staff and the ranking member and her staff. I know you've been working very diligently on this issue. It's a very complicated issue that does need some resolve. However, I don't think this is a very propitious start to this process today. There was so much animosity this morning, just simply figuring out what we were going to look at, what we were going to vote. There was so much confusion as to what was the underlying text, the amendment in the form of an amendment. Anger that didn't need to be there when there really is, I think, an attempt by both sides to try to figure out how do we land this plane. And I think that that was very unfortunate. I think that if we had not gone today, I think we would have had, I think, a better process. Now, all that being said, I believe in transparency, and maybe the public is benefited by seeing the conflict and somewhat the chaos that we saw this morning. I'm not sure that it is, probably isn't, but again, we've seen the failure of stable coins, so obviously we're trying to find a process here to protect investors. And that being said, again, I don't think this is a very good start, but I do want to yield my time to the ranking member, and I do so.
Very much, Mr. Vargas. I want to, make a case for continued negotiation. I want to make a case for legislating in a way that really gets to the issues, and we all understand what is going on, and we can clear up some of the problems. This is no way to legislate. Every time a problem is raised, the chair says, I want to work with you, I want to work with you. No, the working together takes place when you are building the legislation. And so, just as it was mentioned, I think earlier, that Mr. Foster's arguments about the states. According to the Americans, again, I'm going to repeat this, for financial reform, they wrote, and I quote, the state pathway for issuer registration and approval is too permissive and lacks adequate federal oversight. For stablecoins approved by state regulators, the bill largely leaves supervision and examination authority to the states and creates a path for the Federal Reserve to step in only in exigent circumstances. There is serious reason to worry that under this model, the Fed would play a largely reactive role, cleaning up the failures of stablecoins after they have collapsed, rather than a proactive one of preventing faulty issuers from spreading contagion. Were the bill proposed here to pass Congress today, our concern is that the bill's provision would make it significantly easier for a tech company like Twitter X to establish itself as a global payments provider via the issuance, directly or indirectly, of a stable coin, a dicey proposition in general, and a frightening proposition given the way this bill would likely fail to give regulators the necessary tools and authority to rein in the risks such a scenario might pose. For these reasons, of course. Now, Mr. Norman mentioned, again, and I know that we had support from people on both sides of the aisle about this issue. This bill also removes the ban on all commercial entities from participating as an issuer. So under this framework, Amazon, Walmart, Facebook can create their own stablecoins or even be affiliated with a stablecoin issuer. Additionally, the bill provides the Fed with no supervisory. This is the Fed. The bill provides the Fed with no supervisory or examination powers for state licensed entities. So it is unclear on what authority and to what extent they would act. Let me just remind you something about stablecoins. There have been many failures and other issues with stablecoins. Terra USD's algorithmic stablecoin Luna was deemed virtually worthless in a single week after losing its dollar peg and collapsed in a $48 billion bank-run style failure. Celsius Network was a major crypto lender that entered bankruptcy on July 13, 2022, due to the dominoes set up by the $48 billion collapse of the fraudulently structured so-called stablecoin Terra USD. Another higher profile stablecoin, USDD, dropped below its dollar peg to basically 0.93 cents during a 3-week dip in June and July 2022. The Netro Inno USD algorithmic stablecoin USDN suffered 2 major losses on its dollar peg, dropping briefly to 0.91 cents, and another dip to 96 cents. What are we talking about? We've got time. Why don't we continue to work on this? What is the rush? How can you order all of this when, in fact, you're telling everybody you're going to work with them after the fact? I yield back.
15 months. Is there further discussion, further debate?
Not enough.
If no further debate, if not, the question is on the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by the chair. All those in favor shall say aye. Aye. All those opposed shall say nay.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. And pursuant,
Vote is requested.
a recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor shall raise their hands. Sufficient number having raised their hand pursuant to C5 of Rule 3 of Committee Rules, further proceedings on the amendment are postponed. The chair would like to announce that we will recess until after second votes, at which point we will dispense with this bill plus the 6 others we have in the stack today. We will not adjourn until we finish all 6. I'm aware of the committee of the floor vote situation. That's where we are. The chair would also like to announce that the Agriculture Committee, as of 12:30 today, in a 2.5-hour markup, passed the Fit for the 21st Century Act bill by voice vote. I don't seek to emulate the Ag Committee in many ways, but man, oh man, was that sweet. With that, we'll see you after second votes, and we're recessed until then.
What does that mean after second vote? Second vote's on the floor. Really? Okay.
committee will come to order. We're resuming consideration of H.R. 4766.
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
Prior to,
Ranking member.
I'm sorry, prior to that, I'd like to know what is planned, Mr. Chairman. How do you plan to proceed with the bills and the amendments that we have?
I would ask the ranking member the same question. How we wish to proceed this afternoon. If we have an assumption of what members can expect for amendments here on the stablecoin bill, and then sort of the actions thereafter. I think that determines a lot of the pace of play here.
So we have 3 to 4 Democratic amendments, and you plan to proceed with those amendments first?
Yes, I think we can handle that. I think it's in the interest of members to understand that we have 6 more bills that we will consider before leaving this evening. And it's the intention of the chair to complete that work. How we complete that work will be up to the members, but that will happen here. I've not yet determined, the chair's not yet determined when we're going to have votes because I don't know the disposition of members. With the lack of comity among members and the disposition of using parliamentary procedures, those things happen pretty quickly. But until we have some sort of understanding of the pathway forward, I think members should expect that we're going to vote in live time. But if my Democrat colleagues have 3 to 4 amendments, I think that's a worthy thing for us to consider. And I think it's worthy to get on with the substance of the bill, past the first 4 hours of parliamentary challenges this morning.
Thank you very much.
All right. Mrs. Beatty, for what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Gentlelady has an amendment at the desk. We'll pause while the team distributes. Do we have a copy? And if we have 3 to 4 amendments, we may want to just pass out the 3 to 4 amendments and get on with it if that speeds things up, if that's agreeable to the minority staff.
Do you have amendments? Do you have the amendments?
Nope. I mean, just get on with it. If they're still trying to find it. We don't have an amendment. You have another amendment we want to consider if we don't have copies? We should have remedied this with this committee so we kill less trees. I'd ask the ranking member if there are other amendments on the Democrat side where we have paper we can start distributing.
Well, somebody quit because they gave me a copy.
Is Mr. Sherman?
I mean,
California. What is that? Just to be clear, Chris.
Chris, what are we considering? The clerk is distributing the Mrs. Beatty's amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to reserve a point of order on this amendment.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves a point of order. Thank you. Just keep it going. Do all members have a copy of the amendment? The clerk will report.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4766.
Without objection, the amendment is dispensed with. The gentlewoman is recognized to explain her amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ranking Member. This amendment adds back into the financial inclusion section that my colleagues removed from the bill. This section would require stablecoin issuers to provide diversity and inclusion information, including employment, procurement, and executive leadership diversity data to the OMWI at the appropriate federal stablecoin regulator. We know this is not new. It was in the original language. We know in Section 342 of Dodd-Frank, OMWI, the Office of Minority, Women, and Inclusion, was put in to the bill at that time. And as a former chair of the first ever subcommittee on diversity and inclusion, this is not new. Most of my colleagues here on both sides of the aisle know I've been a long champion of greater diversity and inclusion in the financial services sector. I might also add and thank our ranking member, then chairwoman, for all of the moving of the needle that we did, how Democrat and Republican CEOs came in and it said it made their companies all the better in their institutions. We think that it should do the same thing as we approach doing stablecoin legislation. It is absolutely critical that this financial inclusion provision be included in any stablecoin legislation to ensure transparency and accountability in the industry. Now, let me also thank you, Mr. Chairman, because if I could take the liberty to read from on January the 12th, and I'll just use the one that deals with Subcommittee on Digital Assets, Financial Technology, and Inclusion. At that time, you said it was very important for us to identify best practices and policies that continue to strengthen diversity and inclusion in the digital asset world. And I thank you for that. So I think having that on the record is very important because we are now dealing with stablecoin. And given the majority's choice to eliminate the D&I subcommittee and the fact that we've not had a single dedicated D&I hearing in this Congress, I think that is another reason we could move forth, as you said, that it would be important for us to do this, and it would be providing clear rules of the road among federal regulators for the digital asset ecosystem. So with that, I urge my colleagues to follow the instruction of our chair and to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Is there further discussion, further debate? Does the gentleman from Arkansas insist on his point of order?
I do not.
I'm sorry. The ranking member. Ranking member seeks recognition. Gentlelady is recognized.
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank Ms. Beatty for offering this amendment. As you know, Ms. Beatty was the chair of the Subcommittee on Diversity and Inclusion and worked extraordinarily hard to help corporations, in this country begin to have real diversity programs, et cetera, et cetera. The Republican bill presented at this markup in an exclusionary effort has moved all references to diversity reporting to the offices of minority and women inclusion by payment stablecoin issuers. This diversity reporting would contain helpful information on employment, procurement, and executive leadership diversity data. Republicans have also removed text requesting plans on how users would promote inclusion, especially for minority-owned businesses. Time and time again, we see people of color being left out of critical legislation with sparse consumer protection. It is critical that we include efforts to promote inclusion for businesses and retail consumers as appropriate in all jurisdictions and across the racial and ethnic groups. Therefore, this amendment would add back integral language that was included in the Democratic version of this legislation. I support this amendment and urge others to support it also.
Gentlelady yields. Gentlelady yields back. Further discussion, further debate. Hearing no further debate, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Ohio, Mrs. Beatty. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The nays have it.
Recorded vote is requested.
Recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of recorded vote shall raise their hand. A sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is so ordered pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules. Further proceedings on the amendment are postponed. Is there further amendment or discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Sherman has an amendment at the desk. Clerk will distribute.
Mr. Chairman, I'd reserve a point of order on the amendment.
A point of order is reserved.
Mm-hmm. Another one, sure.
Good. Keep going.
Mm-hmm. Should I proceed?
Have all members received a copy? The clerk will report.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4766 offered by Mr. Sherman of California.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. The gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
This is the same amendment I was trying to present earlier today. The alleged counsel had been told that the majority would have an ANS, but we started with a bill. Now we have an amendment in the nature of substitute, so the same text that was not in order before should be in order now. As to the substance, we have an industry that says, please give us clarity. We have many who say, let's protect consumers. And all of us would prefer to actually legislate and actually see a bill that the Senate would consider, perhaps adopt, and that the President might sign. With this amendment, we achieve all of that. We can have clarity. We can have the best possible consumer protection. We can have a bill that will have widespread support on the Democratic side, and if it passes, and if we adopt this amendment, that means it also has support on the Republican side. And what does this amendment do? It simply says that the SEC, which has been the premier investor protection agency, which is focused on intangible investment assets and intangible financial assets, will be the regulator. So we'll have excellent consumer protection and investor protection. We'll provide clarity to the industry and provide it immediately. Now compare this to the current text of the ANS. 58 jurisdictions, and the promoters can just pick one. So if North Dakota is too tough, you can go to South Dakota, and if that's too tough, Wyoming, and if they're all too tough, you can go to American Samoa. Get your license, and then you can be Sam Bankman-Fried #2. Do anything you want. Figure that the American Samoan regulators may be just a little tardy or a little overwhelmed. And tell your investors that they should trust you because you're based in the United States, not like Sam Bankman-Fried, who's living in the Bahamas because he dare not do much of what he did here in the United States. You're under this law. So if you want to create a system where we can tell investors to put their money in something that isn't regulated, a race to the bottom where jurisdictions desperate for money, desperate to help their own people, to provide education, to provide health care, can do so simply by granting a license. if you want to see a bunch of FTXs sprout here in the United States, providing jobs for the people engaged in the fraud, then we can pass the bill without my amendment. But if we pass it with the amendment, we get excellent consumer protection, and we have a bill that I think would get favorable consideration by the Senate and by the White House. So I know what industry wants. They do not want effective regulation. They're willing to live with uncertainty until the day when they can get what they really want, which will be hopefully when hell freezes over, but certainly after it will take more than a year and a half. And that is they want a patina of U.S. regulation while they're actually free to do everything that Sam Bankman-Fried dreamed of and executed for a while. To create a system of payments that has no anti-money laundering, no know your customer, anonymous wallets, brag about how you can look at a bunch of numbers on the tape but you don't know what's behind them. What they want is the opportunity to mix and match and do a bunch of things that the bill prohibits, but the prohibition is ineffective if you make it plain to some regulator that they ought to just grant you the license and then hide their eyes, and that way they can produce some revenue to provide education for their people, to provide health care for their people. The regulations are no better than those who enforce them, and this gives you a choice of 58 different regulators. Pick whoever's willing to kind of wink and nod and tell you they're not going to do any regulation at all. So we have a stark choice. Immediately adopt a legislation that will protect investors, or hold out for the Sam Bankman-Fried approach. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The Vice Chair seeks recognition and is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the Chairman. I strike the last word on Mr. Sherman's amendment. And in fact, we do face a stark choice on his amendment, because if you had voted for our bill yesterday, you would have voted basically for this exact language. In our Fit for the 21st Century Act, Section 302 of our bill yesterday, the committee approved 35 to 15 on pages 82 to 84. In fact, has payment stablecoins under the authority of the SEC. And in Title IV of that bill, the SEC and the CFTC both have anti-manipulation oversight. That's on page 119 to 121. And then I would remind my friend that because of the nature of these companies, they're all subject to things that we've already talked about yesterday extensively, from anti-fraud to AML to BSA, Graham, Leach, Beliley, et cetera. So with that, I oppose the gentleman's amendment, as I believe that the underlying text in the regulatory framework bill fully addresses his concerns about payment stablecoins. I yield back to the chair, or I yield to a member who wants the time. All right. Yield back to the chair.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion, further debate? Does the gentleman from Arkansas insist on his point of order?
I withdraw my point of order.
Gentleman withdraws his point of order. The question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed shall signify by saying nay.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We'll now proceed to any further amendments or further discussion. Recorded vote being requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hand. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is so ordered. Pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules, further proceedings on the amendment are postponed. Is there further amendment or discussion?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Gentleman has an amendment at the desk. Clerk will distribute. I'm sorry. Do we have any further amendments? Is there an amendment at the desk? Anybody have an amendment? Caston has an amendment. I'm sorry, I'm catching up here. Sorry, Sean.
Mr. Chairman, let me reserve a point of order, please.
Point of order is reserved. Has the amendment been distributed? There's been this discussion about us having digital voting. We had this discussion pre-COVID, and iPads for the purposes of not murdering more trees. It only comes up a couple times in Congress when you think, we should have done that.
We know a guy at House Admin.
Yeah, if we only have like some money fall out of the House Administration Committee there. I think Style can go make that happen. Yep. The bomb, thank you. So, have all members received a copy of the amendment? The clerk will report.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4766 offered by Mr. Caston of Illinois. At the end of the following.
Without objection, the amendment is dispensed with. The reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So today and yesterday, we've talked a lot about the decade of history we've got with crypto, and this amendment is simply an effort to learn from one particular piece of that history and close a proverbial barn door that I think remains open in the current text as drafted. Specifically, I want to remind everyone on this committee that in May of 2021, a year before their collapse, the algorithmic stablecoin Terra USD fell below its $1 peg down to 90 cents and then recovered. It has since come to light that their recovery was due to a secret deal with the U.S. trading firm Jump Trading to purchase tens of millions of dollars worth of Terra USD to push their price back to $1. And moreover, under that deal, Jump was able to buy Terra and Luna at prices of 30, 40, and 50 cents. I remind you, this is a $1 stablecoin. 30 cents, 40 cents, 50 cents over the next 3 years, leading to more than $1 billion in profit. Now, I want to be clear, Terra has been charged by the SEC with fraud. That's ongoing. Jump has not been charged. Jump has not been accused of any wrongdoing, but it's fundamentally not about Terra and Jump, because Jump could have just as easily been an institutional player, a bank, a wealthy individual, some other less regulated entity. And frankly, Terra could have just as easily been, an individual who was, maybe got a part of their compensation in stablecoins that were sitting in treasury of Terra. My concern here is that nothing in the bill as drafted explicitly stops this from happening again in the future. The bill as drafted imposes rules on the issuance of stablecoins, but doesn't prevent that issuer from subsequently selling the coins that they have produced, which they are holding on their balance sheet or somebody else is holding on their balance sheet, under insider terms that are designed to manipulate markets, to inflate the apparent volume, to otherwise distort things. So what we've offered here is it's a short, I think fairly simple amendment that would explicitly require stablecoin regulators to adopt anti-manipulation rules that are substantially consistent with existing CFTC rules under Dodd-Frank. If we're going to provide a regulatory framework for stablecoins, we've got to make sure that price manipulation doesn't happen. I don't think that should be very controversial. I think the fact that this is similar to existing rules should be easier, and I hope all the members will support. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion, further debate. Gentleman from Arkansas, Digital Asset Subcommittee Chair is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Appreciate my friend from Illinois on his good amendment, and it certainly merits careful review. I want to make sure that an idea like this is consistent with the drafting that we have, both in the framework bill and in this bill. I might quibble, like, instead of each primary federal payment stablecoin regulator to refer to that group of people by a different name, for example. We have some joint rulemaking already in the bill where this language regarding deceptive devices or manipulation could be included. So if my friend would allow, I'd like to work with him to make sure the construction of this is right and get it done in the right way. Also, on his comment about algorithmic stablecoins, that's certainly been an issue the committee's talked about for the past 15 months, and so we have a stop and study algorithmic payment stablecoin in the bill, drafting in the bill, and so I don't think Terra Luna is something that would be supported by the legislation that we have here because we have fiat dollar for dollar. But I appreciate the gentleman's comment. If that would be helpful, I'd like to work with him on an amendment that would fit with the text of the bill.
I'd be happy to work.
I yield to my friend.
Yeah, I'd be happy to work with you. And to clarify, that what happened was to an algorithmic stablecoin, but one could just as easily imagine this happening if you had posted a dollar-backed coin, had it sitting on your balance sheet, but then because you had a liquidity crisis, you had something else, you are sitting on something that could manipulate. So appreciate the chance to work with you. I would still like to see it improved in this amendment, in this markup while we're here today, but happy to work with you going forward as we amend that.
So what I can do just is to get our staffs together to see while we're sitting here if we can format it in a way that's acceptable. If not, I'd invite the gentleman to withdraw the amendment and let us, get it done properly as we head to the floor.
Usually we work on it before we refer the whole bill to the floor?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we'd be happy to do that.
Okay, good. I thank the gentleman. I think it's a good suggestion, one that I think brings clarity because we keep having this assertion put out about manipulation, and maybe it's not dealt with explicitly in the text, and so I think that's helpful. And I yield back to the chair.
And does the gentleman withdraw his amendment?
Oh.
The gentleman withdraws his amendment with the understanding of that commitment. Further discussion? Sorry, further amendment?
No. I move to strike the last word.
All right. No further amendments? Are there further amendments? Further discussion? Further debate?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady moves to strike the last word on the ANS.
That is correct, Mr. Chairman. You have repeatedly said that our negotiations have lasted 15 months. I want to set the record straight, and you can't wait anymore to move, but that is not the whole story, so I want to set the record straight here. In February 2022, I convened a hearing with Treasury under Secretary Lang to discuss the President's Working Group report on stablecoins. At the end of May 2022, we began our work in earnest to craft a bipartisan bill to implement the PWG's recommendations. Our negotiations continued for 3 months to early October 2022, when the now chair wanted to stop for the election, and it was radio silent for more than 6 months. In April 2023, the chair convened a hearing, posting an old draft bill over my objections. In late May 2023, the chair convened another hearing, posting a new Republican draft bill with my version from last October in June 2023. The chair convened a third hearing and posted only an updated Republican draft bill. Since then, there were the occasional conversations, but the chair did not engage with me in earnest until 2 weeks ago, on July 13th, when I got a new proposal from him. We have worked incredibly hard the past 2 weeks to reach an agreement, but just like last October, the chair pulled the plug again and is advancing what we all know is a far weaker proposal that will not become law. Mr. Chair, we made significant progress with our draft. The ANS you just wrote this morning fails to address major flaws, such as closing a loophole that will allow commercial companies like Facebook to start issuing their own money. It needs work. This is why I requested that this bill be withdrawn so that we can bring the administration back to the table and formulate a compromise that can be signed into law. This is the correct timeline of events, and I appreciate the opportunity to correct the record. And Mr. Chairman, let me just say that you have the opportunity as the chair to do what you have always indicated you wanted to do, and that is to have a bipartisan piece of legislation. There's no reason why we shouldn't be able to continue to work on that. It seems to me that your rush to pass stablecoins and the previous legislation on market structure does not really require the kind of rush that you're doing. Nothing, these bills aren't going anywhere. We aren't going on break. We should be using August to try and continue our work in order to get a bipartisan piece of legislation. And so I have just taken time to kind of remind you and others about the timeline of our negotiations so that everyone can understand basically what has happened. But again, I repeat that I am interested in bipartisan legislation. I have gotten some support from the White House that they support further negotiations, and so I think it is very important. And I will ask unanimous consent to enter into the record statements raising a whole wide range of concerns, criticisms, if not opposition, to the payment stablecoin bill that we're considering today. These include statements from Americans for Financial Reform, Demand Progress, Better Markets, American Bankers Association, including State Bankers Association, Action on Race and Economy, Center for LGBTQ Economic Advancement and Research, Center for Responsible Lending, Demand Progress, National Fair Housing Alliance, National Community Reinvestment Coalition, the National Consumer Law Center, Public Citizen Revolving Door Project, Texas Appleseed U.S. PIRG, PIRG, Virginia Citizens Consumer Council, and 2020 Vision.
And without objection. And if the gentlelady will yield.
I yield.
We will continue to talk, and from time to time we've had disagreements, and we've done so openly, and over time we've still been able to talk and work together. And I appreciate it when you're in the chair, and I appreciate it now that I'm in the chair. And that is my firm desire for this committee to be able to function and for members to work things out on policy. And that may be messy at times, and it was messy today. But at the end of the day, we have the floor process here and the Senate to negotiate with and the White House, and those things will continue. But I appreciate the way that we've been able to come together this afternoon, debate the points of policy, and move forward with the markup. And I'm grateful to you for that.
The decision is yours, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Further discussion, further debate. Hearing no further discussion, no further amendment. Without objection, the previous question is ordered. The recorded votes on the amendments have been postponed. Once those votes are taken, the committee will immediately consider the question to report the measure. Now we'll turn to the next bill. Clerk, will report pursuant to notice, H.R. 4841, pursuant to notice, the Keep Your Coins Act of 2023. The clerk will report the bill, which was distributed in advance.
H.R. 4841, a bill to prohibit federal agencies from restricting the use of...
Without objection, the bill is considered read and open amendment at any point. The gentleman from Ohio, the sponsor of the legislation, has an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which were distributed in advance. The clerk will report.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4841, offered by Mr. Davidson of Ohio.
Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute is considered as read and will serve as base text for the purposes of amendment. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 5 minutes. The Vice Chair of the Digital Assets Subcommittee, the Housing Subcommittee Chair.
I thank the Chairman. I thank my colleagues. And fundamentally, this bill titled the Keep Your Coins Act of 2023 does just that. It protects the right of individuals to keep their coins. Coins are another term for the tokens represented by digital assets, and it promotes really just the private ownership of private property and the ability to transact that in a digital way with your own keys. So there's a phrase, not your keys, not your coins. There's a public key that's on a distributed ledger, but that needs to be some level of anonymized. The private key is the part that unlocks it, and you can convey the custody of that token, key, coin to someone else by the way you sign it. This is done with software. Some people call it self-hosted wallets. There are software and hardware wallets. But fundamentally, once you look at the information on a screen, you could write it on paper, you could hope you remember it, but there's no one to reset it normally, or you could transcribe it onto titanium plates. There are all kinds of ways where people could have self-custody, and right now, self-custody is not illegal, but there have been efforts by Secretary Mnuchin, as he was outgoing Secretary of Treasury, to try to limit self-custody and to limit self-hosted wallets. There have been contemplated actions by FinCEN and others, and certainly there are members of this committee that call for limitations, essentially on the ability to own your own private property. So this language in this bill protects that right. It protects it in a meaningful way. Right as we were introducing this for the first time last Congress, Prime Minister Trudeau in Canada was clamping down on people who were engaging in free speech. Now, this isn't Canada, and I don't know how protected free speech is there, but you would think that your bank account's protected. He froze their bank accounts for being at a public protest. And then when people said we can bypass that by using Bitcoin, he called on people who custody Bitcoin to freeze those assets. Now, thankfully, that's part of the point of some of these assets. They're not easily cancelable. But part of the key point of it is self-custody. When FTX was failing, people bought digital assets on the FTX platform. And when it failed, there are people still hoping that they get their assets back. The people whose assets have been protected are the people who self-custodied it. They moved the value that they purchased on FTX. Let's say they bought $1,000 worth of Bitcoin, and their money tripled to $3,000, not an uncommon experience over time. And they wanted to bank that gain, or they thought, you know, I just want to stay in control of my own coins. They downloaded it. They have the full value of that, regardless of what happened to FTX. So the surest way to stay in control of your own assets is self-custody. It comes with risks. Most people aren't going to choose self-custody, but they can, and we should defend it. So good governments defend freedom. That's exactly what this bill does, and I encourage all of our colleagues to support it. With that, I yield.
Well, the gentleman yield for a
yield
question.
to the chairman.
So what is the concept you're trying to preserve? Put this in terms of, I have $100 in cash. How does that work in this digital setting?
Yeah, so in the digital setting, the first way you get into a digital asset is normally from a bank account. And when you move from cash into a digital asset, normally that will trigger what's known as a cash transaction report. The bank has KYC, BSA, AML reporting requirements, and there's essentially a marker at the on-ramp. And then when someone comes out of self-custody into a bank account, say they appreciated in Bitcoin and now they want to come back to US dollars and hold that in their bank account, there's a similar CTR there. So there's on-ramps and off-ramps, and then there's persistent surveillance on a public blockchain. It's essentially like the game film. You can rewind it and watch the footage from every angle. So people are solving crimes because they can follow everything on the blockchain.
Gentleman's time's expired. Thank you for answering that question. Gentleman from California seeks recognition.
I rise in opposition to the bill.
Gentleman is recognized to strike the last word.
And I will strike the last word. You know, Europe had this several decades ago. If you wanted to hide things from the government and make a mockery of their tax laws, you could buy a $1 million or $5 million or euro a bearer bond. No know your customer, no anti-money laundering, an easy device to completely evade every financial law. And the gentleman seems to want to return to that situation, but here in the United States. On the one hand, he says that there's going to be monitoring because you'll catch you on the on-ramps and the off-ramps. And on the other hand, he glorifies the idea of being completely secret from the U.S. government. I feel that this bill will achieve that latter approach because the whole purpose of cryptocurrency is for it to stop being just an investment asset that you buy with dollars, hold for a while, and sell and create dollars, but rather a currency that you use to buy things. So you don't have to go on the off-ramp and the on-ramp if everything you want to buy is there at the rest stop that's part of the highway. So what this bill does is it says you can live in two worlds. You can live in the world of the dollar, where we have know your customer, anti-money laundering. Or you can live with no on-ramps and off-ramps in the crypto world, anonymous. Now he says that you'll be able to run the tape and see, all you can see is numbers. You can't see who owns anything. So it is the perfect tool for those who never want to use an on-ramp and off-ramp and won't need to if crypto becomes a currency, and who want to engage in sanctions evasion, drug dealing, money laundering, all the things that we want to prevent with the anti-money laundering, know your customer regime, but especially tax evasion. I think there is a sentiment here that I call patriotic anarchism, a belief that America should be strong, but nobody should pay taxes unless they feel like it. No, the wage earner should pay taxes, but nobody in the business world should pay taxes if they don't feel like it. It has been said that every time a billionaire cheats on his taxes, a member of the Freedom Caucus earns his wings. I don't know if that's true, but I do know that this bill and the cryptocurrency environment that it envisions is the perfect tool for those who never want to pay taxes. And I say that not only as a CPA, but also as the former head of the second largest tax agency in the country. So this is the heart of crypto. Crypto tells you what it is. Cryptocurrency literally means hidden money. If you're going to hide, you want to hide your identity. You hide your identity by hosting your own wallet. Now, it is true that with the US dollar, you can host your own wallet. It's made out of leather. You can put a few $100 bills in it, but you can't commit the massive frauds and the massive outlaw activities and the fraud against bankruptcy courts and the fraud against family courts and the fraud against the IRS with the number of $100 bills that you can stick in a leather wallet. That's why a new tool is thought by investors to be so valuable and so potentially profitable. They're betting on the idea that this law evasion, tax evasion tool will catch on, it'll be a currency, it'll be anonymous, and the only people who will pay taxes are those who work for wages. I couldn't oppose this bill more. It is everything that I oppose when I talk about cryptocurrency. I just want to thank the people who are popularizing cryptocurrency for being honest enough to put it right in their name. Cryptocurrency needs hidden money. Who needs that? One other element is that these unhosted wallets will be the perfect way to make illegal campaign contributions without the recipient of those contributions knowing that all those $199 contributions are all coming from the same person, albeit from different wallets. So I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, seeks recognition.
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I want to thank Mr. Davidson for introducing this bill, and I'm happy to support protecting the very core of blockchain technology, which is a permissionless peer-to-peer payments network. Americans should have the freedom to choose how they want to transfer their digital assets. With the rampant deterioration of cash, the concept of a true peer-to-peer transaction is becoming extinct. This legislation would ensure that that would not be the case. Even if someone doesn't own any digital assets or isn't a strong proponent of them, the conceptual idea of self-custody should still resonate. It wouldn't make sense to say that Americans are only free to transact on an intermediated basis and cannot transact on their own behalf. This should be an easy concept to support. However, we are seeing coalitions rally around the exact opposite concept. Specifically, a number of central banks have entertained or even embraced central bank digital currencies. Let's be clear, CBDCs go directly against the idea of a disintermediated financial system. While there are certainly roles for intermediaries in our financial system, they have become de facto information collectors on behalf of the federal government. At what point should we feel that our financial system has overstepped its boundaries? I believe it already has. As for illicit activity, I would make a note that Chainalysis, a digital asset compliance and investigation software company, issued its annual report earlier this year that examines illicit activity in this space. In their report, they state, quote, illicit activity in cryptocurrency remains a small share of overall volume at less than 1%, close quote. Therefore, a lot of these arguments against this industry are supported by less than 1% of the transactions in the digital asset market. Why do we need to punish all Americans by arguing to take away their property rights when less than 1% of transactions correspond to illicit activity? We must stop embracing financial intermediaries as information collectors, and we must stop entertaining the idea of a CBDC that would allow government-programmed money into every economic transaction. Americans are fed up with the spying that's going on inside their bank accounts. This could explain why the digital asset market cap has surpassed $1 trillion. There's clearly a market demand for disintermediated, permissionless payment networks. Arguing otherwise would be a futile effort that denies reality. We need to embrace the benefits that come from digital assets, especially the capability of giving an individual control over their own property. I urge my colleagues to support the Keep Your Coins Act.
Will the gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman, Mr. Rose, yield?
To you?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll yield to the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rose. Thank you for your advocacy here, Mr. Rose. I want to thank the bill's sponsor for offering this. This is a bill that Congressman Davidson is carried for many Congresses and articulated very well in private circumstances, public circumstances, amid an unrivaled leader in digital assets. Cryptocurrency is an explanation for a blockchain-enabled technology that has encryption at its core and a cryptographic key. And cryptography is defined as the art of writing or solving codes. I don't know if that's public or private. I don't think it's quite as what the definition was of misunderstanding the technology. But the concept here, I concur with you, Mr. Rose. Very good explanation, solid explanation of this, and I think Mr. Davidson did a great job explaining this. But the idea that you have in your account, whether it's your stock account, your savings account, the ability to hold that and take your dollars out of a savings account and put it in your safe at home, seems to be a reasonable thing. Whether it's US dollars or some other asset that is in a digital form, you should have the ability to have safekeeping either on your person or at your home. And that's the basic nature of this. If we were talking about this in other forms, it would say that you're still permitted to have a safe deposit box, or you're still permitted to have a safe at home with your valuables. The concept is pretty easy for me to understand outside of a digital format. What Mr. Davidson sees is that the digital format still needs those same protections. So, Mr. Rose, sorry to take your time, but I appreciate you lending me the time to try to do my version of the explanation that is a sort of the poor version of what you two have just done. So I yield back.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion, further debate. Mr. Foster seeks recognition. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Meeks. Okay, I'm sorry.
Am I recognized?
Yes.
Yeah.
You move to strike the last word?
Strike the last word.
Thank you.
Yeah, we once again face sort of a binary decision here. Either we're going to allow anonymous, permissionless self-custody, or we're not. If your answer to that is yes, we will allow it, it means you're allowing fentanyl trafficking. You're allowing money laundering. You're allowing crypto mixers and everything that allows anonymous transactions to do the harm to so many Americans. It's a binary decision. You can't have it one way or another. You can't point to a few times when Bitcoin can be traced and pretend like that's the issue with anonymous, deliberately anonymous mixers and coins that are privacy enhanced, as they say, that where it's essentially not possible. And the criminals are smart enough to move in that direction, and they are. We're also talking about property rights here. Nobody confiscates your car when you're required to carry a license plate. Nobody confiscates your house when you're required to register your deed. Nobody requires your crypto, confiscates your crypto by simply requiring that your crypto wallet be licensed, registered with a law enforcement agency and a judicial system of a democracy that we trust. That has to be the end point. If we're going to prevent everything from illicit trafficking to manipulation of the markets. And so I think it's a pretty simple thing, and I don't want to belabor this, but everyone should understand that the vote you're taking now is a vote for or against fentanyl trafficking, market manipulation, everything else, yes or no. And I hope people vote on the side of civilization and the compromise with privacy that we've come to when we've decided, yeah, you can have a car, but you've got to have a license for all the same things. And actually, if you ask yourself, why is it that we require licenses on automobiles? We don't require them for donkeys. We don't require them for, for pedestrians. And the difference is, the essential difference between—
If the gentleman yield, or elephants, if we're going to be bipartisan.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, elephants, I don't know. They're faster than donkeys. Because the essential difference here, The essential difference here is the speed of escape from the scene of the crime. Okay, that is why we require license plates on cars. You can do a tremendous amount of damage and get out of there. And that is why, for all reasonable Americans, it would be completely unacceptable to have unlicensed cars with unlicensed drivers steaming through our neighborhoods, steaming across our borders. And that is why, when you move a car across a national border, both governments know the license plate of the car that crossed the border. And that is why you can't drive through our neighborhoods without a license plate on. Simply the act of driving a car without a license plate lands you in jail, and it should. And so this is the way to think about this problem, because we cannot and should not have to answer to our constituents every time someone dies from fentanyl, or every time someone sees that their money has been lost because of some fraudulent activity enabled by all of this anonymous activity. Anyway, so I've said this more than once in this committee, and I really hope that people just think carefully about this and think about not all the pressures that are pushing us to have a light touch regulation here, but what's really in the best interest of those that elected us. Thank you, and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion, further debate. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Loudermilk, is recognized for.
Move strike last word, Mr.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I yield my time to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson.
I think the gentleman, as we listen to this debate, people would have you think that the United States is somehow the grantor of freedom. And the reality is the default condition is freedom. And American citizens' freedom is only supposed to be diminished by due process. If you listen to Mr. Foster and Mr. Sherman, you would think that everyone who handles any digital asset is a criminal and they should have to prove their innocence. That's being done today on civil asset forfeiture. We haven't made cash illegal, but how dare you come and ask for $10,000 out of your bank account? It's almost illegal, and it creates a transaction, cash transaction report. Similar things done when you move into a digital asset. That transaction is recorded by your banks, who are regulated tightly. But let's not forget, colleagues, the reaction of our countrymen when it was told to them that the IRS wanted to spy on their bank accounts if they had $600 worth of activities. People were pretty upset about it, and I'm pretty sure they were upset around the country. Reality is, you have a lot of people who are unbanked today because they don't like all of the controls on their bank account. They don't feel that it's accessible. And the reality is, part of the decentralized finance is possible only if it's actually decentralized. You can't have DeFi without the D part. The whole point of the permissionless peer-to-peer transaction is this self-custody. What people who oppose self-custody are telling you is that they don't trust you with your own money. They want to have someone that they can control in custody of your money because they can exert coercion and control. In fact, when you look at the linkage of digital identity that Mr. Foster loves so much, it's the foundational component of central bank digital currency. They want to corrupt this idea of money from its true purpose as a store of value and a means of exchange into a tool for coercion and control. If they could have it permissioned so that we could keep you safe, we would only have this good, safe people on the network. And, then we could link it to your credit score. And only the good people could do things. We'll assume that you're going to be a criminal. We'll check on it. And if not, we can filter every transaction. There are police states like that all over the world. China has it already. You can move there. But we aren't going to be better than China and stay better than China by being more like China. We have to reject central bank digital currency and the gateway drugs to it, like digital identity, and the corruption of stable coins into something that they ought not become. We have to protect the status quo today, which is keep your own coins. Keep your coins. So with that, I yield back to the gentleman from Georgia.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion? Gentleman from New York.
Thank you. Strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I yield to Mr. Sherman. Thank you.
There's a competition between the dollar and cryptocurrency. And the gentleman's amendment, or bill rather, would say the whole tax evasion market has to be in cryptocurrency. His bill doesn't do anything to provide privacy for those who use the US dollar. You still have to get a cash transaction report if you have $10,000 worth of dollars. But $10,000, $100,000, $10 million of cryptocurrency, no way to know where it's coming from. And this stands to reason. The crypto billionaires want to create a rival currency. They put in their name what they think their advantage is. Secret money means cryptocurrency. The last thing they want is another currency, the US dollar, to also be a hidden money. So the goal of cryptocurrency is to have a monopoly on the hidden money market. So we'll continue to have, under this bill, cash transaction reports. We will continue not to allow companies to borrow money with million-dollar bearer bonds, which is a very efficient way to secretly move money from one place to another and earn interest on it while you're doing it. All the laws we have to make sure that outlaws, that drug dealers, and the tax evaders can't effectively use the US dollars, those will all remain in place. And that whole market will be owned by the cryptocurrency folks. The other gentleman points out a study that says that only 1%, maybe even less than 1% of the transactions are illegal or human trafficking or drug dealing. 1%? That is a dramatically high amount of crime. But the 1% figure doesn't capture what's going on here. How would any study looking at the blockchain, looking and seeing that an anonymous wallet has $1 million in it, do we know whether that $1 million is from tax evasion? Do we know whether it was honestly reported to the IRS? There's no way to look at the blockchain and to see what percentage of the assets there are being hidden from a spouse in a marital dispute, what percentage are being hidden, and I'm talking to you, Sam Bankman-Fried, from your creditors in a bankruptcy provision, what percentage are being transferred from one generation to the other without paying an estate tax on perhaps $10 or $100 million. All we know is that apparently something close to 1% is going in drug transactions. That's the small part of this market. So the gentleman conjures up a world in which you're free not to pay your income taxes, not to pay estate taxes, unless you're an ordinary working person, because then you're still going to get paid with dollars. And there's going to be withholding. But by God, if you're able to make money without withholding, without a 1099 or a W-4, W-2 being issued, then taxes become pretty much voluntary. So we have a cryptocurrency world in which something approaching 1% is going in transactions that are definably illegal. Drug trafficking, ransomware. And we have also the creation of a system that will allow hiding money in ways that 50 years ago with the $1 million and $5 million bearer bonds they couldn't even dream of. What's particularly shocking is that the people who support this are also ones that want a strong America. And that I think if you study history, you'll see that countries fail, kingdoms fail, empires fail when they become unable to tax their people and unable to support their military. And that's the world we can get to. But first, the billionaire crypto bros will make an awful lot of money on the way. I yield back to the gentleman from New York.
I yield back to Bound.
Gentleman yields back. Everybody yields back. Further discussion, further debate. The ranking member seeks recognition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, Having just finished one terrible bill on crypto, we're now turning to another. If this bill becomes law, H.R. 4841 would bar regulators from conducting any oversight on the use or regulation of self-hosted crypto wallets. The sponsor suggests the bill is about protecting consumers' privacy, but the only outcome will be a total loss of any consumer protections. The cost that society would pay is a new blind spot where law enforcement is unable to detect and deter criminal abuses. Under this bill, bad actors could use self-custodied wallets to evade both national security and consumer protections laws. Everything from run-of-the-mill financial scams like fraudsters demanding payment to keep your electricity on, to multi-million-dollar money laundering schemes associated with trafficking or kleptocracy could proliferate under this bill. We must balance the need for privacy with the need for consumer protection and security, and this bill fails to strike any balance. Self-hosted wallets are not those provided by a financial institution or crypto service. In some ways, these bits of software are not much different than your own wallet sitting in your purse or briefcase, but these wallets can also store and instantly transfer tens of millions of dollars of value between one another. Under the Bank Secrecy Act, crypto exchanges and other financial institutions are required to verify customer identity and report suspicious activities for their wallet services and accounts. FinCEN is currently deciding whether and how to extend similar requirements to unhosted wallets, with the goals of protecting national security and aiding law enforcement. Not only would this law prevent that rulemaking from being completed, but it would also stop any information collection or protection measures from FinCEN or other agencies that, quote, impair, quote, end quote, wallet use. Chain Analysis, a blockchain analytical firm, estimates that there were $20.6 billion in illicit digital assets transactions in 2022, a number that will explode if this bill passes. This bill could also open the possibility for large non-bank payment platforms such as Venmo or PayPal to use a self-custodied wallet carve-out to avoid compliance with consumer protection laws, affecting millions of customers, whether or not they use crypto. So I urge my colleagues to vote against the bill, and I yield back.
The lady yields back. Further discussion, further debate. There is no further discussion, debate, or amendment to H.R. 4841. The question now occurs on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of substitute offered by the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is adopted. The question now occurs on ordering the bill, H.R. 4841, as amended, reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay.
Recorded vote is
In
requested.
the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. A recorded vote is requested.
Thank you.
All those in favor of recorded vote, please raise their hand. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered. Pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules, further proceedings on the matter are postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 4790, the Guiding Uniform and Responsible Disclosure Requirements and Uniform Limits Guardrail Act of 2023. The clerk will report the bill, which was distributed in advance.
H.R. 4790, a bill to amend the federal securities law with respect to the materiality
Without objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Heising, has amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which were distributed in advance. The clerk will report.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4790.
Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute is considered as read and will serve as base text for purposes of amendment. The gentleman from Michigan is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. last year the Supreme Court ruled in West Virginia versus EPA that government bureaucracies and bureaucrats cannot arbitrarily expand their own regulatory reach without congressional authorization. The Security and Exchange Commission's climate rule is a prime example of this overreach with wide-ranging impact on hardworking Americans across all walks of life. Earlier this Congress, Republicans formed the ESG Working Group to explore the threat to our capital markets posed by those on the far left pushing a social and political agenda. Today's markup is a culmination of those efforts. H.R. 4790, or the Guardrail Act, is a package of bills that will, 1, create more transparency and accountability at the SEC, and 2, highlight the harmful agenda currently being pushed by the Commission's chair. Specifically, my bill, the Mandatory Materiality Act of 2023, would mandate the information required to be disclosed to the SEC by publicly traded companies be, in fact, material. The pursuit of a social and political agenda through the disclosure process has fundamentally threatened the Commission's long-standing and near century-long standard of materiality. The materiality standard has been the touchstone of our public company disclosure regime since the concept was first included in the Securities Act of 1933 and the Securities and Exchange Act of 1934, which required a public company to disclose information to prospective investors and shareholders so they can make informed investment and proxy decisions. Then and now, they must make these disclosures when they are material. Unfortunately for us today, the SEC has not been silent on this issue, often citing materiality when it pertains to environmental and social matters. In 1975, the Commission concluded that they would only require disclosures relating to social and environmental performance if it was indeed reasonable to the investor and material. Then again, under President Obama's appointed chair, Mary Jo White, the SEC acknowledged that some activists and special interest groups had expressed a desire for greater disclosure of issues such as political spending. The SEC rightfully acknowledged that, quote, disclosure relating to environmental and other matters of social concern should not be required of all registrants unless appropriate to further a specific congressional mandate or unless, under the particular facts and circumstances, such matters are material, close quote. That is President Obama's head of the SEC, Mary Jo White. To be clear, there is no congressional mandate. Time and time again, this administration has hid behind agency heads in order to push through rules and regulations that they know cannot be approved through Congress. One such rule is the SEC's climate rule, a massive 500-page rule that would impact public and in many cases private companies across our country, replacing voluntary sustainability reports with mandatory disclosures that include detailed emissions data and climate risk management strategies. Estimates have the cost for some of these companies in the $100 million range, but in reality, even the SEC admits it doesn't know how much this rule would actually cost. Coupled with the quarter-point increase yesterday in inflationary rates, quarter-point increase in interest rates, we have seen a two-decade high in inflation rates. It's reasonable to include that these additional costs would be passed on to middle and lower-income households. And while the SEC ponders how their new disclosure rules could pass the materiality standard, European regulators continue to put U.S. companies at a disadvantage. Under a 2022 European Union climate rule, approximately 3,000 U.S. companies are expected to disclose their greenhouse gas emissions and those of their suppliers, and incredibly, their customers. Mr. Chairman, let's be honest with ourselves. Chair Gensler's rush to upend our capital markets at any cost should be concerning to everyone in this room. The SEC has done an about-face. In the 2+ years since Chair Gensler was sworn into office, the Commission has charted a path unlike any other time in its nearly 90-year history. From an agency that has a current mandated mission to protect investors, maintain fair, orderly, and efficient markets, and facilitate capital formations, to one that has embarked on the most ambitious rulemaking agenda in our entire history of their existence, all while experiencing the highest staff attrition rate in over a decade. I want to close by acknowledging Congressman Lucas, Mooney, and Muser, who are co-sponsors and individual bills as part of the larger package. Senator Rounds, as well, who introduced this in the Senate. And I appreciate their thoughtful work and contributions and look forward to seeing this bill pass. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion, further debate.
Move to strike the last word.
Lots of recognition. I want to go to the ranking member first. If she seeks recognition first, she's closest to me, and I think that would be smart given how the day went to start with a ranking member.
Okay, yes, I move to strike the last word.
Jill Lay's recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment on the desk. Does that take priority over?
Does that come first?
General debate first.
You can take up an amendment.
You want her to go first?
Yeah, I think we're going to do A&S first.
Okay.
Strike the last word on the A&S.
Okay, all right. Right after this, the general debate. Okay. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to address the trove of anti-ESG, anti-investor, and wholly owned anti-capitalists. And do I dare say socialist bills that my extreme MAGA Republican colleagues are forcing the committee to consider today? I would ask my colleagues to what end are we making up these bills today? The members on the Democratic side came to this committee to support small businesses and their workers. We came to this committee to end homelessness and ensure everyone in America has an apartment or a house that they can afford. We came to this committee to ensure our financial system works for all Americans. No one came here to play make-believe and pretend that climate change or racial injustices don't exist. But that's exactly what MAGA Republicans are doing today. Let's be clear. The bills before us are a complete and utter insult to both the American public's intelligence and values. In essence, these bills assert that we here in Congress, know what's better for investors and working families when it comes to their investments. The freedom to make economic choices is fundamental to the values and ethics that drive capitalism. Since when are we as Americans comfortable with taking away the decisions of our constituents? Americans see the writing on the wall, and the writing on the wall is clear. Man-made climate change is real and is impacting our lives. It is already having serious negative financial ramifications for us and our economy. Did anyone not step outside today in Washington, D.C., or anywhere else in the U.S. today? Americans, be they investors, consumers, workers, stakeholders, religious and community leaders, want to see companies invest in workers, have a diverse and inclusive workforce, including in the boardroom. And yes, pay a living wage and offer ample benefits. Americans want this because it is good for their livelihood, it is good for their financial bottom line, and it is good for their community. As I've said before, we know what these bills and what this anti-ESG campaign is really all about. It's not about protecting businesses. If it was, Republicans would acknowledge that when a business discloses action they're taking to address our nation's growing climate risk, invest in their workers, or foster diversity, the overwhelmingly evidence shows that it benefits their bottom line. It is also not about protected investors, because if it were, Republicans would acknowledge that 80% of investors support ESG because they want the freedom to invest in companies that consider sustainability and diversity, and opportunity to make the best investment decisions for their financial futures, whatever they may be. Don't be fooled. Republicans have decided to ignore the data in order to advance the extreme political agenda. Once again, we're seeing that Democrats are the ones on the side of capitalism, while Republicans, unfortunately, are not. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back for the discussion for the debate. The gentleman from Kentucky seeks recognition to speak on the ANS.
Move to strike the last word.
On the ANS, okay. Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to the ranking member's argument and my many colleagues on the other side of the aisle that have recently been making the, I would argue, laughable argument that ESG investing is driven by the free market and that Democrats who support the ESG movement are defending capitalism. I just want to make a couple points about that. I don't remember those same Democrats defending the free market or capitalism when they voted for Dodd-Frank and the avalanche of regulations and government intervention into the free markets over the last decade. And if ESG is truly driven by market forces, why do we need the Securities and Exchange Commission to intervene in the markets and steer retail investors into these funds? The reason why I'm a proud co-sponsor, my good friend from Michigan's bill on materiality, is that to the extent you believe that ESG factors, non-pecuniary factors, political factors are relevant to investors, all Mr. Heisinger's bill is saying is prove it. If they really care, it has to be material. And if they do care, then it can be in the disclosures. But if they don't care, they won't. Now, I don't know where the gentlelady gets the statistic of 80% of Americans actually care about ESG. But I can tell you what the University of Chicago and FINRA did in a very broad and sophisticated survey of retail investors and what they discovered. And that is that retail investors don't really care about ESG. And I'm talking about the retail investors, the beneficial owners of capital. You know, when you go to your town hall and you ask, how many in this room know what ESG is? How many hands go up? Or when you go to the Edward Jones advisors in your district and you say, how many of your clients care about sustainable investing? And less than 1% of their hands go up. At least that's the case in my district. So FINRA does this broad survey of retail investors, and the findings come in, and 24% of respondents even know what ESG stands for. So what Mr. Heisinger's bill is going to do is going to make sure that this information is simply material to the investors. And at least from the University of Chicago and FINRA standpoint, it's not material to the vast majority of American investors. Now, it is true that it's material or interesting or important to some institutional investors, some asset managers, some proxy advisor firms that Mr. Stile has identified. That's true. It's true that it's very interesting to Mr. Gensler over at the SEC. But once again, that's not the free market. That's not the beneficial owners of capital putting and deploying their capital to the highest and best use, allocating capital the way they want to as owners, as shareholders. Now, non-investor stakeholders might want the owners of companies to misallocate that capital in ways that are not efficient, in ways that are politicized. But why don't we trust the shareholders, the beneficial owners of the capital? And all Mr. Heisinger's bill is doing is saying, if it's material to those people, not the non-investor stakeholders, not the institutional investors, not the proxy advisory firms, not the elites, but the actual beneficial owners of the capital. If it's material to them, then okay. Then okay. Nobody over here is trying to preclude anyone from investing or allocating their capital the way they want to. After all, it's their money. But what we're just saying is make sure that whatever disclosures are required, make sure that it's material. And finally, to conclude on this idea that somehow Republicans aren't defending the free market. Look, the free market is characterized by the free flow of capital to its highest and best use. It is not the misallocation of capital by the Securities and Exchange Commission, proxy advisory firms, non-investor stakeholders, institutional investors, pension fund administrators who are not the actual owners. Republican legislation does not prohibit ESG investing. It doesn't take away the choice. It merely prevents the artificial distortion of capital through coercion and misallocation of that capital on the part of unwitting investors who are steered into lower performing, less diversified, higher fee funds. I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion, further debate on the ANS. Gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman, seeks recognition. Mr. Caston, you seek recognition on the ANS. Okay. Mr. Sherman's next up. Move to strike the last word.
I move to strike the requisite number of words.
First,
let me address how this bill does things that the authors don't intend. It doesn't just limit it to environmental or perhaps environmental and equity concerns. It deals with everything that the company does, or in many cases doesn't want to disclose, and says that you disclose it only if the issuer has determined that such information is material. Do you know what the number one thing companies don't want to disclose is? The compensation package to their officers and directors. And with this, companies will be free to massively increase the stock option compensation, the special entertainment compensation that their officers and directors get just by saying it's not material. Hell, we made $10 billion last year. We spent only $500,000 enriching our executives. That's a little less than 5% if I got the numbers right. So it's not material. Do you know what else they don't want to disclose as material? They don't want to disclose how dependent they are on China, how little they're doing to decouple, how little they're doing to de-risk. So under this bill, the executives get huge increases in their total compensation package, and China gets protected. Now let's look at what the bill is trying to do. It's trying to tell investors that if you care about the environment, there's something the matter with you. That's a misallocation of capital. As the speakers in favor of the bill have pointed out, there are quite a number of mutual funds designed for people who want to care about the environment, and people are willing to pay higher fees to be in those funds. To tell us that therefore you're not really telling us those shareholders don't exist, that those investors don't exist. What you're telling me is that they don't deserve to be trusted with their money, that they don't deserve the information they need to make the decisions they want to make because their decisions are decisions you disagree with, and you're in the U.S. government and you know better. I don't know whether it's 18% or 80% of the investors who care an awful lot about the environmental effect of their companies. I do know that the younger the investor, and they are the future investors, care more than people with my hairline. They care, they want the information, there's an all-out effort to prevent them from getting the information precisely because they do care. There are things people don't care about that companies would be happy to disclose. I put forward the ridiculous example, what about investors who care whether the boardroom is painted purple? Companies would be happy to report that if some weird law required them. Why? Because it wouldn't put any pressure on them. It wouldn't affect their behavior. But when they have to tell shareholders what their environmental impact is, that affects shareholder investment. Now, the other thing that's odd about this bill is that it says material to the voting or investment decision. So what does that mean? If one corporation doesn't have a resolution being proposed to shareholders on ESG, well, that information's not relevant to the voting decision of those shareholders. The company can argue it's not relevant to the investment decision, and they don't have to disclose it. But if some of my friends are able to put before shareholders, even if they can't get it in the proxy, maybe they just put it before shareholders, a resolution on ESG, now it's hard to say that ESG isn't relevant to a voting decision. So what this bill does is it incentivizes, as if we needed more incentives, environmentalists to put resolutions before shareholders, so now the companies are going to have a much harder time saying that that information isn't relevant. And then finally, the bill says, on the one hand, that the issuer decides what's material. On the other hand, defines it materiality on page 3, line 8, that the investor would regard a failure to disclose that information as having significantly altered the total mix of information available to the investor. Whether it's 18% or 80%, a lot of investors care about the environment. This bill would seem to require that disclosure if we can get a resolution before shareholders, and we'll never know how much the officers and directors are really being paid. I yield back.
Someone yields back. The chair recognizes himself to strike the last word, and I recognize for 5 minutes. I want to commend the bill sponsor. The bill sponsor has worked with a number of Republicans on this committee to move a large package, a significant package, a meaningful package to address things and behaviors we see related to proxy advisory firms, ESG broadly. At the beginning of this Congress, with Bill Huizenga leaving the ranking member, previous chairmanship of the Capital Markets Subcommittee, he took over the Oversight Subcommittee. He's been a great chair of the Oversight Subcommittee. I asked him to lead the what we then called the ESG Working Group with a number of Republicans on this committee. Over the last 6 months, he's built consensus around policy objectives that members have here. First, to understand both the E, the S, and the G, all three, understand governance standards, the social debate, and the environmental debate in the context of proxy advisory firms, shareholder activism, and generally stakeholder activism for public companies in America, the consequences of that as well. Members have spent hours upon hours in briefings and formulating policy, and that is a culmination of hundreds of hours of staff and member work at this Congress. And I want to commend Mr. Huizenga for how he approached that consensus building on the Republican side of the aisle and his leadership on these important matters. What we have before us are 4 separate items that we're going to debate that are the culmination of all that work. And while Mr. Huizenga doesn't have the largest package of the day, he's been a shepherd of this process to ensure that these packages are taken across the committee, and there's ownership of policymaking by all Republicans on what we're doing this evening. So, Mr. Huizenga, thank you for your leadership on this important matter. Generally speaking, but I wanted members to understand the broader context of this and your leadership role over the last couple of months. And happy to yield to the gentleman.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the chairman for his kind words. And what we've discovered is that there has been an ongoing weaponization of government at nearly every level. Regulatory level. I mean, we literally just saw it today with the EPA, and we had to vote on something dealing with the lesser prairie chicken. Why would I bring that up? Well, it's because we've seen the Endangered Species Act even getting weaponized to go and battle against energy exploration, and the range of the lesser prairie chicken being utilized. And so there should be no surprise that we've seen the actual regulators like the SEC weaponize their governmental cudgel. I mean, this is the amazing thing to me. Nothing in this keeps any investor from choosing to be a social justice investor and accept those lower returns. And by the way, I was happy to hear the gentleman from California finally admit that they're going to have lower returns, and that it had nothing to do with actually maximizing or a fiduciary responsibility. But, you know, Mr. Chairman, we had to kind of strike out on this one on our own. You know, I and we all have been called anti-investor, anti-capitalist, climate deniers, Trotskyites, Maoists, and now the Taliban. And those are the nice things that they're saying in public. I'm not sure what they're saying behind our backs, but the amazing thing to me is that you've got a group of people who are deceiving the American investor, and they're encouraging and cheering on the regulators and those that are stewards of those investment dollars to keep it up, but don't let them know. Don't really give them that choice. Because guess what? If my bill is adopted, those social justice investors can still go find those social justice funds. The difference is those that are saying, you know what, I'm not sure how I'm going to retire. I'm not sure if I can retire. I need to maximize my pension, maximize my 401k. I need to maximize every investment that I have so that I can have a better life in retirement. They're the ones that are currently being left behind. And I appreciate the chair for sharing his time, and I yield back.
And with the
gentleman yield?
Well, time has expired, the Taliban has yielded back, and all time has expired here. Further discussion, further debate on the amendment in nature of substitute. Mr. Caston seeks recognition.
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, this will come as no surprise that I am staunchly opposed to this anti-free market package. I'm somewhat amused, and I guess amused is the best way to put it, that this is called the Guardrail Act. Guardrails are good when they keep you from driving off a cliff. Guardrails are bad when they go right through the middle of a neighborhood and stop people from traveling freely. And what this does is just stops investors from getting information they want, restricts them from investing in things they want, restricts the free flow of information that free markets depend on. It would redefine securities disclosure laws that have been in place for nearly a century. It would allow public issuers to opt out of disclosures at will. The ability of issuers to subjectively, unilaterally determine materiality under this legislation is unworkable and enforceable. It would disenfranchise retail investors. It sabotages shareholder democracy. And yet you continue to bring them forward. And my friend, Mr. Barr, and I truly mean my friend, sometimes we blow smoke, I mean that genuinely here. I want to answer your question that I think was offered in good faith of why the SEC is asking these questions. But I want you to imagine, forget about ESG for a second. Let's imagine that we had a bunch of Americans who really wanted to invest in mid-cap international tech stocks. And we found that you didn't actually have enough information in corporate disclosures to determine which company was a mid-cap international tech stock. And we found that there was no correlation between the funds who said, I have a mid-cap international tech stock for your portfolio, and there was no correlation between those funds. We would reasonably say, you know what we should do? There's a demand for this in the market. Let's provide some clarity of rules. Let's understand what this is. That's exactly what Mr. Vargas and I have done in ESG. There's $8.4 trillion of money that wants to invest in ESG, and there is a lack of clarity. What we have sought to do, what the SEC has sought to do, is said, let's provide some clear rules so that investors know what they're investing in. Now, I want you to imagine, in this magical, crazy world that makes no sense, you had a bunch of members of Congress saying, investors want this, let's look out for what investors want, let's provide clear disclosure. And then you had a bunch of other members of Congress saying, people who want to invest in mid-cap international tech stocks are woke. They are focused on non-material factors. They don't know what's good for them. They're just trying to invest in foolish things they don't understand. They're probably manipulated by Big Prairie Chicken. That's who's driving all this behavior. It's those proxy advisory firms that are making people want to invest in mid-cap international tech stocks. We might rightly say, boy, these people sure seem to be in bed with small-cap domestic ag stocks because they sure seem to be intimidated by mid-cap international tech stocks. That's the reality of this conversation. And when Congressman Vargas and I put together this Sustainable Investing Caucus to try to say, let's get state folks involved who are involved with these, who are concerned that they have pension funds, investors who are losing money because of the same laws that these bills are based on, that are limiting access to choice, that are driving up fee structure, that are causing a ton of money. We invited everybody to come join. Some of us went through and said, let's provide clear disclosures, let's provide clear information, let's provide consistent information. And tragically, I remain frustrated by the fact that it has become so deeply partisan to look out for free markets, to look out for the free flow of information, to look out for shareholders. And we're going to go through this vote, and I'm sure it is going to be a straight party line vote. And we are going to continue to lament the fact that actually looking out for free markets, no matter how many pretty words you put around it, is partisan in this town today. And it makes me sad, and I hope when folks are ready to come back to the light and keep growing our economy, you might start by opposing this bill. I yield back.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yeah, I'd be happy to yield to you, Mr. Chairman.
I just want to point out to the gentleman from Michigan that in my district, being called a Trotskyite is not an insult. In parts of my district, it's a compliment.
Which is why I have no interest in being
The other thing I'll point out is that I never said that companies that care about ESG have lower rates of return. I did say that mutual funds that invest in such companies have to charge a slightly higher fee than those who just go with a pure index. But the fact is there's a lot of reasons to think that companies that care about ESG are going to perform better in the future, that they have a better understanding of the world that we're going to be living with in this century. And finally, if you really believe that the companies that care about ESG are going to perform poorly, then you'd want that information to be disclosed. Then you could sell short the companies that are most woke and make a fortune. And what could be more material than that?
Gentleman's time's expired. Gentleman from Illinois yields back. Further discussion, further debate?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady from Missouri moves to strike the last word and is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to get to the crux of the matter here from the gentleman who actually established the materiality standard for the SEC. And that was none other than Justice Thurgood Marshall. So I'm going to read from him. He established the materiality standard for the SEC disclosures in TSC Industries versus Northway. In his opinion, Marshall wrote that information is material for purposes of disclosure if there is a substantial likelihood that a reasonable investor would consider the information important in deciding how to make an investment decision. He further opined that management's fear of subjecting itself to liability may cause it to simply, listen closely, bury the shareholders in an avalanche of trivial information, a result that is hardly conducive to informed decision-making. That is the point of the matter. It is the retail investors' money. They can invest their money however they'd like, but they must do it in an informed way, in a way that holds up the fiduciary standard. And I would yield my additional time to my friend from Kentucky, Mr. Barr.
And I appreciate the gentlelady's quoting Justice Marshall in establishing it. And the point is, to my friend from Illinois, and I appreciate his kind words, and I genuinely share a friendship with him as well. But what I would just say is that your example of a mid-cap tech stock, okay, what those investors need to decide whether or not they want to invest in that mid-cap tech fund is material information. And what Justice Marshall was saying in that case, establishing the materiality standard, is that a disclosure regime, disclosure is good, but a disclosure regime that requires a whole lot of information to shareholders that is not relevant to their decision-making, because for them, what they really care about is returns, not whether or not the level of emissions of this particular public company, but whether or not this stock is going to actually deliver them retirement security. That is the material information. And if you want to have the SEC bury these shareholders in Scope 3 emissions data, and by the way, cut down another forest with all the paper that's going to require, okay? Not really conducive to either informed decision-making or environmental stewardship. I mean, that's what we're talking about here. So whether it's a mid-cap tech stock or whether it is an ESG-oriented fund, what Mr. Heisinga's bill does is it reinvigorates, reinforces, and undergirds what Justice Marshall said was conducive to sound decision-making. It has to be material to investors. And so with that, I urge my colleagues on the Democratic side of the aisle to heed the advice of the great Thurgood Marshall. With that, I yield to my friend from Michigan.
Well,
or back to my friend from
And I shall be happy to yield to my friend from Michigan, that the chairman of the ESG working group, Mr. Heisinga.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And look, abandoning materiality is a fundamental shift. And to have this be done by regulators with no congressional direction should be above the pall. It should be above any kind of notion of what we would think any administration could do. And I pine for the defenders of this institution, like my former colleague John Dingell and others, who would have taken on any administration when they overreached. And to have the idea that Scope 3 requirements that could literally reach into every privately held company that does business with a publicly held company is an expansion that we've never seen. And it literally could come down to somehow tracking the carbon footprint of the mom who's driving her minivan to the grocery store to pick up whether it's fresh produce or some sort of processed food, and bringing it home. This is the extension of where this administration and this SEC wants to go. That's why it needs guardrails. And with that, I yield back.
I yield back.
Expired. All time having expired. Gentlemen seek recognition on the ANS. Mr. Vargas.
I do seek recognition on the ANS. I wasn't going to speak, but since the great Thurgood Marshall was in fact...
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Since the great Thurgood Marshall, one of my heroes, was quoted back in TSS Industries, I believe it was decided in 1976, the issue before him was materiality. And he was trying to distinguish an objective standard. So he's trying to figure out what was trivial and what was not trivial. And he came up with the reasonable shareholder, what would they consider important. If we take a look at what is happening in the world today, the headlines that we read about the heat bombs that we see, about the incredible disasters in the environment, of course a reasonable investor would take a look at this and say, how is this going to impact my investment? And that's what we see more and more. Now, they may not call it ESG. They call it environmental disaster, environmental change, but they're very interested in this. And of course, a reasonable investor would take a look at this. So discouraging them, and in many cases in these bills, preventing them from getting that information, the quote was that it doesn't take away their choice. No, it just takes away their information. And they want the information. In fact, I think Mr. Sherman said it well. There are funds where you pay higher fees, but again, there are also funds where you get greater returns because they are taking a look at advantages for the future, sustainability. So again, when the great Thurgood Marshall is quoted, I think he should be quoted in context. And the context is the reasonable person at the time. And the reasonable person today just has to walk outside in almost any city, in almost any state in California and understand the climate is changing, and not in a positive way. And scientists have been telling us this for decades now, and it's all coming true. The reasonable investor, of course, wants to know, where then is my investment going? Are these companies that I'm investing in, are they going to be sustainable? Are they going to be long-term profitable? Even we saw Chevron today. If you take a look at what has happened to their stock and what's happened to their profits, because there was a downturn in the price of oil. I mean, investors want to know long-term. Again, are companies like this going to be companies that we can reasonably invest in? It's, again, the objective standard that the great Thurgood Marshall was trying to reach. So again, I didn't mean to speak because I understand the hour here, and I do want to speak on some of the amendments, but I think it was important when the great Thurgood Marshall is quoted that he should be quoted in context.
Does the gentleman yield back?
Sorry, sir. Yes, I do. I yield back.
Okay, gentleman yields back. And for what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Beatty, seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
All right, we'll pause while the amendment is distributed.
Mr. Chairman, I'd reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved. Have all members received a copy of the amendment? Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4790, offered by
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentlewoman is recognized for her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member. I'll be brief as well. And this amendment speaks to the Guardrails Act that seeks to hamper and restrict the SEC's authority to, 1, determine what information is material to investors, and 2, issue regulations to ensure investors are getting relevant information. But before I could continue, as I was listening intensely, and when Thurgood Marshall was invoked, it seemed like it fits right into this DE&I amendment that I'm putting up, because you see, Thurgood Marshall said a lot, but he also said, when you see inequality or injustice, speak out, because this is our country and this is our democracy. So far before we were talking about DE&I, Thurgood Marshall would probably support this amendment that I have, because this amendment makes it clear that the SEC should deem it necessary and can still issue rules requiring corporate diversity disclosures and human capital management disclosures. Throughout the course of my work, as many of you know, on diversity and inclusion, the subcommittee that was created by then Chair and now Ranking Member Waters, one thing became very clear to me, and that is that diversity matters, diversity disclosures matters, and investors have the right to access the information they need to make informed investment decisions based on their own judgment of which factors indicate long-term value. And look, I could give you study after study that shows that a diverse workforce improves company performances. High level of, their mics where I could hear it, so I'm sorry. High levels of diversity correlate with higher stock returns, lower stock volatility, and the adoption of less risky financial policies, and greater investment in research and development, leading to increased innovation. Given the volume of evidence on this subject, it is clear that the failure to address racial inequity or human capital management, failures within a company creates risk for company shareholders, including risk of declining profits, reputational damage, litigation and adverse policy, and regulatory action. Given the risk exposure, investors should unquestionably have this data about the companies they're investing in. Dismissing diversity and human capital management disclosures as non-material or irrelevant takes that decision out of the hands of the investors and inhibits asset managers' ability to mitigate risk to client portfolio. Given the great strides made by this committee in the last 2 Congresses, it's so unbelievable to me when we're adding something that's the right thing to do that it seems to give pause on the other side of the aisle. Yet, when Congresswoman Waters created this, the Republicans, and as a matter of fact, our chair wrote 5 paragraphs with 9 lines each to say how they were appointing a ranking member over D&I. And it said, top Republican, proud to appoint to the newly created Diversity and Inclusion Subcommittee, and how all the great work they were going to do. So you can't talk out of both sides of the mouth. You can't have some dozen people appointed to a DE&I that repeatedly, and I've pulled the pages of testimonies where they went to the microphone and said DEI made a difference when they talked about how great it was. We didn't have adversarial debate on this. Your own ranking member said, I agree with Chair Beatty. Other members on the committee supported DE&I when they sat on the DE&I committee. And now I am asking for an amendment to go in this bill, language that has been approved and in here that you've removed. So it's just behooves me how you can say one thing and do another. I encourage members to support my amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there any further debate on the amendment? The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you. I move to strike the last word.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
First, I'd like to thank Representative Beatty for her good work, not only on this amendment, but the work that she has done when she served as chair of Diversity and Inclusion Subcommittee when, in fact, I was the chair of the committee. Not only did she engage those in government agencies about diversity and inclusion and get the cooperation from many of them who decided that it was time for them certainly to do a better job. Not only that, she engaged the private sector. She engaged some of the biggest banks in America on diversity and inclusion. And many of them move to develop new practices within their organizations to do a better job of making sure that opportunities were available to those who deserved it, who happened to be people of color. So I want to take an opportunity to thank you, Ms. Beatty, for your work. And so the data shows companies that prioritize diversity, equity, and inclusion do better than those that don't. Further, yet, companies that invest in their workers and are transparent about salaries have a competitive advantage over their peers when it comes to hiring. The vast majority of investors have spoken on this matter, and the consensus is clear. They want to know what steps companies are taking to incorporate these two issues. This amendment makes sure that the SEC has the ability to enact rules that get these investors this valuable information. It is absolutely heartbreaking to watch what has been happening on the opposite side of the aisle in this Congress and the House of Representatives. As I've watched, even in armed services, where we have Republican members who have made it their business to come up with amendments that would deny diversity and inclusion. And it keeps going. Everywhere you look, Republicans are doing not everything they can, but absolutely creating amendments to legislation that's going through this House and through the floor to make sure that there is no action that is being taken by the CEOs and the corporate managers, et cetera, to have diversity and inclusion. And I just wonder, but for the fact that those of us who represent people of color are able to fight, to work, to struggle so hard, to be a part of this democracy, whether or not there would ever be the time when we could see those who have not taken any steps to ensure that there was diversity in this so-called democracy change their minds and welcome us in their organizations, welcome us in the Congress of the United States of America. We are here because we fought hard to be here, not because we're wanted. And of course, I'm reminded of that every time I see an amendment that's going through on legislation where there's an attempt to do away with any diversity and inclusion that may be proposed. And so having said that, I don't expect any support for this bill. I don't suspect any support for diversity and inclusion from the opposite side of the aisle. But I thank you for continuing to work on it, Ms. Beatty. I thank you for bringing up this amendment, knowing that there are those on the opposite side of the aisle who would do nothing but try to block our opportunities from being a part of, you know, whether it is the agencies of government or whether it is the armed services or whatever. There should be more diversity. I yield back the balance of my time. Go ahead and vote it down.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? The gentleman from New York.
Move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I too want to join in congratulating Ranking Member Waters for having the vision to create a subcommittee on DE&I and the wisdom to have Representative Beatty be the chair of that subcommittee. It moved this committee, this Congress, in the direction of a more perfect union. It reminded me yesterday, or last night, when I think about having diversity and inclusion, I was at the Major League Baseball owners dinner, and there was a dialogue and conversation there. And Nita Jeffries reminded everyone that the civil rights movement, for example, started really in 1947 when Jackie Robinson entered into Major League Baseball. And what happened after that, because many folks did not want DEI in baseball. But when the door opened by Jackie and others who did not have an opportunity previously to play in the game, began to play in the game, the owners saw it was good for baseball, good for business, to recruit and go after and make sure that there were more African Americans in the game. And what we saw take place under the leadership of Chairlady Beatty was more businesses and more companies began to open their doors and give more opportunities to individuals of color who would have been locked out, particularly of the financial services. But what they found out real quick was that by having DEI, which they had not actively involved in, it was what? Good for business. And many of these companies now want to continue. And unfortunately, because of lawsuits and other issues that are coming from, the fact of the matter is the other side of the aisle, to stop it, to prevent it from happening. And so a number of these CEOs now that I have spoken to recently are trying to find ways that they could continue without subjecting themselves to lawsuits from individuals like, well, actually, the governor of Florida, for example. I think that we should be bigger and better than that because, as Chairwoman Beatty talked about, last in the 117th Congress, we were doing this and moving this in many occasions in a bipartisan way. We were figuring out how to work together and getting things done. Because why? It was good for business. So the gentlelady's amendment today should be a bipartisan bill to continue to build upon us moving to become a more perfect union. I was talking to some of my interns today, and they thought that because of this environment where they saw individuals of all different ethnic groups and religions here in Congress, some came from different areas, some came from a different country, that they had not seen this before. And they learned as a result of it. So the gentlelady's amendment is a great amendment that clearly I think would have been bipartisan in the 117th Congress. Why shouldn't it be a bipartisan agreement in the 118th Congress? It would make a huge statement of leadership on the part of America that we're going to be inclusive and an example for the rest of the world to see. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further debate on the amendment? Gentleman from California. For what
strike the
purpose?
last word,
Gentleman strikes the last word and is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity. I strongly support this amendment from my colleague from Ohio, Ms. Beatty, and I thank her for her courage, for her leadership in this issue. In 2017, the Human Capital Management Coalition, a group of institutional investors with $8 trillion in assets, petitioned the SEC to acknowledge the materiality of human capital practices. In 2020, the SEC took a big step forward in recognizing this reality and issued the amendments to Regulation SK, which lays out reporting requirements beyond financial statements for companies to incorporate and describe human capital strategies as part of this reporting. In August 2021, however, SEC Chair Gary Gensler announced that investors want to better understand one of the most critical assets of a company, its people, unquote, and that he had asked staff to propose recommendations for the Commission's consideration on human capital disclosure. Chair Gensler referenced that those could include metrics such as workforce turnover, skills development, training, compensation, benefits, workforce demographics, including diversity and health and safety. And the facts show that diverse corporate structures benefit investors and workers. Recent data from McKinsey and the Boston Consulting Group of the impact of C-suite diversity shows diverse companies are 33% more likely to have greater financial returns than their less diverse industry peers. And companies with above average diversity at the management level generate 19% higher innovation revenues than companies with below average diversity. It's not surprising that diversity of thought and body can lead to a highly effective team and increased productivity. It is sad, one of the things I think that's been noted here today, and I think that there is a backsliding with regard to diversity and inclusion. And it's sad. I think that the fever will break at some point, and I think we will get back in tune with each other. We won't have this bitter partisanship over it. I mean, it's interesting to me that the terms have been pulled out of the bill when they were agreed to. When, again, in the last Congress, I don't think there would have been any issue with respect to diversity and inclusion. In fact, I think, as we used to say, the last Congress, it would have been celebrated. But here, it's nullified. It is somehow hidden. And there is a backsliding. And again, I thank the courage of my colleague, her leadership, in bringing this amendment forward, and I strongly support it, and I urge support of this amendment.
Does the gentleman yield back? Gentleman yields back. Is there any further debate on this amendment? Seeing none, does the gentleman from Arkansas insist on his point of order?
I do withdraw my point of order.
The question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Beatty. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays appear.
Recorded vote is requested.
A reminder, the recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hand. A sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is so ordered. Pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules, further proceedings on the amendment are postponed. Is there a further amendment or discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment.
For what purposes, gentlemen? Gentleman has an amendment at the desk. We'll pause while the amendment is distributed quickly.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves a point of order. All members received a copy of the amendment. Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature
Without
of
objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman from New York is recognized on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment expresses a sense of Congress that the principles of diversity, equity, and inclusion, also known as DE&I, have a real and material impact on businesses' overall performance and financial outlook. Empirical research has consistently illustrated the positive impact of DEI, and it's shown that throughout its performance, its organizational performances. And however, I want to underscore this point. According to a recent analysis of the boards of over 3,000 of the largest publicly traded companies, still, just 12.5% of the board of directors come from underrepresented ethnic and racial groups, despite them making up nearly half of the United States population. This analysis also found that African Americans make up just 4%, and African American women only 1.5% of the individual board of directors. As I was talking about previously, what a lost opportunity and of talent that's not getting in the door. Failures within these companies to have meaningful DEI policies in place can only put themselves and their financial shareholders at a disadvantage, but could also impact their ability to hire and retain the best, what? Talent. There is talent out there. Just as Jackie Robinson couldn't get in the major leagues for a long period of time. He was over 28 years old. Talent in the Negro leagues back then that could not get in the door. Satchel Paige, that's exactly right. Talent out there. But once the door started opening, and the door started opening under the leadership of then Chairwoman Waters, and then Chairwoman Beatty, and those in those institutions who dared go after that talent saw it was good for their business. So, Mr. Chair, the data is clear. Companies that incorporate diversity, equity, and inclusion into their businesses perform better than those who do not. My baseball allergies, those that have diverse teams, they win. That's the reason. They win. Brooklyn Dodgers hadn't won a World Series until they got Roy Campanella and Jackie Robinson and Don Newcomb. They started winning. And then everybody else said, well, we better jump on board. So what I think that we should do is collectively, and what this amendment does is basically say that this is good for America, it is good for business, and we should maintain what we started in the 117th Congress. So with that, I urge all members to support my amendment, and I'll yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further debate on the amendment? Gentlelady from Ohio, for what purpose does she seek recognition?
I'd like to speak on the amendment, move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady strikes the last word and is recognized for 5 minutes.
First of all, let me thank Congresswoman Maxine Waters. Let me thank my seatmate, Congressman Juan Vargas, and let me thank my chair, Congressman Greg Meeks. I don't know how else to say this because this is very personal for me, something I've worked on all my life and believe in. But as I repeatedly listen to those on the other side say no, I understand that people listen to words, but people remember stories. So let me tell you when I came to this Financial Services Committee. And I was so proud as I looked up and I saw Congresswoman Maxine Waters, a legend in many of our communities, to young people and more mature people looking up to her. And I looked at others who served on this committee. And then I looked across the aisle because I was an excited, bright-eyed freshman on financial services. And there were no women. So often when a Black person speaks about DE&I, you think it's only about race or ethnicity. And as I sat here and Ann Wagner became the only female ever on the Financial Services Committee, in the majority, all white men, Ann and I became great friends because we had something in common. Ann and I moved into the same facility to live in. We went to dinner. We shared stories. Her husband and she picked me up in cars and transported me to places. We got to know each other. We didn't vote the same way. We didn't have the same background, but we understood the value of diversity and inclusion. And so Ann was not treated the same as everybody else. And I went to then Chair Henserling and asked him, why are there no women in chairmanships of subcommittees? And he said, what do you mean? I said, there's no women. Ann Wagner's the only one you have on the committee, and she doesn't chair anything. 9 months later, Jeb called me and said, I'm going to have some good news for you. I heard you. And we didn't have anything in common. Ann Wagner became the first chair of a D&I committee. It made a difference. When I did the Beatty rule after the Rooney rule, the first person to sign on to that committee was not a Democrat. It was Anthony Gonzalez, a Republican. And you know why? In your story, Congressman Meeks reminded me of it. He talked about the Rooney Rule and said his career would not have been what it was in professional football but for the Rooney Rule and but for Dungy, a Black man who reached out to a Republican and helped him along the way and propelled his future. And so he not only signed on to it and supported it, in this committee, he raised his hand and talked about it. So I want to be clear that DE&I is not just about race and ethnicity. In the last cycle, a man that sat on the second row asked me, would it help rural America? Because he was from Kentucky. And I told him absolutely, because so often people who live in rural America face the same thing as many in urban communities. Because it is the diversity of culture, of thought, and how we come together. So, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to add those stories. So when people proudly raise their hands to say they're against it, look to your own families. Look to your own communities. Look to the many people who save lives. I'm a stroke survivor and a proud member of the National Heart Association. And I can remember going on there and being the only person on the national board who had never served in a medical capacity or wasn't a physician. But when I did community outreach and someone needed our help, I didn't look at what they were. I looked at what they needed, and the Heart Association pushed DE&I, and we saved lives, and we came together more to work together. So with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Is there further debate on the amendment? For what purpose does the ranking member seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. As you can see, members on this side of the aisle, who happen to be people of color for the most part, are leading this discussion based on these amendments both from Ms. Beatty and from Mr. Meeks. And I know that there are members who wish we could close this down. The time is getting late. We're taking up too much time, but I want you to know, those of us who have lived lives of exclusion, racism, and inability to utilize our talent in the way that we deserve, will take as much time as we need to keep telling this story and to keep pushing forward the idea that certainly this democracy, this country, should change its ways, and it should be led by the Congress of the United States of America. We're lawmakers. We're the ones who develop public policy. We're the ones who should take the responsibility for the public policy that would help to open up opportunities and support diversity and inclusion. And so, while, of course, we're all anxious to go home, every 5 minutes that we take to talk about this issue and to try and help those who don't understand that they should be taking responsibility as public lawmakers, and that we're not going to go away. We're not going to go away. We're going to keep talking about this issue. We're going to keep pushing on this issue. We're going to keep legislating on this issue. We're going to keep amendments coming on this issue. We're going to keep having roundtables on this issue. We're going to keep working the way that we've been taught to do through the civil rights movement in order to change the direction of this country on diversity and inclusion. And so I welcome the opportunity to take 5 minutes. I welcome the opportunity that 1, 2, 3, 4 of us perhaps have taken the opportunity. I've got almost 3 more minutes left to keep on talking about diversity and inclusion. I'm not going to stop. I'm going to look my colleagues in the eye, and I'm going to challenge you. I'm going to challenge you as public lawmakers to join with us to make sure that this democracy is everything that it purports to be. It is a democracy serving all of the people, all of the time. Until that is done, we are going to continue in our efforts, no matter how it is disliked, no matter how uncomfortable it makes some, no matter how some think that perhaps they don't have a role in it. We're going to keep every day, in every way, to fight for our rights in this country, a country that we have helped to build, that we have helped to grow, a country that we have helped so many to become rich in, a country that certainly we deserve the opportunity to participate in ways that will help us to have a great quality of life. This is about closing the wealth gap. If we don't get the jobs, if we don't get the contracts, if we don't have diversity and inclusion, we'll never close this wealth gap. But I want you to know, every time we watch the quality of life that is enjoyed by others who not worked as hard as we've worked for it, we understand that we have to keep trying. And so, I have 1 minute left. I could yield back the balance of my time, but I'm not going to do it. I'm going to keep going until I keep the message in the ears of those who are tired of hearing it. And every opportunity that I get, and every opportunity that my colleagues who join with us get to talk about diversity and inclusion, and the awful ways that the amendments are being offered on all of the Republican legislation. In this day and age, we can't give up. We cannot let up. We have to think about our children and our grandchildren and those who will be coming behind us, and whether or not they are going to have the ability to utilize their talent for a decent quality of life, the way that this country claims to be available to all of us. And so, in my last 4 seconds, I will just say diversity and inclusion is one of the top priorities of the people of my generation, and the people of my color, and the people who have been discriminated against are going to fight for forever until it is done. Now, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Is there any further debate on the amendment? Seeing none, does the gentleman from Arkansas insist on his point of order?
I do not. I withdraw it.
Gentleman withdraws his point of order. A question now occurs on the amendment offered by the the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. No. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The gentleman has requested a roll call vote, and those in favor of recorded vote shall raise their hand. Seeing a sufficient number of raised hands, the recorded vote is so ordered pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules. Further proceedings on the amendment are postponed. Is there further amendment or discussion? For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek
Thank you, Mr.
recognition?
Chairman. I do have an amendment at the desk.
We will pause for the amendment to be distributed quickly. Have all members received a copy of the amendment? Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4790.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for his amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to present my amendment. My amendment ensures that nothing within this package can limit the SEC's ability to conduct rulemakings pertaining to standardizing climate-related disclosures and human capital management disclosures, or any other disclosure-based rulemaking that the SEC deems crucial to fulfill its disclosure mandate in accordance with the Securities Act Exchange of 1934. This is pretty simple. If you're a teacher, police officer, social worker, or anyone that making investments towards your retirement, you should be appalled by what is being attempted here today. Special interest groups are waging a cultural war, chasing some ESG boogeyman that doesn't exist. My friends on the other side of the aisle seem to be working to politicize your investment options, shrink your retirement account, and gut your pension. Investors, and let me repeat, those are investors that are asking for market clarity to invest in companies that are environmentally sustainable, believe in treating their workers well, and limiting corruption. And the facts are out. My colleagues from across the aisle and their Republican allies have been passing anti-free market legislation all throughout the country, and it cost everyday families billions of dollars in lost retirement. According to a 2023 State House report, in Indiana, because of the laws that were passed there, Republicans cost families $7 billion. In Texas, Republicans cost families $6 billion. In Kansas, Republicans cost families $4 billion. And if Republicans get to continue to push these anti-environmental, anti-worker, and anti-retirement policies, estimates show that families in Kentucky, Virginia, West Virginia, Florida, Louisiana, and Oklahoma, hundreds of millions of dollars. Thousands of economists, market advocates, and investors are requesting that companies and banks file needed disclosures to protect investors, ensure fair, orderly, and efficient markets, and facilitate capital formation. As the co-chair of the Sustainable Investment Caucus, I will always work to protect the retirement and pensions of hardworking families and support their rights to investment. I support the SEC's climate risk and management capital management rulemaking efforts and look forward to ensure that investors receive this timely, accurate disclosures that they rightly deserve. And again, this is information that I believe is material, certainly to any reasonable investor, and investors are asking for it. And why this bill to try to prevent investors from getting that information is beyond my ability to understand. This is information that is crucial, especially if you're investing for the long term. And so with that, I urge all my colleagues that support market transparency, investor protections, and sustainable business to support my investment. Sir, I yield to the ranking member.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Vargas. I want to thank you and Mr. Caston for the wonderful job you're doing leading us on ESG. Not only have you organized so effectively and you're working with so many organizations, the media has began to cover this issue in ways that I have not seen this kind of coverage in the past. We are leading on this issue. We are the ones who are protecting investors on this issue. We're the ones who are demonstrating that we not only believe in capitalism, but we exercise our authority and our ability as public policy makers to see to it that ESG is a top priority in this country. So thank you so very much for this amendment. And again, keep going, keep leading. We are all following what you are doing, what Mr. Caston are doing, and we are sure that not only are we in the leadership of this issue, we're going to win on this issue. I can see it. Thank you, and I yield back my time to Mr. Vargas.
I yield my time back. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. Is there any further debate on the amendment? The gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Beatty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, I too want to briefly acknowledge my support for my colleague and seatmate, Mr. Vargas's amendment, which, as you've just heard, would protect the SEC's ability to require climate disclosures. Similar to the discussion we've been having about the materiality of corporate diversity and human capital management, a corporation's climate and sustainability information absolutely matters to the bottom line, and investors ought to have access to this information. So again, I want to thank you, Mr. Vargas, for this amazing work in this area, and I urge my colleagues to support his amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
So I can't believe we need to recite this, but I just want to remind everybody that this July, according to News Out Today, is the hottest month ever recorded in the history of Earth since we've had records. We got a report that came out yesterday that the CO2 release from the wildfires in Canada exceeds the CO2 releases from all other parts of the Canadian economy. We have record high water temperatures in the North Atlantic. If you want to be just shockingly scared, go and Google right now temperature anomalies in the North Atlantic. They are off the chart end times level numbers. We've got record low sea ice in the Arctic. We've got record floods in Vermont. Now, if you found yourself in your house, you woke up and said, my house this whole summer has been flooding, my AC is broken, and the heat is locked on and turning up, and you called your congressman and said, you got to do something to help, and your congressman said, you know what your problems are? Not material. You might question the intelligence of your congressman or congresswoman. You might question their fundamental human decency, but my goodness, you would act. I'm going to be honest, Mr. Vargas's amendment should not even be necessary. It shouldn't be necessary because a Congress that thought that the laws of physics were non-negotiable, a Congress that thought that free markets mattered and were worth defending, a Congress that thought that you have an interest to look out for our constituents' needs and meet them where they are, would never have introduced this bill in the first place. But it also shouldn't be necessary because the SEC that has a clear mandate to address material risks in our society, to make sure, and let's be honest, the least concern of everything I just described is the profitability of U.S. companies. But it's a real risk as well. And we shouldn't even have to worry about whether the SEC should have to factor real facts into their decisions. But we have to worry about that right now because this Republican majority is out there in Washington and at state level saying those risks are not material. Don't worry about your flooded house. Don't worry about the heat. So if you give a damn, well, I guess if you give a damn, rescind the bill. But if you give a smaller damn, vote for Mr. Vargas's amendment. I yield back.
Does the gentleman yield back? Gentleman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? Seeing none, does the gentleman from Arkansas insist on his point of order?
I withdraw my point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California, Mr. Vargas. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays appear to have it. The gentleman requests a recorded vote. All those in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hand, saying a sufficient number raising hands. A recorded vote is so ordered pursuant to subsection C5 and Rule 3 of the committee rules. Further proceedings on this amendment are postponed. And for what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
We will pause while the amendment is distributed.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Gentleman has reserved a point of order. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature
Without objection, the amendment was considered as read. The gentleman is recognized on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, we often say on this committee that the United States has the greatest capital markets, are the envy of the world, and that's true, but they are not self-perpetuating. We have an obligation as members of Congress and certainly as members of this committee to make sure that we continue to have that. And the truth is we are lagging well behind our international partners and sometimes competitors in developing mandatory, comprehensive, and comparable disclosure standards on climate-related risks for public companies. Now, it's controversial, whether folks want to admit it or not. Adam Smith was right when he said that a precondition of competitive markets is transparent information. Whether we want to admit it or not, the laws of physics are non-negotiable. And whether we want to admit it or not, climate change is real and man-made. This is accepted by every major scientific organization, has been for decades. It's recognized by the FSOC, who in 2021 identified climate change as an emerging threat to U.S. financial stability. And quite honestly, it's recognized by every one of our constituents. This week, if you were in Florida and you wanted to beat the heat and get in the ocean, it was 101 degrees in the water. That is above your body temperature. That means if you wanted to cool off in the ocean in Florida and beat the heat, you would overheat. If you stayed there long enough, you would have died. Are we really going to argue that that is immaterial to the tourism industry in Florida? Last year, the cost of climate and weather disasters in the United States, just the insured losses, was $165 billion. Billion. Are we going to argue that that was immaterial to the insurance industry? NOAA, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, forecasts that by 2050, sea level on the Gulf Coast will be 2 feet higher. By 2050, less than 30 years from now, before your mortgage is paid off in Pensacola. Please go Google a topographic map of the United States. Look at all the industries that are located in areas that are less than 2 feet above sea level, and ask yourself if that's immaterial to the state of Louisiana, to the state of Florida, to the state of Mississippi, to the state of Georgia. In Florida, at least 4 major insurers have pulled out of their markets because they can't cover the property losses anymore. California and Louisiana are following. We're going to say that that's immaterial to home builders and homeowners and mortgage providers? Apparently we are on this committee. But the fact is that we are failing to give investors transparency into those material climate risks that affect those companies' operations. If you're a company, if you're managing that company and you are trying to honor your shareholders and you're not required to disclose that risk, why would you? Meanwhile, the Europeans are taking the lead on those issues. They are creating mandatory disclosures. Now, we can either join them, we can help influence that process, or we can tell the multinational companies that we represent, you know what we don't do in the United States? Lead. Scares the crap out of us. We're just going to let the Europeans lead, and you figure out what you want to do over there. I would rather that we lead. What we've tried to do in this amendment is at least to defer leadership that maybe some future Congress will be willing to lead where we can't. Maybe an executive branch agency will lead. So it's pretty simple. This simply says we want to require the SEC to conduct a study on 2 things. Number 1, what will be the economic impact on investors if the United States fails to adopt mandatory, comparable, and comprehensive climate disclosure standards? Number 2, what will be the economic impact on United States companies that operate globally if reporting standards for publicly traded companies related to climate impacts are not harmonized with those countries that are choosing to lead in this moment? We've intentionally adopted language very similar to Mr. Mooney's bill in Title IV of this act to allow the SEC to work with private entities as needed to obtain the necessary data, require a report and recommendations to Congress. This is common sense. It's easy. Doesn't require anybody to stand up and lead. It just says, let's make sure we get the data so that we don't hurt U.S. businesses and so that we do not deny what is obvious to everybody who's paying attention. I urge my colleagues to support, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further debate? For what purposes does the ranking member seek recognition?
Thank you very much.
The gentlelady strikes the last
I
word.
move to strike the last word.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Earlier, I spoke about the leadership that is being provided by Mr. Caston and Mr. Vargas. And this is a fine example of the leadership that they're providing. Not only did Mr. Vargas have an amendment here today that was 4790 that cannot limit the SEC's ability to put forth rules calling for companies to disclose what they're doing to address the impact of climate change. Mr. Caston comes with this amendment that would require the SEC to conduct a study that examines the economic impact of the United States failing to adopt a comprehensive regime of climate change disclosures for public companies. They shouldn't have to work this hard. They shouldn't have to beg for public policymakers to use their policy influence to simply gather information and allow and support the proper agencies of government to do everything that they can to develop rules for dealing with climate change. And so I support this amendment. Investors have spoken, and the majority want companies to provide them with information about what they are doing to address the risk of climate change. The SEC is currently considering rules that would require just that. This study simply asks the SEC to fully consider the implications of not adopting these rules, especially as it relates to the USC's overall global competitiveness. So I urge members to support this important amendment And I hope that the members understand that if we do not have everything and everybody participating in the problems that we're confronted with, dealing with climate change, that we will not be able to progress. We will not be able to move forward as a country who considers itself the number one in the world. We will not be able to protect investors. We will not be able to grow and develop and be healthy and all of those things. So please support this study. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there any further debate on this amendment? For what purposes the gentleman from Kentucky?
Strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. My friend from Illinois, I am tempted to support the amendment just based on the fact that the Securities and Exchange Commission clearly hasn't done much economic analysis with respect to its climate disclosure proposal. And that's because it would impose a massive new reporting requirement and liability risk on public companies and result in a lot of inefficiency in our public markets. The amount of information, trivial, non-material information that public companies under Gensler's proposal will have to marshal, put together, put out, publish, add to disclosures would be so significant. The impact it would have on non-public companies in the supply chain and all of the compliance costs that this would create, the additional litigation cost that this rulemaking will create. So I agree with the gentleman from Illinois. We need a heck of a lot more rigorous economic analysis of what this SEC is doing. Now, I will concede that the SEC has some authority to promulgate disclosure requirements that are necessary or appropriate in the public interest or for the protection of investors. And I do agree with my friend from Illinois that we need the SEC to create the rules of the road to facilitate capital formation, to provide some level of disclosure to investors so that they don't misallocate resources. But neither the Constitution nor the Congress has conferred to the SEC the authority to redefine materiality, to mandate disclosure of every granular detail of emissions data that non-investor climate alarmists want, no matter how attenuated to the actual business of the publicly traded company. Furthermore, it's unclear how mandating disclosure of disparate emissions data, including data unconnected to the actual operations of the firm in question, would enhance the consistency, comparability, or reliability of company climate disclosures. Now, an average investor might prefer the cold winter to the hot summer. They might have a generalized concern about climate change, but that doesn't mean that it's material to that investor to force a public company in an ETF to disclose the Scope 3 emissions of, let's say it's a publicly traded grocery store, to mandate that that publicly traded company publish the Scope 3 emissions of the cattle producer that produces the steaks that end up on the shelf of that grocery store. Can you imagine the cost for the farmers of this country to produce that data, the cost to the publicly traded company? And does that investor, and let's just stipulate a sustainable investor, an ESG investor who cares about ESG, do you think they really are going to dig into that level of granular detail to find out what the emissions footprint was, the carbon footprint of that particular farmer that produced that particular steak on that particular shelf of a publicly traded grocery store company? I mean, the cost is massively burdensome. So, look, let's face it. This is not about this standardization of disclosures. This proposal from the SEC is really not about disclosing material risks. What it's about is creating risks for energy producers who are unpopular with the political left. And by wading into environmental policy through a top-down, one-size-fits-all climate disclosure rule, untethered to the long-standing standard of materiality, the SEC has veered beyond its statutory authority and expertise, reduced its credibility, and prioritized politics over investor returns. And so I do think the SEC needs to do more economic analysis, but if I had confidence that the SEC would do that, it might be more tempting to vote for the gentleman's amendment. With that, I yield.
Gentleman yield? Will the gentleman yield?
Well,
I appreciate that, and I just wanted to underscore that. In all of my years being on the capital markets and dealing with various, I think I'm on my 4th SEC commissioner at this point, all of them have admitted at one point or another they have no expertise in climate. Zero within the commission. Zero. And yet that is what we are expecting them to become suddenly, is climate scientists. So with that, gentleman's time has expired. Is there any further debate? Gentleman from California, for what purpose?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to strike the last word. A good friend on the other side spoke about liability risk. I'll tell you who's an expert in liability risk, and that is property insurers. And they're taking a look at their risk, both in Florida, California, and other places, and saying because of climate disasters, they're really focused on the change in climate because of our continuous burning of fossil fuels. The risk is in fact becoming too high for them because they can't reinsure. So they take a look at risk. One of the things also that my good friend didn't mention is that companies have to also and should disclose their exposure to climate risk, not only what they're doing, of course, to combat climate risk, or at least what they are doing for climate risk issues in the sense of fossil fuel burning, but also what's their exposure? I mean, if you're an insurance company, I can tell you right now that there's huge exposures, and they know that, and that's why they're moving out a lot of these areas, because their exposure is huge. In fact, it's so huge that they can't get reinsured. And that's why they're moving out. And if you think that insurance is expensive, wait until you can't get insurance, because then you can't get a mortgage. And if you can't get a mortgage, you can't buy a house. And why is that? Because of climate change. But we shouldn't be surprised with any of this. My good friend and colleague from Illinois and co-chair of the Sustainable Investment Caucus paraded the horribles. A couple of things that he didn't do, however, was talk about how environmental scientists are taking a look now to see what's happening with the jet streams, because it looks like the jet streams are being pushed more towards the pole, once again because of climate change, what we are doing to our Earth. And I think that's why it's so important to have information on this, and I think reasonable investors, especially long-term investors, want to know, and especially young people. I mean, they might not call it ESG, they don't use the terms that we do, but they call it climate disaster, climate environmental change. They have a lot of other terms, and you know, it's interesting. I did have the chance to serve with Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger in California, and he always had an interesting way of putting terms to things, and he says that we shouldn't talk about ESG or climate change. We should talk about pollution. I'm not sure that that's the right term, but the reality is that we know that things are changing, and not in a way that's beneficial to human beings. And again, we shouldn't be surprised because there's a consensus in the scientific community that this was going to happen. And what they predicted is happening. Unfortunately, it's happening a little bit more rapidly than they expected, but it's happening. And so once again, that's why I think this information is so important. And I find it scandalous that in a moment like this, we have bills like this to try to hide that information. And in fact, to me, it's like, you know, you live in a town, the town's on fire, and then you want to see how you're going to disband the fire department. You know, let's disband the fire department when the town's on fire. That doesn't make any sense at all. In fact, it should be just the opposite, trying to figure out how to enhance the fire department so your town doesn't burn down. And that's what we're attempting to do with this amendment and other amendments, to show that we understand that the climate's changing. We understand that so much of it is because of our participation as human beings of burning these fossil fuels. Now, I do understand. I mean, I'm also a politician. I understand that people have special interests in their districts or in their states. I mean, if they have coal and they're trying to protect the coal industry, or if they have fossil fuels like oil and gas, I mean, they're trying to protect those industries. But you know what? They're not protecting their citizens ultimately, and certainly not long-term, because this is causing real disasters to happen in the quality of life of human beings. But putting all that aside, this information is information that investors want, reasonable investors. Putting away all this, the thing you might call lefty stuff, you know. But if you're in Phoenix right now and you've had 20 days of heat over, 100 degrees, you wouldn't call it lefty stuff. You'd call it real. But again, this is information that's very important to investors. So again, I thank my colleague for this very good amendment, and I certainly support it and urge its passing.
Gentleman yields back. Is there a further amendment debate? Seeing none, the question now occurs on the amendment. I'm sorry, as the gentleman from Arkansas withdraw on his point of order.
The gentleman from Missouri withdraws his point of order.
Yes, sorry, gentlemen. Hour's getting late.
All those hillbillies look alike.
Yes. Strangely, yes. If not, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. All those opposed, nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The nays have it, and the amendment is not adopted.
Recorded vote is requested.
The recorded vote has been requested. As the favor of recorded vote shall raise their hand. Seeing a sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is so ordered pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules. Further proceedings on the amendment are postponed. Is there further amendments or discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The gentlelady from Texas has an amendment which will be distributed.
Reserve point of order.
And
Reserve point of order.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves a point of order. The clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 40.
And without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentlelady from Texas is recognized on her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And first, let me just say that I don't think there's any expectation from anyone that our commissioners or anyone dealing with these issues needs to be a climate scientist, because quite frankly, there is already such a very large body of evidence and proof and documentation and data that supports the need for some of these disclosures. This amendment expresses a sense of Congress that climate change is indicated by sound research and data, poses a real and material risk to America's financial ecosystem, its businesses, and to the global economy. It's already all there. For example, recent research conducted by Professor Simon Dietz from the London School of Economics suggests that climate change, if left unmanaged, could cost the world's financial sector between $1.7 trillion, that's with a T, to $24.2 trillion in net present value terms. Furthermore, the Carbon Disclosure Project, a coalition of bankers, fund managers, advocacy groups, and politicians, issued a 2019 report that found climate change will cost the 215 largest listed companies nearly $1 trillion, again with a T, over the next 5 years alone. Additionally, a 2020 Oxford Economics study found, quote, more than 20% of global gross domestic product will be at risk by 2100. That's only what, it's 2023, that's, okay, Mr. Caston, you're the math quiz here. That's only, what, 70 years from today, due to the impacts of climate change. And in 2021, the Federal Reserve Bank of San Francisco published a letter finding that the ongoing trend of climate change, including higher temperatures and more extreme weather, will result in economic and financial losses for many businesses, and that such climate-related financial risk may threaten the safety and soundness of individual financial institutions and the stability of the overall financial system. These are but just a few of the examples of the countless and countless studies and reports conducted on the negative impact that climate change will have on the broader financial system, both in the United States and abroad. Going forward, lawmakers should make a good faith effort to legislate in a way that ensures that American businesses account for this very real and material risk. It is real, it is here, and we must act. With that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I'll strike Green of Texas to strike the last word, please.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I shall not take 5 minutes. I'd like to thank Representative Garcia for her good work on this important amendment. The empirical research shows that climate change is real, and it is having and will continue to have a material impact upon the performance of businesses both in the United States and abroad. There is no debating the issue. It is a scientific fact, and investors have spoken on this issue. In fact, the majority of investors want companies to disclose how they are addressing the threat of climate change. This amendment, Ms. Garcia's amendment, this amendment highlights this reality, and our colleagues on the other side of the aisle need to continue to move closer to where we are on this issue. They need to come to grips with it. Going forward, Congress should do everything in its power to ensure that companies provide climate change-related information to investors. As the numbers show, this information is clearly material to their performance. I urge members to support this important amendment, and Mr. Chairman, I will yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? Seeing none, does the gentleman wish to insist on his point of order?
I remove my point of order.
The question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Garcia. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays appear to have it.
A recorded vote is being requested.
The gentleman has requested a recorded vote, and all those in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hand. Seeing a sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is so ordered pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules. Further proceedings on the amendment are postponed. So is there any further amendments? For what purposes, gentlelady from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
We will pause while the amendment is distributed.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Gentleman from Kentucky reserves a point of order. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. Gentlewoman is recognized to describe her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment expresses the sense of Congress that when members of this body use the term woke, it shall be understood that they are specifically referring to initiatives designed to address, among other things, climate risk, bolster diversity and inclusion, strengthen corporate accountability, and invest in employee development. Mr. Chair, the term woke has been used by political opponents of ESG measures to refer to any measure which they disagree with. Many of us on this side understand that in a majority of these instances, the term woke is a substitute for several things. First, it is a substitute for anything that would better the lives of Black and brown people and put them on the more of an even playing field with their white peers in the workforce, schools, and society more generally. Second, it is code for efforts to protect our children, planet, businesses, and investments from dangerous impact of global warming and climate change, which has been shown by sound research and data to be real and a material risk. Third, it is another way of referring to increased funding for employment development programs and increased transparency into employee pay gaps broken down by demographics. Fourth, it is a substitute for anything that would increase accountability for corporate managers to make them more accountable to the desires of their investors and their shareholders. With this amendment, when Republican colleagues say woke, everyone will know what they're referring to. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by the does the gentleman from Kentucky insist on his point of order?
I withdraw my point of order.
All right. If not, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it.
Recorded vote is being requested.
The gentleman has requested a recorded vote. All those in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hand. Sufficient number. Having raised their hands, a recorded vote is so ordered pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the Committee on Rules. Further proceedings of the amendment are postponed. All right. There being no further amendments without objection, the previous question is ordered and recorded votes on the amendments have been postponed. Once these votes are taken, the committee will immediately consider the question and report the message. Now, pursuant to notice, I call up H.R. 4767, the Protecting Americans' Retirement Savings from Politics Act. The clerk will report the bill, which is distributed in advance.
H.R. 4767, a bill to make revisions.
Without objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stile, has an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which were distributed in advance. The clerk will report.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute is considered as read and will be served as a base text for purpose of amendments. The gentleman from Wisconsin is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. A powerful proxy advisor duopoly is fueling a movement to weaponize your retirement funds to push a political agenda. It hurts workers, our economy, and returns on your hard-earned retirement savings. Under Chairman Gensler, the Biden SEC gutted key safeguards that were meant to provide proxy advisor accountability and transparency. The SEC has also given a green light to activists to inject politics into the boardroom by gutting the exclusion process. This has predictably led to a huge spike in shareholder proposals on ESG issues. ISS and Glass Lewis, the firms that control 97% of the proxy advisory market, make more money if there's more shareholder proposals. As a result, they're incentivized to encourage activist proposals. Some of these proposals clearly harm shareholder value. In some cases, they even direct companies to do things that are against the law. Making matters worse, ISS also offers companies consulting services to address the same activist proposals they encourage, to me, an obvious conflict of interest. On top of that, the proxy advisory firms don't bear any cost and have no accountability for misguided recommendations. Hardworking Americans saving for retirement bear the cost, and many would be shocked to learn that their investments aren't always being maximized for their returns. Instead, they're being hijacked for political impact. Congress needs to step in to prevent this abuse. It's why I've introduced the Protecting Americans' Retirement Savings from Politics Act. My bill addresses this issue in 4 key ways. First, it reforms the proxy process to reduce the number of duplicative, repetitive, or politically motivated shareholder proposals. This includes legislation from Mr. Fitzgerald, Ms. Houchin, Mr. Donalds, and Mr. Rose. Second, it establishes a registration process for proxy advisory firms, requiring them to disclose their conflicts of interest and methodologies, and restricting their ability to offer consulting services. It also reimposes liability for proxy advisors for getting things wrong and ends robo-voting, the process of autofilling and voting proxy advisors' recommendations. This practice can magnify proxy advisor errors and biases. This includes legislation from Mr. Nunn. Third, the bill places requirements on institutional investors to ensure they're voting with your best economic interests in mind and not simply outsourcing judgment in conflicted proxy advisors. This includes legislation for Mr. Loudermilk, Mr. Barr, and Mr. Huizenga. Finally, my bill includes a proposal from Chair Wagner to direct the SEC to study the broken proxy process and the role of proxy advisors. The Protecting Americans' Retirement Savings from Politics Act is a comprehensive and common sense bill that will empower investors, restore transparency and accountability, and enhance competition. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. I yield back.
Will the gentleman yield?
I yield to the chair.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the gentleman from Wisconsin introducing his legislation, which includes my bill, the Empowering Shareholders Act. Asset managers often hold dominant ownership positions in index funds, which grants them unparalleled influence over how these funds function. A lack of transparency surrounding these decisions these asset managers make on behalf of millions of retail investors should be concerning to all of us. Companies who leverage their voting power to strategically vote on shareholder proposals with the intention of driving social and political policy change deviate from the primary focus of maximizing investor returns. For example, members of the Net Zero Asset Manager Initiative collectively manage around $70 trillion in assets, and these members are ultimately choosing to support a social policy with little or no input from their investors over their fiduciary responsibility. My bill requires investment advisors to vote proxies in accordance with issuer voting instructions for covered securities held by passive index funds. In addition, the bill provides two important exemptions, one, for routine matters, and two, when voting instructions from a beneficial owner, meaning a retail investor, dictate otherwise. Last year, I was proud to introduce the Index Act with Congressman Luetkemeyer, and while the Empowering Investors Act doesn't go as far, I believe it sends an important message, just as that bill did that Congress is paying attention. Let me close with a cautionary quote from John Bogle, the creator of Index Investing. Quote, "A handful of giant institutional investors will one day hold voting control of virtually every large U.S. corporation," close quote. Mr. Bogle was right then, and he's right now. So with that, I just want to thank again the gentleman from Wisconsin. We have the opportunity here once for all to make passive index funds, in fact, passive, and we should allow activist investors the opportunity to hijack our capital markets no longer. With that, the gentleman's time has expired. Is there any debate on the amendment?
None. I do have an amendment at the desk.
Okay, we're not at that point. At this point, is there any, the gentleman from Arkansas, what does he?
Strike the last word.
Strike the last word. The gentleman is recognized for five minutes.
I want to thank you for your leadership in the Environmental Social Governance Task Force over the last few months, and I want to thank Mr. Stile for his bringing his corporate governance expertise to the committee, because the combination of the gentleman of Michigan and, of course, the chairwoman of the Capital Markets Subcommittee from Missouri and Mr. Stile are an excellent combination to address these important issues on corporate governance. We've seen corporate governance swing dramatically over the last 30 years that I've been involved in it. In 1990, proxy advisors' goals were to have compensation committees that had truly not interested shareholders, people who were independent of management, and as Warren Buffett said, that we wanted a compensation committee chaired by a saber-toothed tiger, not a house cat. So it was about, accountability at the corporate level. Recommendations on separating the chairman of the board's job from the chief executive officer's job, having a majority of independent directors on the board. These are kind of traditional governance mechanisms. And we flash forward 3 decades later, and we're seeing the proxy process turned into, a political campaign. Maybe initially for some of these, progressive social causes that people care a lot about, and they want to go to the corporate board and try to compel corporations to take a position. And that's certainly been a trend over the last decade. But now it's being met by the opposite physical force, which is conservative people who want to influence the board to suggest that those progressive causes are no good and bad ideas, and that maybe their ideas are better. So my view is this is not the purpose of state law governing corporations. This is not the purpose of companies or boards of directors or the proxy system. It's just not the purpose of it. And it's been abused dramatically so that you can have one of the most maybe progressive thinking companies in the world, Apple Computer or Meta, and you'll see they have 30 plus proxy solicitations on their annual proxy for all these progressive causes, but the board of directors recommends a no vote on every one of them, even though maybe that CEO or that board is composed of some very progressive people. Why is that? Because it's not the business of the proxy. They're not to be engaged in that. The board is to use its business judgment to hire management to carry out the mission of that company, and this has really gotten out of hand. So I want to thank my friend from Wisconsin for this macro assembly of great bill ideas from his colleagues. And I particularly want to commend Bill Hazanga for his putting passive and passive investing, because it's a really interesting point. When exchange-traded funds were created, and the idea that John Bogle had, that an easy way, a cheap way, an effective way for an ordinary citizen to get a total return would be by the S&P 500 stock index, which was to be a proxy or a derivative of those 500 stocks. It wasn't really owning the 500 stocks. It was to deliver a mirrored performance of that, both the dividends and the stock performance. He never dreamed, that they would be the price setter in the market. So this idea that if you're in a passive basket like the S&P 500, a true passive index emulator, that you would just simply vote with management, be the default position, which is one of the options in your bill, makes complete sense with me. And it does require a law change, because that's really not how the 40 Act works. Actually, they are an owner. They do need to vote that proxy, but the idea is how. And again, I don't think passive investment trusts on behalf of retail investors like that, the intent is to influence the management of the company outside maybe a merger and acquisition or a stock issuance. So I want to thank the people who've worked so hard in this entire group of members, and I'll yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? The gentleman from Tennessee, for what purpose is he?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, at present, the shareholder proposal process is being abused by climate and social activists with very little skin in the game to advance agenda-driven priorities that have no relation to shareholder value. I am happy to support this package, which includes my legislation to allow an issuer to exclude a shareholder proposal without regard to whether such shareholder proposal relates to a significant social policy. This concept has the benefit of being consistent with the original intent of Rule 14a-8. In 1943, then SEC Chair Ganson Purcell stated that it, quote, obviously is without the spirit of the rule for someone to use the corporate proxy machinery to make a stump speech for some political party or for the nuisance man or the man with a particular idea or even an ism or something he wants to advance, close quote, to do so through the shareholder proposal rule. The significant social policy exemption has taken the teeth out of a very important shareholder proposal exclusion under Rule 14a-8, and I believe that it is outside the mandate of the SEC and its staff to determine what is or isn't a significant social policy issue. It also results in the SEC staff making decisions on what must be voted on by shareholders based on political viewpoints. This provision is more effective than merely rescinding Staff Legal Bulletin 14L, since the significant social policy exemption predates SLB 14L. The Staff Legal Bulletin just made things worse by stating that the significant social policy issue need not have any nexus to the business's operations. Thank you.
Will the gentleman yield?
I would yield the time to the gentleman from Wisconsin.
I thank the gentleman for his work in this regard. This is an absolutely essential piece of the puzzle, in particular following up on the testimony of the director from the SEC. As we dug into this fact and we see how this tool is being used by the SEC to drive forward a political agenda, I think it's absolutely essential. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
If the gentleman will yield.
Yes, I'll yield.
I think what the gentleman from Wisconsin is referring to is this amazing information that came to light where the Securities and Exchange Commission is not claiming to gather information, right? And yet we've got our proxy advisors that are claiming that they rely on the SEC for information. Is that yield back?
Yield to the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Yeah, I thank the comment from my colleague from Michigan. It's absolutely right. The testimony from the last 2 weeks in this committee for what's going on between the SEC and the proxy advisors should put the hair up on everybody's back. I mean, this is really spooky stuff when you realize that the proxy advisors aren't looking as to something as simple as whether or not an action's legal. They're relying on the SEC. The SEC is looking to see whether or not the action's political in the light of a decision by the Securities and Exchange Commission. Everyone is asleep at the switch. And then when you look at the empirical data, you can see this massive increase in the number of shareholder proposals. You see a reduction in the number of proposals that are being removed by the Securities and Exchange Commission. And what we're allowing to happen is the politicization of the entire proxy process rather than allowing it to be used for the purposes of what it was created for. And so my colleague from Tennessee, his portion of the legislation is essential because what we're trying to do is get the politics out of this and allow the businesses to analyze risk and reward and allow them to be in the business of protecting investors as needed, but in an important way, allowing investors to allow their investments to grow so people can prepare themselves for retirement and get out of the business of being engaged in all these political fights that the left continues to want to drive into the proxy process. I yield back.
Gentleman from Tennessee yields back.
Thank you. I yield back.
All right. Is there any other debate on the amendment? For what purposes does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I want to thank the chairman of the ESG task force, the gentleman from Michigan. I want to thank the gentleman from Wisconsin for his leadership on proxy advisory reform. We have seen a real problem develop with what otherwise is a really positive development in investing, the rise of these index funds that have given investors diversified portfolios and advantages of efficiency and low fees. But on the other hand, because they are broadly diversified in their investments and have hundreds, if not thousands, of positions across the broader market, it's impractical for them to vote their shares. And so there is this rise in the need for more proxy voting. And when it's a classic principal agent problem. When the agent is not acting in the best interest of the principal, that's when the misallocation of resources occurs. And this duopoly that Mr. Stile is getting at is, I think, a big part of defending the rights of retail investors, and so I support his efforts. In this package as well, I want to thank the gentleman from Wisconsin for including also my legislation, the Protecting Retail Investors Savings Act, which I think is another part of the issue. In recent years, we've witnessed a troubling rise in asset managers favoring politically favored funds and investments that do not always offer highest returns. These asset managers have been swayed by non-pecuniary factors such as social justice, politics, diversity quotas, and lower carbon emissions. They do so through environmental, social, and governance, or ESG. And it's a way for activists to circumvent the democratic legislative process, to hijack corporate governance decisions, to channel credit and capital to politically preferred activities. And as my friend Mr. Hill pointed out, this is the politicization of American savings. As a result, investors are steered into less diversified, higher fee and lower performing funds, putting savings and investment of many Americans and retirees at risk. Diversification is the most time-tested and proven strategy to boost investment returns while reducing risk. But ESG promotes the exact opposite, concentration of risk in unproven and highly speculative green investments while divesting from some of the most proven and consistently performing companies in the market. Additionally, there are disproportionate fees associated with ESG funds, as my friends on the other side of the aisle have admitted tonight. On average, fees for ESG funds are 43% higher than those for non-ESG funds. That is not in the interest of retail investors. Furthermore, multiple studies have demonstrated that ESG strategies not only fail to reward investors, but also drive over investment in companies with poor business performance. It's often called greenwashing, where companies with poor fundamentals and companies that have substandard earnings or not profitable slap an ESG label on them just to get the fat investor to pour capital into this poorly performing company. So again, it misdirects, misallocates the capital. Specifically, they found that over the past 5 years, global ESG funds have underperformed the broader market by more than 250 basis points per year, an average a return of about $1,750 less if you put $10,000 into an average global ESG fund 5 years ago versus broadly invested in a plain vanilla S&P 500 fund. The data continuously prove that ESG investing is not in the fiduciary best interest of the beneficial owner of the capital. And that's why I introduced the Protecting Retail Investors Savings Act as part of this larger package, which amends the Investors Advisors Act of 1940 to ensure that pecuniary factors are not subordinated to non-pecuniary factors unless investors provide informed consent. The bill also requires brokers, dealers, and investment advisors to disclose the expected and actual pecuniary effects of considering non-pecuniary factors over a period of time chosen by the investor. This provision that is included in this package we are marking up today empowers investors to decide for themselves how their capital should be allocated. And it's important to note, it protects the decision of the investor. If there is an investor who wants to allocate their capital in ways that do not prioritize returns, but prioritize ESG instead, that it's their property, it's their capital, they can do so. We don't take away that choice. But there needs to be consent. There needs to be informed consent, and that investor needs to consent to the fact that this investment strategy is not designed to maximize returns. So I urge my colleagues to support my colleague from Wisconsin, Mr. Stiles' package, and I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Any other debate on the amendment? For what purposes, gentleman from Wisconsin seeking?
Strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I won't take long. I just would offer a couple of comments. Mr. Stile and Mr. Hill did a good job of describing kind of the issues within the boardroom. But I want to remind members that there's also a cost associated with this. Estimates are $90 million annually. And you got to remember, a lot of these proposals are not serious proposals. It might be one individual that has an axe to grind, or there might be some. So I think the provisions that Mr. Stile included regarding something that is a resubmission of a shareholder proposal is probably going to be one of the most important and effective pieces of this overall bill. It's something that has, like Mr. Hill said, it's gotten out of control, and I think the bill is a move that'll curtail some of this stuff. So I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further debate?
Green from Texas, Mr. Chairman.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas?
Strike the last word, please.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman and colleagues on the other side, all of whom I have respect for, you're missing one salient, important point. The premise, the basic premise that the board doesn't own the company. The management doesn't own the company. H.R. 4790 would stifle shareholders' ability to submit proposals and discourage the use of proxy advisory firms to help shareholders have access to independent research that informs their votes at a company's annual meeting. The operative phrase being, help shareholders have access to independent research that informs their votes. Management doesn't own the company. The board doesn't own the company. The owners of the company are making these decisions. It's their business. It's not our business to limit how they can do business. This bill is a direct attempt by corporate managerial class to limit the ability of shareholders to influence the direction of the companies they are invested in. Furthermore, by increasing the burden of information they must provide, this bill makes it harder for proxy advisors to focus their resources on providing valuable advice to investment advisors, asset managers, and pension funds who vote on behalf of millions of ordinary investors. Proxy advisors serve to make the proxy process more efficient, and we should not be impeding their important function. Mr. Chairman, honestly, we've had witnesses to appear before us who have indicated to us that proxy advisors provide information based on empirical evidence. If the owners of the business want to engage in policies that, in their opinion, would help them have a better business related to climate change, then they should be able to do so. Owners of the business recognize that climate change is real, that it is having an impact. In Louisiana, major insurance companies are leaving, pulling out because of issues related to climate change. Same thing in California. The owners have a right to make decisions about their business. The managers cannot own the owners. The board doesn't own the owners. It's their business. And we overlook this. We talk as though the owners are people without sense, without lawyers, many of them. Many of these are corporations that have lawyers, a battery of lawyers. Yes, there are ordinary people involved, but they're investing through other entities. And at some point, we have to acknowledge that the owners should be able to make decisions about their businesses. And yes, there are some businesses that are concerned about diversity. There are some owners concerned about diversity. These owners have a right to ask for policies through the process that's been used by others that will have an impact on diversity. They're the owners. Managers don't own the business. I'm not going to say it again. But at some point, we have to realize that the people who make their investments, they have some degree of intelligence, and they can make good decisions. That's why they have people representing them and helping them. Proxy advisors, empirical evidence. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? For what purposes, gentleman from Arkansas?
Strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Excuse me, the gentleman has already,
did on this one.
had his opportunity to strike the last word.
For the, what purposes, gentleman from South Carolina?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I yield to my friend from Arkansas, Mr. Hill.
I thank my friend from South Carolina, and I apologize the night is long, and I failed to recognize we've been through so many bills that I'd already spoken on that. So thank my friend. I appreciate my friend from Texas on this distinction he's making between the role of shareholders and management. But I would remind him this is, again, subject to state law, and the state laws tell us what the rights and obligations are of shareholders, who are the owners of the company. You're 100% right. The managers may be owners in the company, but they are and be shareholders, of course. But the role of that shareholder is to elect that board of directors. And that board of directors is who hires the manager, the CEO, and the management team. The shareholder corporation, their role is limited. They don't have an obligation. They don't have a right to day-to-day management of the enterprise. I just want to be clear about that. Their principal job is to vote to elect a board of directors, and that board of directors elects the management team. And that's the main reason for corporate governance. They also approve the auditors because that's deemed to be critically important to owners. And if there's an issue of stock that might dilute their ownership position, they do that. So I thank my friend from South Carolina for yielding. I just wanted to have that on the record, given my friend from Texas's description. Yield back to my friend.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Oh, gentleman,
Thank you.
Time. Gentleman from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield to my friend from Wisconsin, Mr. Stahl.
I'll be brief, but just to follow up to my colleague's previous comments, it is the owners that we're thinking about here, and the duopoly of proxy advisors is a danger to the owners in many ways. I think we would all recognize if there were only 2 analysts analyzing the valuation of stocks across the country.
There you go.
And shockingly, those 2 analysts continued to agree on the price of all the companies. And everybody's relying on these 2 analysts regarding the price of whether or not they should buy or sell stock, would step back and reflect that maybe the system's broken. Maybe we would be better served with a number of robust voices analyzing the valuation of the stock. In the same way, we should be looking and saying, geez, there's only 2 proxy advisors that are giving out this massive disproportionate volume of advice. Are the owners being well served? Are owners who are concerned about their retirement, who don't want their retirement funds being weaponized for political purposes, are they being well served under the current system? We had ISS and Glass Lewis before us. Their testimony made very clear they're not doing the job that they need to be doing. They're not even reviewing whether or not shareholder proposals are illegal. They both said it on the record. Now, they thought they were relying on the SEC, but of course the SEC is not looking as to whether or not a shareholder proposal is even legal. I mean, that to me is like the base level of review that a proxy advisor should do. Is this legal or not legal? My bill gets to the root cause and holds these firms accountable. And the fact that Chairman Gensler came in and gutted out Chairman Clayton's proxy advisor rule, which would have brought the proxy advisor companies into the light, is the exact reason that this legislation is so absolutely essential to protect shareholders, investors, people preparing for their retirement, to not find themselves being the victims of the left that is trying to weaponize their investments for political purposes. I yield back.
If the gentleman from South Carolina, I'll yield.
Yes,
it's the gentleman's time. So thank you. I appreciate that. And I'd kind of direct this to the gentleman from Wisconsin through the gentleman from South Carolina. But I know that we've had a number of conversations, and I know you've done a lot of work on this. The threshold, the barrier of entry for a lot of these others that have seen this duopoly, have seen the profitability of it, and have wanted to get into the business. It's been nigh on to impossible, is my understanding. I'm curious if that's gentleman's same experience.
I will yield to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stahl.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the yield from my colleague. No, it's exactly the problem that we see this duopoly in an area where having a robust number of voices is absolutely essential. We have my colleagues across the aisle who are suddenly not interested in having a diversity of voices come and provide the advice to shareholders. This duopoly is driving a political agenda. We heard it here through our testimony. It's been thoroughly reviewed and analyzed. It's why this legislation is essential. I'd love to see us move this legislation forward, and it's all the more imperative because Chairman Gensler's SEC has gutted these important provisions. Yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Chairman?
What purpose does the gentlelady from New York?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady
Yield
is
to Mr. Green.
recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much for yielding. Dear friends, the owners have not petitioned Congress for this legislation. The managerial class, the people who want to control the owners, are petitioning Congress. There's no drumbeat from the owners to get this done. This is all a part of what the managerial class would like to do so that they can maintain a status quo that no longer exists for them. And that status quo was to tell the owners what they're going to do with their business. And I marvel at this, the notion that we have a process that allows input from the owners, but we say that the owners shouldn't have input in the process that allows them to have input. The owners, not the managers. At some point, this will get through. The managers don't own the company. They're the ones who want this. The owners aren't asking for it. Now, let's talk about duopoly. The argument shifted to a duopoly, and if not but for a duopoly, this would be okay. It would be something that we could tolerate, if not but for the duopoly. So what you're now saying is that it really is not a problem of the people who own the business wanting input. The problem is that you only have two people advising them, or two entities advising them, two businesses advising them. That's the problem. Well, welcome to the United States of America. Why not open a business? Compete. This is what I hear from my colleagues on the other side continuously. When did you change your position of having people open businesses and compete? Why not do that? I don't concern myself with people who choose not to compete, but this is the way the system works. So now, again, the owners are not asking for this legislation. The managerial class wants the legislation. The owners want to deal with diversity. The owners want to deal with climate change. The owners have a right to have a word, a say, a position on policies that impact their money. It's their money. The owners, not the managers, not the board. And no law in this country says that the board does not have to have some input from the owners. Yes, they are hired to manage and to develop policy and hire managers, but there's no law that says that the board cannot have input because they have the system in place to have the input. The owners are not asking for this legislation. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further debate on the ANS? Seeing none, we'll move on. What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I do have an amendment at the desk.
We'll pause while the amendment is distributed quickly. Gentleman from Arkansas reserves a point of order. Have all members received a copy of the amendment? The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman was recognized on his amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to present my amendment. I think a quote was from one of my friends on the other side is, "It is the owners that we're thinking about here." No doubt about that. Take their rights away. They're definitely thinking about the shareholders here, but not in a positive way. My amendment will direct the SEC to conduct an economic analysis of all the proposals in this package. The SEC's economic analysis finds, if it finds that the proposals within the bill limit information that investors consider material or limit the ability for shareholders to submit proposals, the act cannot go into effect. The SEC will publish the economic analysis on their website and submit the report to the House Financial Services Committee and the Senate Banking Committee. It seems for some strange reason that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle think that it's okay to censor speech of everyday Americans, because that's what this does. But only speech that urges companies to adopt better workplace practices and support environmental sustainability. These shareholder proposals allow investors who have a vested interest in the financial success of the companies to provide input that can improve company performance. And the facts back this up. A recent Bain & Company study of over 100,000 businesses found that companies that prioritize healthy workplaces and environmental stewardship perform better financially than companies that don't. Additionally, a report by the Equity Quotient stated, companies that proactively embrace their pursuit of stakeholder diversity and other ESG principles tend to be more successful, outperform peers on every major performance metric. Specifically, these sustainable companies boast a 5.79% higher stock price impact, 19% higher revenue, 3.5% increase in EBITDA, 50% basis point lower cost of capital, 3 times stronger retention. So the record is clear. My Democratic colleagues and I are focused on ensuring investor voices are heard and accommodated, leading to better profits. Unfortunately, special interests are waging a coordinated attack to pass legislation that censors investors' input, limits investment options, and threatens retirement security. According to a 2023 State House report, again, in Indiana, Republicans will cost families $6.7 billion in losses. In Texas, Republicans with their bills will cost families $6 billion in losses. And again, limiting their choices in Kansas, Republicans will cost families $3.6 billion in losses. And in Missouri, Republicans will cost families $1.3 billion in losses. And a Republican gets their way, these billion-dollar losses might be coming to your state, threatening your retirement, security, and financial well-being. And I think the conversation was well stated here, my good friend from Texas. Who's driving this? It's not the shareholders. We haven't heard from the shareholders that they're asking for this bill. Management certainly wants this bill, but not the shareholders, not the owners of the business. So I asked myself, well, why are we here? If the shareholders are not asking for this, well, there are interests that are asking for it, but certainly not the owners of the company, which are the shareholders. The other thing that is interesting, we talked, I heard today about the weaponization of government. Oftentimes, what that means is the government's simply doing their job. It's the cop on the beat, whether it's at the SEC or at the FBI. They call that weaponization. It's simply doing their job as they should be doing it. And again, I thank the chairman for the opportunity to present my amendment, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further debate? For what purpose is the gentleman for?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I'll be reasonably brief here. There's plenty of shareholders we hear from all the time. Pretty much any American that's concerned about their retirement, that doesn't want their retirement funds weaponized for a political purpose, is calling for this bill. I can't tell you how many people I speak to that are beyond frustrated about how their retirement funds, people that are saving up so they can retire in a productive and healthy way, are frustrated that their retirement funds are being weaponized for political purposes. 2, this bill is simply a delay tactic. This legislation is essential and it's timely now. Why? Because when Chairman Gensler came in, he gutted Chairman Clayton's proxy advisor rule that would have brought the proxy advisors into the light. Why did he do it? He doesn't even have a substantive and meaningful explanation. He just went in and gutted the rule. The previous rule under Clayton went through a substantive and thoughtful discussion, reform, drafting process, implementation. Gensler guts it. That's why we need to do it. The delay tactic my colleague would like to have is simply that, a delay tactic. Yield back.
Will the gentleman? Yeah.
Yield back. Before I yield back, I'll yield to my colleague from Arkansas.
Well, I just want to have a colloquy with my friend on this subject because it speaks, I think, to my good friend from California's thought that shareholders aren't asking for this. I think you can see some indication of them asking for it by the fact that they're rejecting frivolous proxy proposals sort of in record numbers. Let me cite the SEC's statistics. Since Mr. Gensler broadened who could have access to the proxy under Rule 14A8, the shareholder submissions have skyrocketed, which makes sense because now you can submit virtually any topic. Number of proposals submitted to companies in 2023, 18% over 2021, rising almost to 1,000, while the portion put to a vote also increased 40%. So now 600 companies are having that many votes are up, required votes up 40%. Social and environmental topics led the increases, up 52% of the submissions. So more than half of the submissions were social and environmental topics, and 125% of those were actually went to a vote. Now here's what the shareholders are saying. Support for shareholder proposals declined sharply over the 2 years. Among all proposals, the average percentage shares voting in favor fell from 36 down to 24%. The number of proposals that actually attracted a majority support dove from 19% to only 5%. So I hear what my friends are saying, and I agree that shareholders have a complete right to have their voices heard, but the frivolous nature of this and the expansion of this authority in a frivolous way by the commission is driving this cost that Mr. Fitzgerald talked about, this time wasting on the part of shareholders, and a distraction. So I yield back to my friend from Wisconsin.
I yield to my colleague from Michigan.
Thank you. I appreciate the gentleman for yielding. The weaponization side, that's been brought up. Here's the definition of weaponization. It's not enforcing. It's the discriminate and seemingly random use of the power of that, quote, cop on the beat. And certainly my friends on the other side know there's good cops and bad cops. And it's how you apply the authority that you have been given. And if you are outside of that authority, in my definition, that's a bad cop. If you are not having an application or operating within the constructs of the law, that's by definition is a bad cop. Now, I would sort of tongue-in-cheek point out that I'd be interested, if the gentleman was interested in an amendment to his amendment, to have the SEC do economic analysis of its own damn rules. Because I can tell you, as chairman of the Oversight Committee, we've been asking for their analysis, and they refuse to give it. Many speculate because they have none, and they haven't done it. So if you'd like to do an economic analysis of the impact of our bills, and it would have an equal application to all of the rules that the SEC, by the way, a record number that have been promulgated, a record number, that might be a fair trade-off. Because I'm betting what? I will put my bills up and the economic impact because we are actually returning power to those investors. I think that would be a far better trade-off. I yield back to the gentleman for Wisconsin.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further debate? Gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you. I want to thank Mr. Vargas for...
Assume you move the strike.
Yes, move the strike. Move to strike.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
So I want to support this amendment, and I want to just make an observation. We have heard a ton of assertions today in the various debates that led up to today's bill about whether or not ESG funds consistently under or overperform markets. As I mentioned at the start, Mr. Vargas and I have put together the Sustainable Investment Caucus. You all really should attend, because when you hear these state pension fund managers who come in and say, I would like to know that Purdue Pharma was basically engaged in drug dealing, which was a governance problem, because if I had invested in that, I would have lost money. It would be nice to have that sort of disclosure. That's the kind of thing that investors are actually asking for. That's a governance rule. They're asking for information about companies that are despoiling the environment and going to be subject to future fines and litigation. That's a real risk. Now, as you might imagine, I happen to agree with Mr. Vargas's logic that ESG funds will overperform, but I don't think it really matters. If they overperform, if they underperform, it's none of our business. Any investor, any pension fund manager should be free to make their own decisions about where they invest their capital, subject to their own particular risk-return expectations, their liquidity objectives, their views of the market, which may be right or may be wrong. But what I love about this amendment is it is basically a call your bluff amendment. Because if the purpose of this bill is to eliminate investor choice because you know in your heart that this flight of capital away from old, polluting, dirty, unwoke industries to other industries that are finding it easy to raise capital, if you know in your heart that that's really the purpose of this bill, and that you are concerned that that is causing poorly run businesses to not access capital at the liberty they once did, then you should absolutely vote against Mr. Vargas's amendment. But if you truly believe in your heart that ESG funds will consistently underperform the market, if you believe in your heart that $8.4 trillion of assets under management in the ESG space is just dumb money, if you believe that those pension fund managers who are coming to us and saying, we want to invest in this stuff, are so much dumber than you that they shouldn't be trusted with money and they need more guidance, then vote for this amendment, because you're going to win. The SEC is going to do the analysis. They're going to say, you're right, those funds shouldn't be allowed to be out there. You could own the libs. Vote yes. Prove us right. Prove yourself right. Anyway, we're calling your bluff. Ball's in your court, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further debate on this amendment?
Green from Texas.
Mr. Green, I assume strikes the last. You have spoken.
Move to strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman is recognized for 5
Have not
minutes.
spoken on this.
Correct. The gentleman is
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be pithy and concise. Mr. Chairman, the statistical information imparted by my dear friend with reference to the rejection of proxies and shareholder proposals, that statistical information is proof that the system is working. The system that my colleagues would like to change is doing what they want to see the system do. It's performing as they would have it perform, yet they would want to have additional control, give managers additional control. But the statistical information is nothing more than proof that the system is working. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further debate on the Vargas amendment? Seeing none, does the gentleman from Arkansas...
I withdraw my point of order.
The question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. All those opposed say nay. No. Nay. In opinion of that chair, the nays have it. The gentleman from California has requested a recorded vote. All those in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hand, seeing a sufficient number. A recorded vote is so ordered pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the Committee on Rules. Further proceedings on this amendment are postponed. Are there further amendments or discussions? What purposes, gentleman from Illinois seek?
I have an amendment at the desk.
We'll pause while the amendment is quickly distributed.
Mr. Chair, may reserve a point of order, please.
The gentleman from Arkansas has reserved a point of order. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature...
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. Point of order is reserved. The gentleman is recognized on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We often say that the states are the laboratories of democracy, and in the case of this bill, we have the wonderful opportunity to learn from the states because so many of these anti-ESG, anti-free market bills, as all of us know, have already been introduced at many state levels. They're bills that have been written largely by groups like ALEC, the State Financial Officers Foundation, other various fossil industry dark money groups. And they found states to bring these bills forward and have actually materially changed the economics of those states. Whatever you think about that, I'm not saying they're bad because they're fossil fuel funded, but we can learn from their experience. And given as these bills are so similar to those, some might even say portions of these are cut and paste from those bills, that it is appropriate for us to acknowledge that as of June of this year, there have been 165 anti-ESG bills introduced in 37 different states. Now, most states, frankly, have been smart enough to say this is insane and stupid, and I like capitalism too much to do this. So only 19 of those bills have become laws, 6 resolutions in 14 states. But we can still look at those where they've passed, and we can learn something from it. So let's just talk about some numbers. These are the things we actually know with real data. What's the saying? In God we trust, all else bring data. After Texas passed a pair of anti-ESG laws in 2021, 5 of the largest bond underwriters were forced out of their market. That resulted in $532 million in higher costs on municipal bonds. Makes sense, right? It's just supply and demand. You got fewer people in the market. The ones who are still there can charge more for fees. Folks in Texas are paying more money because of those bills. Also in Texas, the Texas County District Retirement System has estimated that they will lose approximately $6 billion in returns over the next 10 years. These are real numbers. You can document all this stuff. Indiana, there will be a reduction in returns of $6.7 billion over the next 10 years to the Indiana Public Retirement System. In Kansas, there's an estimated reduction in portfolio returns of $3.6 billion over the next 10 years to the Kansas Public Employees Retirement System. North Dakota, state has estimated a cost increase, just the fees, of $20 million per year from 2023 to 2027. These are real costs. Real costs, and they make all the sense in the world, right? Give folks less choice, take choice away, say that we're going to not allow proven fund managers with expertise to participate in our state because they're too woke. They offer another product that's not there. Well, you get worse returns. Those are real costs. They have been observed in those states that have implemented rules quite similar to the rules that are in this bill. And everybody says on this panel that they are not anti-free market. They are not anti-capitalist. We all support investor rights. Well, that's true. You get to vote yes on this. Because all this bill does, this amendment does, is it would prohibit this bill from going into effect unless the SEC has first determined that there are no provisions in this bill or the amendments made by this bill that would duplicate those mistakes made in the state bills on which this is based, that would negatively influence federal and or state pension fund earnings, increase municipal borrowing costs, or indirectly increase costs to taxpayers. I don't think any of us want to be here and saying we got to bail out a pension fund because they didn't get the returns they expected. Certainly not if it was on our watch. So I'd encourage everybody to vote yes on this amendment. Much like the last, it's a chance to make sure that your feet match your lips. I yield back.
Is there further debate on the amendment? Mr. Vargas is recognized.
Thank you very much.
For what purpose is the gentleman?
I move to strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to make my comments. It's interesting, I was asked recently if it was odd as a Democrat, and a pretty progressive Democrat at that, to be supporting the free market capitalism and to have my colleagues on the other side try to limit the free market. And I said no. It's not odd for me. I've always been a capitalist. I believe in capitalism. I think it's the best way to create wealth. I think it should be well regulated. I think it should be one that's intelligent. And I do think that information, of course, is what makes it better. And here my colleagues on the other side seem to be trying to limit information, limit opportunities for shareholders. And it's going to cost shareholders money. It's going to cost investors money. And it's not ironic necessarily, unless you think that, that Republicans have always been in favor of capitalism. No, they've been in favor of protecting a lot of industries, certainly. And here we see there's quite a bit of protection going on for the fossil fuel industries. There's no doubt about that. I mean, when all these bills pop up around the country, it's sort of no mystery, what states are taking them up. I mean, that's certainly not a mystery to me. and which ones are passing it, again, because of vested interest. So, no, I'm not, I don't feel any irony in this, just the opposite. You know, I want to see a well-regulated, well-run capitalistic system that generates a lot of wealth, because I do think it benefits everybody. Now, again, I do think it should be well-regulated, and that's why I do believe that information is important. That's why I do believe in ESG. I do think that it's important, because I do think that capitalism runs better and is more efficient when you have this information, and when you're looking at long-term sustainability. The world is changing, there's no doubt about it. I mean, if you take a look at what people are talking about these days, I mean, just go outside. The weather, the disasters that we're facing. People have been saying, you know, we've never seen this. I mean, in fact, it was interesting, it was brought up earlier by my friend and colleague from Illinois, the issue about water temperature, whether it's been the hottest water temperature that's ever been. It's actually in question, just to be frank, because they normally don't measure that kind of issue, because it hasn't been an issue in the past. They don't measure the heat of the water at the top of the ocean. They're doing that now because of all the environmental disasters that we see. So again, the world is changing. Information is important. Shareholders want this information. And why in the world my colleagues want to limit this, I don't understand. I really don't. Is there an irony to it? Not for me, that we're supporting free market. Certainly there's no irony for me. I think the irony is that we're not joined with our colleagues on the other side in attempting to do this. In fact, it's just the opposite. They seem to be trying to limit the free market. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further debate? If not, the gentleman from Arkansas will be back with us momentarily. Does the gentleman withdraw his point of order? If not, the question now occurs in the amendment offered by the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chairs, the nays have it.
A recorded vote is requested.
A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of recorded vote shall raise their hands. A sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is so ordered pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules. Further proceedings in the amendment are postponed. Is there further amendment or discussion? For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois, our frequent flyer, seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have yet another amendment at the desk.
We will pause while the amendment is distributed.
You say applause while the amendment is
Reserve a point of order. Mr. Chairman, I would like to reserve a point of order.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves a point of order. Have all members received a copy of the amendment? The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for his amendment.
Well, Mr. Chair, my friend and colleague, Mr. Sherman, offered this, and we are all, I think it is getting late and getting slap happy. And in the interest of time, he agreed not to be here so that I would read it for him and not have to then chew up another 5 minutes singing his praises. So with that in mind, the amendment under my name, but from my friend Mr. Sherman, simply express, and this one I'm full disclosure, it's extremely partisan. It's extremely partisan because it simply expresses a sense of Congress that praises the virtues of capitalism. It affirms that as a key tenet of that doctrine, the government should not interfere with investor choice nor with market forces. Mr. Chairman, America, again, I'm sorry to be so partisan, is a proudly capitalist country, and inherent in the capitalist tradition is the concept of freedom, which is commonly understood to mean the ability to live and act with limited government intervention. So logically, capitalism would entail the freedom to invest whichever way we choose to, and without worry that the government is going to prevent us from doing so. That also means that market forces, among other things, should dictate what companies do. So given, Mr. Chair, as the fact that the majority of investors in the United States have voiced the opinion that companies should disclose what they're doing with respect to combating climate risk, encouraging diversity and inclusion in their workforces, and investing in employees' well-being, this amendment simply resolves that in our great capitalist society, investors should have the freedom, if they so choose, to encourage the companies that they invest in to implement ESG-related initiatives without fear that legislators and regulators will stand in their way or silence their voice or otherwise execute any form of cancel culture. Furthermore, given the prevailing market sentiment in favor of such initiatives, the government should not be able to prevent companies from enacting them. I think this is a common sense, pro-capitalist, and extremely partisan amendment, and with that I yield back.
Is there further debate on the amendment? The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
I think we've gone over this before, so I won't be long. But look, I welcome the gentleman's sentiments in favor of capitalism. Welcome to the party. Welcome to the party. For the Democratic Party that has supported massive government intervention into the free market over the last 5, 10, 40, 50 years, welcome to the party praising capitalism. The problem with your argument on ESG is it's not. The problem is it's not what the American people want. The American people want returns. They don't want politics in their 401ks and their 529s. They don't want your political views to at the SEC or some government agency or at some proxy advisory forum to redirect their decisions that would naturally occur without these interferences in the free market. Come on. Nobody believes that. Now, of course, there is innovation that happens and there's changes and natural flows of capital based on market forces, but this is not market forces. This is coercion. This is artificial rechanneling of capital to inefficient places and misallocating capital because of interferences, because of distortions. It's a fraud. It is the distortion of free market capitalism. If you really believed in laissez-faire, then why in the world would we have a government agency, a Securities and Exchange Commission, that's not forcing public companies, let's be honest what this really is. It's not about forcing public companies to disclose risk. This is about the government discriminating. This is about the government picking winners and losers in the public markets. That's what this is about, to my friend from Illinois. So, requiring a disclosure of all of this non-material, trivial information and avalanche of immaterial information, what it's about is putting a scarlet letter on politically unpopular companies. What Republicans are doing tonight is the attempt to depoliticize public companies and markets. Let's depoliticize this conversation. Let's depoliticize public companies and get the Securities and Exchange Commission out of the business of picking winners and losers and distorting the free flow of capital. I yield.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment?
Green from Texas to strike the last word.
The gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Caston has a good amendment, and I appreciate what he's done. This amendment calls out the irony of Republicans trying to prevent investors from having the freedom to invest how they wish. This is a country wherein the shareholders own the company. They ought to be able to invest as they choose. Isn't it a central tenet of capitalism that the economic system upon which our country functions, the freedom to invest in whatever way you please, central tenet of capitalism? On that note, how can my Republican colleagues try to prevent shareholders from putting forth initiatives that represent investor choice? Do shareholders not have a right to have a say on diversity? I sure hope so. Isn't this in direct conflict with the principles of capitalism which we all ascribe? Also, what happened to letting the market forces determine what companies do? The majority of investors want companies to disclose climate information, so why are we allowing Republicans to present these rules which would codify what the market wants? The market should have the opportunity to determine its own direction. The world is now upside down. I urge all members to support this amendment and in doing so call out the ridiculosity associated with what my colleagues are attempting to do. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? Does the gentleman from Kentucky insist on his point of order?
Withdraw my point of order.
The question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chairs, the nays have it.
Recorded vote is requested.
A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of recorded vote shall raise their hand. A sufficient number having raised their hands, recorded vote is so ordered pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules. For the proceedings of the amendment are postponed. Is there further amendment or discussion? There being no further amendments, without objection, the previous question is ordered and recorded votes and the amendments have been postponed. Once those votes are taken, the committee will immediately consider the question to report the measure. Now, pursuant to notice, I call up H.R. 4823, the American Financial Institution Regulator Sovereignty and Transparency Act. The clerk will report the bill, which was distributed in advance.
H.R. 48.
Without objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Loudermilk, has an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which were distributed in advance. The clerk will report.
Amendment in the nature.
Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute is considered as read and will be served as base text for the purpose of amendments. The gentleman from Georgia is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word and speak in support of my bill, H.R. 4823. Now, first of all, why do we need the American Financial Institution Regulatory and Sovereignty and Transparency Act? It's simple. I introduced this bill because of a disturbing lack of transparency and accountability among federal regulators about their climate efforts. We know the administration leads climate working groups and that the regulators are involved with international governance organizations. We know that regulators are developing their climate proposals in coordination with the FSOC, the executive branch, and non-governmental organizations like the Network for Greening the Financial System. What we don't know is the degree to which the recommendations, models, and methods developed behind closed doors have affected the final proposals from regulators. Last week, we learned that federal regulators do not even know who funds many of the resources they use to develop their climate risk proposals. This should be unacceptable. American bank regulators should be developing these resources independently so they capture the needs unique to the American financial system. Additionally, regulators have recently taken steps to standardize rules to conform with so-called international standards. While they force deals made in opaque international forums on U.S. business under the guise of conforming to international standards, they also stress that global governance standards and recommendations are not binding. Another example of regulators choosing to base decisions for U.S. companies off of incompatible international standards is this. Just today, we heard from the Fed, OCC, and FDIC on their plans to increase capital on U.S. financial institutions to conform with Basel standards at a time when everyone agrees that those institutions are already well capitalized. To be clear, I do not believe that there is anything wrong with regulators looking at specific types of risk. The aim of this bill is not to tell regulators to stop looking into climate risk, capital risk, or any other risk. The aim of this bill is simply to ensure that the American people know how much non-governmental organizations and political personalities affect the financial regulatory regime. I'm hopeful that some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will recognize the deficiency of information and at least agree that Congress ought to know the extent of outside influences on the supposedly impartial American banking regulators. This bill only does 4 things. First, it requires U.S. banking regulators to report when a proposed rulemaking implements a non-binding recommendation from the Financial Stability Oversight Council, FSOC, or an executive order to provide justification for that rulemaking. Title II requires U.S. banking regulators to disclose their interactions with foreign non-governmental organizations. Title III requires U.S. banking regulators to perform a rigorous analysis of any major proposal that aligns U.S. regulatory policy with that of a foreign government or non-governmental organization. Instead of aligning U.S. regulatory policy with the rest of the world, why not have the rest of the world look at to U.S. for regulation policy? Title IV is the only title in this bill that some may think affect a regulator's ability to continue its work on climate risk. That's because Title IV eliminates the position of vice chairman for supervision. In this case, the vice chairman was never intended to be a climate regulator, but has nonetheless taken it upon himself to become one at the expense of his other duties. Aside from providing needed clarity to Congress, the bill holds bad regulators accountable. The current vice chair for supervision has repeatedly misinterpreted and misapplied the authorities granted to him under the Dodd-Frank Act. The vice chair has used his supervisory authorities to implement controversial climate policies, implying that his actions reflect the will of the rest of the board. The Fed's current interpretation of the Dodd-Frank Act does not reflect the intent of the law and implies expansive authorities not found in Dodd-Frank. This misinterpretation threatens the largely apolitical Federal Reserve Board and their faithful execution of the dual mandate and supervisory duties. Dodd-Frank did not create 2 separate Federal Reserve Boards. The vice chair for supervision should not act on his own without consulting other board members to implement a holistic review of the Fed's entire supervisory structure. Such a comprehensive review should not be allowed to progress without the approval of the entire board, or at least those more senior than the current vice chairman for supervision. With that said, Mr. Chairman, I support my bill, H.R. 4823, and hope my colleagues will join me in telling American bank regulators to put American priorities first. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? For what purposes does Mr. Flood seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to express my support for this legislation. I thank my colleagues, Mr. Louderbilk of Georgia and Mr. Barr of Kentucky, for their leadership on this important issue. This package of bills has one specific focus. It ensures that our prudential regulators are accountable and transparent in all aspects of their work. The Administrative Procedures Act exists for a reason. It allows the public, Congress, and stakeholders to give feedback on significant regulatory proposals that may affect them. There's no reason we shouldn't keep those same principles in place for prudential regulators, regardless of whether they're at an international meeting, working with FSOC, or anywhere else. The American people deserve an opportunity to see regulatory decisions in advance and provide feedback regardless of the venue of the decision. My bill in this larger package, the Stop Executive Capture Act, would bring just this type of oversight. It would simply prevent a prudential regulator from implementing non-binding recommendations from either FSOC or from an executive order without providing this committee and the Banking Committee with a notice and a report. That's it. I would hope that such a common sense provision would be easy to support in a bipartisan way. My bill simply keeps Congress in the loop, and as a member of this committee, I believe such transparency would be helpful in the work that we do every day. One example of a piece of non-binding work of FSOC is, of course, their 2021 report on climate risk. That report spanned 133 pages and touched almost every aspect of our financial markets, from the SEC to the FIO to prudential regulators like the FDIC and the OCC. FSOC, of course, is able to put out a report on whatever topic they'd like, even if some of us in Congress may not like it. But we need to make something clear. Non-binding recommendations are, in fact, non-binding. They cannot be implemented without going through the normal process. It's important that we put Congress and the American people in the driver's seat when it comes to new rules and regulations. This bill does just that. With that, I urge the adoption of the bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? Mr. Ogles, what person gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, we've heard today and throughout the hearings the need for transparency and accountability. This bill, among other things, would amend the Federal Reserve Act to remove the designation established by the Dodd-Frank Act of one of the members of the Board of Governors as vice chairman for supervision to protect board processes and eliminate mission creep. That provision reflects a bill that I introduced to stop Fed's misinterpretation and misuse of that provision in the Dodd-Frank Act, set up a special for vice chairman for supervision. Unfortunately, that title is a failed provision and is being interpreted as a way for one single Fed board member to push a partisan agenda, exclude material input from the full Board of Governors, which is a threat to the independence of the Fed. We have seen time and time again the serious cost of bad policies from the Biden administration. Inflation is on the top of mind of many Americans, most Americans, but not this administration. Americans are watching Bidenomics eat away at their hard-earned savings, and their ESG-related regulations are part of the problem. Such radical policies need to be stopped, and I'm proud to support this bill as an original co-sponsor, and I urge my colleagues to support it as well. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. So further debate on the amendment?
Green from Texas to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this bill is entitled the America First Act, but in truth and reality, it should be called the America Last Act. Instead of supporting American leadership on crucial issues affecting the global financial system, this bill would make it extremely hard for U.S. regulators to take common sense steps to address the very real financial risks posed by climate change or to take steps to promote equity, diversity, and inclusion in our housing and financial system. Specifically, whenever our financial regulators would consider issuing a regulation that was recommended by the Financial Stability Oversight Council, the international coordinating body, or an executive order from the president, this bill would require our regulators to jump through several hoops before they can act, including submitting needless and burdensome reports that would also add yet another statutory requirement for regulators to testify before this committee as if we don't have enough to do. I am all for congressional oversight, but our oversight should not impede our regulators from carrying out the important work we have charged them to do, including promoting safety and soundness of our banking system and addressing threats to financial stability. Additionally, let me remind members that we saw the second, third, and fourth largest bank failures in U.S. history earlier this year. We held hearings in this very committee where members on both sides of the aisle criticized a range of players, including bank management and bank supervisors, for the mistakes they made. At this critical juncture, in which the importance of the role of the Fed Vice Chair of Supervision has never been clearer, this bill would eliminate the role entirely. How can we possibly expect the Fed to prioritize bank supervision without a Vice Chair of Supervision who is accountable for leading the regulatory and supervisory work of the Fed? Instead of working with Democrats on common sense legislation that would address